stack development helps you become the masters of both the front end and back end, capable of creating incredible user experiences while seamlessly managing the server side. Let's start with the front end. Full stack developers have an artistic flair as they craft visually stunning interfaces that captivate users' attention. Now let's switch gears and talk about the back end. This is where the true technical wizardry happens. Full stack developers become architects, building the foundation that supports the entire application. And the best part, full stack developers have the power to bring their own ideas to life. They can take an empty canvas and transform it into a fully functional web application. So, if you're someone who loves the idea of becoming a master of all trades, a full stack developer is the role for you. Thrilling journey that combines creativity, technical expertise, and problem-solving skills. Hello everyone, and welcome to this session by Intellipaat. This session covers everything about full stack web development. Now let's take a look at the agenda. We're going to start with an introduction to Java programming language. Then we're going to look at the differences between JDK and JRE. Moving forward, we have what is variable and data types in Java, what are the operations in Java, and what is an if-else statement in Java. Furthermore, we'll understand how to loop using Java. Then comes an introduction to object-oriented programming, as well as SQL operators and clauses. As we move ahead, we'll see what are the different operators used in SQL, along with what is SQL Server Management Studio used for. Then we'll understand what is meant by database in SQL Server, what is DBO table name in SQL Server. After that, we'll have a thorough hands-on, and lastly, some very important interview questions. But before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us.
So let's understand who is a full stack web developer. A full stack web developer is a person who masters all the technologies used in creating an end-to-end web application, including front-end and back-end services. Let us first understand the front-end web development. Front-end development or client-side consists of creating the GUI and visual components of the website, such as web pages and user interfaces that people interact with through their web browsers. The front-end is developed using tools such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now let us check what actually is back-end web development. Back-end or server-side development is a process to add functionality to the components created in the front end of the web application. It focuses primarily on databases, back-end logic, APIs, and servers. The following are examples of back-end programming languages: PHP, Ruby, Python. A full-stack developer has the skill set of both front-end and back-end developers. In addition to that skill set, a full-stack developer should also have a few other tools in his tech stack. Below mentioned is a comprehensive list of all such tools and technologies. First is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then comes third-party libraries like React.js, programming languages like Java and Python, database CRUD operations, version control tools like Git or GitHub, computer science fundamentals like networking, data structure, and system design. A full stack developer is one of the most in-demand jobs, and the salary trend is as follows. A full stack developer's salary varies from INR 5 lakh per annum to 14 lakh per annum, while in the United States the average income for a full stack developer is $74,958 and can go as high as $114,000 based on skills and experience.
Let us take a look at our first agenda, which is what is web development. Developers create web pages and applications for the intranet, a private network, or the internet during the web development phase. It does not always concentrate on a website's design. Instead, it is mostly concerned with the programming and coding aspect, which is what makes a website work. The creation and upkeep of online pages is referred to web development. And this includes a smattering of ideas from web design, web development, web publishing, and database management. Additionally, it covers a variety of web design tools and methods, such as utilizing text editors to manually code websites, Dreamweaver to create web pages, blogging websites to update blogs, and more. All of the online tools and websites that we frequently use, from basic and straightforward web pages to complicated web applications and social media platforms, from multiple online shopping web pages to even content management systems, are all results of web development. Let's take a look at our next agenda and understand who is a web developer. A programmer who uses the client-server architecture to create worldwide web applications is known as a web developer. The apps typically use any general purpose programming language on the server and HTML, CSS, and JavaScript on the client. Client and server connections are conducted using HTTP. A web developer may focus on either server-side applications, that is back-end development, or client-side applications, that is front-end web development. Let's take a look at our next agenda, that is how to get started with web development. You need to be familiar with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to work as a web developer. It's also advised to become familiar with CSS and CSS frameworks. You can communicate with computer languages by developing these core web development abilities, which will provide the framework and reasoning for do so. Now there are 5 key steps to get started with web development. Let's take a look. Firstly, we have learn the principles of web development. Learning web development principles such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is the best way to start on the path to become a web developer. Coding boot camps are now widely used by aspiring web developers to accelerate their learning. Because they are brief, immersive, and focused on results and employment, coding boot camps have thrived. Their aim is to build job-ready abilities as quickly as possible, making them an increasingly worthwhile investment for aspiring web developers. According to the employment website Indeed, 4 out of every 5 businesses in the US have employed a coding bootcamp. In truth, the benefits of coding bootcamps in the real world are becoming more and more obvious. For starters, the sector of web development naturally draws professionals from all other industries, many of whom are transitioning mid-career and for whom finding a clear and effective route to skill extension is of utmost importance. Employers also place a greater priority on skills and experience than education, putting those who can demonstrate their abilities on an even playing field with developers who have a college degree. It's crucial to remember that web developers, more than those in most other professions, must be dedicated to lifelong learning in order to keep up with modifications to programming languages, tools, and trends. This necessitates mid-career retraining, whether or not it is the field of job you initially entered. Next up we have select a development-related specialization. You will need to select a specialty or specialization as you continue to develop your skills. What kinds of web developments are there though? All web developers fall into one of the 3 categories. Firstly, we have the front-end developer. The client side of web development refers to any area of the website or app that users interact with. A front-end developer works on this area. This encompasses the structure, look, and usability of a website. Then we have the back-end developer. A back-end developer is a web developer who works on the server side of the websites. This focuses on the functionality of a website and may include databases, servers, networks, hosting, and other things. And the last category is the full stack developer. A full stack developer works on both the front end and back ends of a website and is knowledgeable about both. Next tip is mastering key programming languages for web development. Regardless of your area of specialization, you will need to learn how to code and be proficient in a number of different programming languages in order to construct and design websites. The fundamental tools used in practically every element of web development come from 3 families of computer languages. Firstly, we have HTML, that is Hypertext Markup Language. Then we have CSS, and lastly, JavaScript. Next, we'll talk about taking on projects to hone your web developer abilities. You are prepared to start constructing when you have a solid understanding of the fundamentals of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, as well as a base in programming. You will gain experience by utilizing a constantly expanding range of web developer talents as you proceed. Some of them are technical skills, like programming in Python or SQL for increased programming efficiency, or using version control tools like Git. Start experimenting if you want to strengthen these web development talents. The more you use them, the more proficient you'll get. Web developers can benefit from having a variety of web design abilities, with an awareness that responsive design is perhaps the most important. Web developers benefit from having a thorough understanding of common design ideas, even though they are not normally responsible for the overall site design. Particularly, front end developers who program the interfaces that users interact with can succeed much more if they have a solid understanding of user centered design. Next up, we'll talk about creating a web development portfolio. When applying for web development employment, your best tool is a captivating web developer portfolio that highlights your strongest talents. When creating a portfolio that will differentiate itself from the competition, there are three things to bear in mind. First, a variety of web development projects should be included in your web developer portfolio. Your professional portfolio should not include every project you've ever worked on. Instead, it should be a highlight reel of your best work that also illustrates your adaptability. You want to be selective and emphasize your greatest work, but your choice should be sufficiently varied to show that you have a thorough understanding of all the requirements for the job. Now, when applying for web developer jobs, conduct some research about the organization and the position you're seeking to fill. Then, further edit your portfolio, removing samples that are not connected to the position and highlight your best work. Second, consider what distinguishes you and your work from others. Accentuate your strengths in web development not simply through the work you put in your portfolio, but also through the way it is laid out. For instance, if you're seeking for design related positions, your portfolio website should have a strong front end with a wonderful user experience and interface. Additionally, if you're seeking for a position as a web developer, make sure your portfolio is shown on a perfect website. This implies clean code. And lastly, describe your procedure. Employers are considering more than just your work product's quality when making hiring decisions. Don't be hesitant to present each example as a case study, outlining your reasoning and the issue the project was meant to address. Providing context for how your projects were made will help hiring managers and recruiters understand your work and realize that it is more than simply a single solitary project. A key component of succeeding in a position is having excellent communication skills, which you have a fantastic chance to show off here. Let's take a look at our next agenda, that is the roadmap to become a web developer. The first step on the roadmap is selecting a technology. Database administration, the front end, and the back end are all parts of full stack development. The technology you decide to work with depends on you, your needs, and your applications. There are only a few popular technologies that you can work with. Firstly, we have MERN. It is the most well-liked and a trending technology, under which we have MongoDB, which is a data-focused NoSQL database. Next, Express, which is a Node.js framework that supports get, put, post, and delete operations. After which we have React, which is a JavaScript package used to create single-page apps and user interfaces. And lastly, we have Node.js, which is an open source server environment. Next, we have Mean. MERN, which is written in JavaScript, works with React, whereas Mean interacts with Angular. This is the only main distinction between the two. We'll talk about now front-end development. Front-end is the UI, which deals with how interactive and dynamically the website looks overall. Learn everything there is to know about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to master it. Under front-end development, we have HTML, that is Hypertext Markup Language. By building a simple website with all the parts begin with applying HTML in its most fundamental form. Play around with tables and forms and try adding images and links to the website to make it more appealing, which will, in turn, help to streamline your work. Next up, we'll talk about CSS. If you're a person who enjoys creativity, you must learn CSS. You can use CSS to add colors to your website, give headers and paragraphs borders, create the navigation bar, alter the icons, font, and text, and do a lot more similar things. Make the website responsive, meaning that it should display properly on all screen sizes. Next, we'll talk about JavaScript. The web's primary programming language is JavaScript. And lastly, under front-end development, we'll talk about frameworks. This is a tool for creating software programs. It consists of code libraries, compilers, and programs that, when combined, allow for the creation of systems or projects. These frameworks enable the reuse of components. Frameworks include React, Angular, Vue, and more. Next, we'll talk about backend development. The server's running code has logic that allows it to send the right data from the client and receive it from the server. It also contains the database, which houses all of the application's data. A server, an application, and a database make up its three components. In this case, developers' code sends data from the database to the browser. Backend engineers write the code that transmits data from the database to the browser. Backend developer requirements include knowledge of programming languages, frameworks, databases, servers, and APIs. Let's talk about programming languages. Backend developers should be familiar with at least one programming language, such as Java, Python, or JavaScript. The ideal option would be JavaScript because it can be used in both the front end and the back end. Frameworks. Frameworks are typically parts or operations used to enhance the efficiency of development. It comprises the tool and module library used to create a website's architecture. The backend frameworks include Express, Django, etc. Next, we'll talk about database. You should be familiar with different DBMS technologies like MongoDB, MySQL, Oracle, SQL Server, etc. It deals with the management and storage of data. Up next, we have server. Clients across a network are systems that offer data, services, or applications. The data and information are exchanged between the client and the server. Lastly, we'll talk about API, that is Application Program Interface. It is a set of established guidelines that permits interaction or serves as a mediator between two applications. Now, the fourth point on the roadmap is database. We can manage data from the database, which is a collection of data. We have relational and non-relational databases. Let's take a look. Relational database systems like MySQL store and handle data. The NoSQL database system, MongoDB, finds key value and graph databases. And lastly, we have VoltDB. It uses memory to store data and adheres to a relational design pattern. Fifth point on the roadmap is version control. Each program gets updated over time when specific libraries are added, which results in the creation of a new version of the application. If you're working on applications, using Git is a very good practice. Git is an open source system where the full code has been present since the beginning. It restores the code and is versatile, safe, and easy to edit. All of the files, including the code base, are saved in repositories where they may be changed as needed. Anyone can work together and adjust things as needed. Lastly, on the roadmap, we have developing projects. Build some projects after finishing the theory portion to gain experience with web development. When you implement all of a project's front end, back end, and database handling components, you become an expert in web development. As you construct anything, you gain technical knowledge about things like how databases store data, how APIs link the front end to the back end, and other procedures used in web development. Let's take a look at our next agenda, which is roadmap to becoming a full stack developer. Now, if you wish to pursue a career in web development, then you must have extensive knowledge on front end as well as back end development tools and languages. We have already discussed about those in full length in the previous section of this video. Let us now discuss what additional skills and languages you must master to complete your arsenal for becoming a full stack developer. Firstly, we'll talk about some front-end frameworks. And top on the list, we have Bootstrap. Bootstrap is an open source toolkit for creating projects that are mobile first and responsive. JavaScript, HTML, and CSS are all used. It makes website design quicker and simpler. It supports JavaScript plugins and provides design templates for forms, buttons, tables, and navigation. Next framework is AngularJS. A structural framework for dynamic web applications is AngularJS. The Google-led open source web framework for JavaScript is supported by a variety of businesses and people. They deal with problems with a one-page application. HTML is accepted for use as a template language. It significantly reduces the amount of coding necessary to data binding and dependency. The next framework we'll talk about is React.js. React.js is a JavaScript library that is maintained by Facebook, a number of businesses, and many other independent programmers. For retrieving quickly changing data that needs to be recorded, React is the best option. For creating user interfaces for one-page apps, it is utilized. It enables users to develop modular user interface elements. The last framework is Vue.js, another free and open source JavaScript framework for single-page apps and user interfaces is Vue.js. It has a small footprint and offers excellent performance. It offers the greatest features of other frameworks like Angular and React, which makes it the perfect choice for beginning programmers. It is regarded as the framework that is easiest to use nowadays. Now, for full stack development, other programming languages are necessary as well. The majority of the fundamental business operations must be developed in one or more of these programming languages. Therefore, you should be fluent in several of them. We have a list of languages for you to start with, as it is impossible to learn all of them quickly. Firstly, we'll talk about TypeScript. TypeScript is a requirement if you want to study Angular and has recently gained a lot of popularity. It was created and is maintained by Microsoft for the construction of huge apps. For features like type checking, it is always used in conjunction with JavaScript. Next, we'll talk about Python. Python is a high-level multifunctional language. It can be used to build online apps, math, and server scripting on a server. In order to read and modify files, it connects to databases. Python utilizes an interpreter system and was created to be readable. It can also be applied in a functional, procedural, or object-oriented manner. Next, we'll talk about Ruby. Ruby is a dynamic, open-source language that's simple to learn and write code in. It can be used for web applications, servers, system utilities, backups, and database tasks, as well as it places a strong emphasis on productivity and simplicity. Lastly, we have PHP. The most widely used scripting language, PHP, supports HTML embedding. Only servers with PHP installed can interpret PHP scripts. Now we'll talk about a few backend frames. A backend framework is necessary for developers in order to design an application. It is the dynamic applications script side. Let's take a look. First, we have Express. Express.js is a web application framework for Node.js. It is a Node.js module. It can be applied to programs built on servers that wait for client connection requests. Single page, multi-page, and hybrid web applications can all use it. It is aggressive, quick, and simple to use. Next, we have Node.js. Node.js is a cross-platform open source program that functions on a variety of platforms. It is an environment that allows JavaScript to be run outside of a browser. And lastly, we will talk about Django. Django is a model template view architecture based high-level Python web framework. It is applied to streamline the development of intricate, database-driven websites. It encourages a clean design and is quick. Now let's take a look at some additional skills that you need for full-stack web development. Firstly, we'll have Git, then comes machine learning, after which we have SSH, that is Secure Shell Protocol, after which we have HTTP as well as HTTPS, then Linux command, data structures and algorithms, .NET and ASP.NET framework, and lastly, character encoding. With that, let's conclude. The use of web development as well as full-stack software development has increased recently in practically all sizes of business. This roadmap explains all the fundamental and advanced abilities needed to succeed as a web developer and a full-stack developer. The more skills you learn and adapt to, the better opportunities you get in this field of development.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
We'll be covering all the Java basics which are required so that it will be easier for us to learn the further things like Selenium or anything. Okay, so the core is very important, right? And today we are going to learn about the core of the programming. But before learning anything, let's say syntax of the programming, we have to know a little bit about the language itself. Okay, like how it was made, when it was made, what are its applications, some of the interview questions. We need to know all these things. Okay, let's start. Introduction to Java programming language. Let us start, shall we? So, what is the overview of Java? It is one of the most important programming language out there. Okay, in the news you might be you might be hearing a lot about Python, or you can say other JavaScript framework which are getting very much famous in today's date, or you can say that R is getting very famous. But know that Java is still one of the most famous and widely used programming language. Okay, it is still currently used as like in many devices, and it is going to used in many devices in upcoming years. Okay, so you don't need to worry that okay, Java might be you might not see much Java applications in the future. That is not the case. Okay, Java was still there from 30 years and it is going to be there. Now, creation of Java. Okay, so Java was created at Sun Microsystems. Sun Microsystems is a company which is now owned by Oracle. Java was created at Sun Microsystems, which is now owned by Oracle. That is why Oracle owns Java programming language. Okay. And Java was owned by these three people: James Gosling, Mike Nottingham, and Mike Sheridan. Okay. These people took 1.5 years to build the Java programming language, the very basic version, Java Programming 1. And at the start, they named it as Oak. Okay, they named it as Oak, but they had to change their name because of some trademark and copyright issues, because there was some other company with the same name, Oak. So they changed their name to Java. That's interesting history fact, but it is not an interview question. Okay, so even if you forget about it, no need to worry much. Okay. But you can say, if someone asks you who created Java, you can have an idea that three people created Java at Sun Microsystems.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. Which of the following is an operator in Java? And your options are if else, for, class, private. Mention your answers in the comment section below.
Now, Java was initially launched as Java 1.0, and soon after Java 1.1 was launched, which has many new features. Okay, which is basically installed in many systems, pre-installed in many systems. That is Java 1.1. We'll be learning what is classes, what is framework, what is method. Now, here it is written applications of Java. And in the applications of Java, as I've told you earlier, that it is the widely used programming language in every corner of the world. Okay. It is not only used for designing the software, but hardware also. Now here I'm going to tell you a number that there are more than 930 million JRE downloads each year. There are more than 930 million JRE downloads each year. Do you guys have any idea how much total number of applications, how much total number of devices since its launch have been made on Java? Since its launch, how many devices, not mobile phones, how many devices had run on Java? If there are 3 billion mobile devices which run on Java as of today, how many total devices do you think had run on Java programming language since its launch in 1991? So the answer is 50 billion. Answer is 50 billion or more than 50 billion. Okay, that's how much popular Java is. Okay, it did not got popular now. It was popular since its launch, and it is still very much popular. Now, these are some of the applications of Java. It is used for developing desktop applications. Web applications like LinkedIn, Snapdeal are made with the help of Java only. Mobile operating system like Android. So if you have Android application, Android phone that is made with the help of Java, and the Android applications, all the applications on your Android phone is made with the help of Java programming language only. Okay. Other than that, embedded systems are made with the help of Java, and robotics and games are also made with the help of Java programming language. So now I'm going to give you one like a question once again. There is one very famous game which is not much famous between Indians. Okay, there is one very famous game which is not a combat game like PUBG, which is not a combat game, and it is very much popular in countries like USA, and it is made with the help of Java programming language. Very popular game. Can you like guess what that game name is? Is Minecraft, not Minecraft. Minecraft is the game which is made with the help of Java programming language, and it is one of the widely used games. Okay, it is very popular game, and it is made with the help of Java programming language. Now coming to some of the features of Java. Some of the features of Java. So what are some of the features? It is very simple. The syntax is very simple of Java, and it do not have the complex things which were there in C++ earlier. They have been left out from Java. What were those things which have been left out from Java? So that is pointers. Pointers concept was a difficult concept which was there in C++, but Java has overcome it. Along with that, there is no operator overloading in Java. That was there in C++. Okay, so the code now has become much simpler and easy to write and easy to learn. This is one of the advantage, or you can say features of Java. Other than that, it is an object-oriented programming. As I have said, I will be telling you about what object-oriented programming is in upcoming sessions. I don't want to confuse you guys as of now. Okay, but you can remember that it is a object-oriented programming language. It is a robust language, and you can say it eliminates error-prone code. Okay. And two important things are it has garbage collection and exception handling. So what is garbage collection? What is exception handling? Or you can say it has automatic garbage collection, which was not there in C++ and it is there in Java. So we will be learning about this also. Okay. When we will be writing the code, I will be telling you about how Java is robust. Now this one is your interview question, that Java is a platform independent programming language. Java is a platform independent programming language. Now, see for the example how it works is, let's say this is your Java code. Okay, so let's assume that this is that code. Okay, this is that code. Now, what will happen to this code is this code will get compiled. This code will get compiled and it will change into Java byte code. This normal Java code will be changed to Java byte code. It will be changed into Java byte code. Now you can go ahead and take this Java byte code into any of the operating system. Let's say you have Windows. What are the other operating systems you know? Let's say you have Mac. Okay, let's take Linux. So your code will get converted into Java byte code, and you can take this Java byte code and run this in your Windows, Mac, and Linux without any problem. So you need to write the code only once and it will run on all the platforms. Here operating system is called as platforms. Okay. So Java is also called as write once, run everywhere, because you have written the code only once and you are writing it, running it everywhere. So Java is called that write once, run everywhere language, or you can say it is a platform independent programming language. And no other language, no other famous language like Python, C++ follows this thing. Okay. In those languages, Python, C++, you will have to write the code again and again, but not with the case of Java. So here comes something called as JVM into play. Something called as Java bytecode is the you can say the code which is after compilation, the code which is compiled, okay, that is known as Java bytecode. Okay, that is not in human readable format, but your Java code is in human readable format. So when you convert your code to Java bytecode, and I said that you can run on any operating system. So what exactly happens that makes Java run on every operating system or platform is that, let's say this is your one operating system. I'm taking only two operating systems as of now. This is our operating system number 2. So what happens is your operating system has something, all the operating systems has something called as JVM. They have something called as JVM. JVM stands for Java Virtual Machine. It stands for Java Virtual Machine. Okay, so there will be Java Virtual Machine here also and here also. So you can say that this is operating system number 1. This is operating system number 2. So your code, Java bytecode, is going to run on your JVM. It is going to run on your JVM and not on your operating system. Okay, JVM is something you can say made by Java only. So Java code always run on JVM. So this Java bytecode does not know about this operating system or this operating system. It only knows that, okay, you have JVM, I will run on JVM. So because of that, Java code can run on any operating system. Because of which thing? JVM. And JVM stands for Java Virtual Machine. Okay. So see, if your Java code is not interacting with your operating system, that means it has no interaction with operating system. That means it is much more secure. All your applications run on your operating system. Okay. But Java applications run on JVM. That makes it more secure. Okay. Because it has no connection between the application and the operating system. Java application is being run on JVM. Now let me just clear all this. Okay. This was how it is. Java is a platform independent language. See, Java program is converted into bytecode which can run on any operating system. You can see that programming languages like C, C++, which are compiled into platform specific machines. That's how other languages run. So it is a secure language. I have already told you, if it has null interaction with the operating system, it will be much secure. Now, let us come to the main thing which we are going to learn, that is difference between JDK and JRE. Now, what is the difference between JDK and JRE? So JDK stands for Java Development Kit. JDK stands for Java Development Kit. Everything is inside JDK only. Your JRE is inside JDK only. And your JVM is inside JRE. Okay. You can say it is something like this. First is your JVM, then is your JRE, and then this whole thing is your JDK. Everything related to Java will be inside JDK. That will include JRE, which will further include JVM. Okay. Let me just show it to you instead of repeating. Okay, this is your JRE. This is your JRE, Java Runtime Environment. Java Runtime Environment. So JRE has your JVM, Java Virtual Machine, which we just talked about platform independent thing. Okay, so JRE has your JVM. Okay, and it has other libraries and components, meaning the file, or you can say pre-written code, all the files plus the JVM together make our JRE. Okay, JVM plus libraries together make our JRE. Sorry, JVM and libraries make our JRE. Now, what is JDK? JDK consists of your JRE. JDK consists of your JRE, which already has your JVM inside it. Plus, it has all other tools such as compilers and debuggers. So, JRE plus other tools like compiler and debugger together makes our JDK. That is Java Development Kit. So JRE has your JVM, Java Virtual Machine, which is responsible for your platform independent thing, which we talked earlier. So JRE has your JVM plus other libraries and components. Okay. This whole is known as JRE, Java Runtime Environment. And this whole thing, which has your JVM and libraries, this whole thing plus your compilers and debuggers together make your JDK. Now we are going to study the main thing, or you can say the programming part, and we are going to start doing the programming. So if you have your Eclipse installed, you can open your Eclipse. Everyone go ahead and open your Eclipse. We are going to learn about the basics of Java, and we are starting to do the coding part. Okay, the theoretical part is over. If it was a little bit boring, I'm sorry for that. But let us start with the practical. Before I move forward, I just want to tell you guys something. Okay, what is the name of the class? What is the name of the class in the program which is written on my screen? What is the name of the class? The class. What is the name of the class? It is first program. The name of the class is first program, right? This is its bracket and this is the closing bracket. Okay, every bracket which is opening should have a closing bracket. So it is opening here, closing here. Let me just do one thing. Let me bring it down so you can see matching brackets. Same way for this thing also. So one opening, one closing, one opening, one closing, right? These are the brackets of our class. These are the methods of our main. Now, remember that, very important thing, when the code execution starts in Java, it does not start from here at the top from the package or from the class or from the bottom. It starts from the main. The code execution starts from the main. The code execution starts from the main and it ends at the main. Okay. Main bracket starts from here and that's here from 7 to 10. Okay. Code execution starts from the main. This is the main. This is known as the main method or main. Code execution starts from the main and ends at the main. Meaning whatever is written inside this will get executed. Now, what is the meaning of this system.out.println? This is known as a print statement. Meaning, whenever I write this thing and I write something inside it, inside double quotation marks, under the double quotation mark, it will be printed, or you can say it will be shown on my console screen. Here, this is my console screen at the bottom. I've written hello class here. So hello class should be printed on my console. Sorry, hold on. So hello class should be printed on my console screen, and hello class is being printed on my console screen. Okay, everyone. So whatever I write here, hello class, how are you all today? So hello class, how are you all today? Now this thing will get printed on the console screen. Sorry, it did not got saved. Sorry, I did not save the code. To save the code, you will need to press Ctrl and S together. You might not need it. So if I run the code now, it will say, hello class, how are you all? Hello class, how are you all? Okay. So whatever I write in this print statement, it will get executed as it is. Okay. So the topic which we are going to cover is known as variable and data type. Okay. What do you understand by the term variable? Something that keeps on changing. Something whose value varies, whose value can change, right? Not alphabet or letters. Whose value can change. Variable, right? Now, let's say you have a container. Or you can say a container at home, an empty container, and you have milk inside it. In that empty container. Now, what you can do is What you can say, if I say what is in that container, what you will say in to me in return, what if I say what is in that container, you will say there is milk inside that container, right? Now I can go ahead and remove the milk from the container, and I can put, let's say, cold drink inside that container. I can do that, right? Then I will ask you what is inside the container, and you will say what is inside the container? Cold drink inside the container. I can remove the cold drink and I can add water inside it, right? So the value is changing again and again for the container, right? But you can see that we are only adding one type of values, that is, we're only adding liquid values to the container, right? We are not adding dal or pulses, or you can say anything else, flour inside it. Any solid materials we are not adding, right, inside that container, because that container is designed to be designed to handle liquid things. So you can say that that part is known as data type, meaning what kind of data, meaning what kind of drink, that is a liquid, is going inside that container, right? So that is the data type. Data type is here liquid. So let us like learn from one example. Here also in Java, there are containers. There are containers. Let's say this. Sorry. Let's say this is one empty container. This is one empty container in your memory. In your memory, this is one empty container. Okay. Now I'm adding 8 inside it. I am adding 8 inside it. Okay. Now you, I, we all have some name, right? We all have some name. My name is Karan. Your name are Priyanka, Aarti, Numa, Neha, Kanwal, Upasna, Nivita. We all are here, right? We all have some name. We all have some name. Same way, this container will also have some name. This container will also have some name. Let me just give it name as A. I'm naming it as A. So when someone calls you, what you do? You answer them, right? You answer them when someone call you, or you go to them that, okay, Karan, come here, right? You do that. Okay, Baran, come here. Okay, Kanwar, come here. This is the name of the container, that is A, and that contains 8 inside it, right? Now, what I can do is I can go ahead and remove this 8 from inside, and let's say I'm putting 10 inside this. I'm putting 10 inside it. Or I'm removing 10 afterwards. I'm adding 17 inside it. Or 177 inside it. Or 2177 inside it. Inside this variable only. Okay. Now, this is one container, and I'm only adding what kind of data inside that number, inside that container. I'm only adding one kind of data. What is that kind of data? Number, right? I'm only adding numbers. So whenever we are dealing with numbers, I'm not adding any decimal value to these numbers, right? That 5.7, 8 point something, right? I'm just adding plain numbers. So you have heard about integer values. You must have heard about integer values in maths, right? Integer value starts from, let's say, -1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 till what you can say infinity. 0, 1, 2 till infinity, right? So they are integer numbers, right? So I can say that I'm adding only integer numbers. I can say that I'm only adding integer number inside this box, right? So if I have to add only integer number inside that box, I will have to specify. I will have to specify beforehand that I am going to add integer values inside it. How do I describe that? I write int before it. Int a equal to whatever that number is. Okay. Let us do with one example. So how will I write this? I will write like this: int a, meaning a is the name, and I can only put integer kind of values, only integer kind of values inside this variable. Int a equal to 20. At the end, semicolon is necessary. So you can say that a is a variable which is declared. I just declared a variable which will be of type integer, and I added the value 20 inside it. Okay. So if I just write the print statement system.out.println, if I go ahead and write in double quotes a, if I go ahead and write in double quotes a and I print it, it will give me a. But if I remove the double quotes, whatever is inside the double quotes, that will be printed as it is. But if I remove the double quotes, now the value of a will be printed. Now what is the value of a? It is 20. So 20 will be printed. Okay. Because we declared int a equal to 20, so 20 is printed. Now I said that it is known as variable, meaning its value can change. Now I have already declared that a is going to be of type of integer, right? So if I go ahead and write a is equal to, let's say, 90, and then print a, what will be the output now? What did I told you about variable? What is the meaning of variable? What is the meaning of variable? Please tell me once again, what is the meaning of variable? So if I put 20 inside it, that value can change, right? That value can change. Earlier it was 20, then I remove 20 from inside it and I can add 90 inside it. So 90, you can say overrided the value of 20. Now a is equal to 90 only. Okay. Now a equal to 90. I don't have to write int again and again in front of a. I have declared it once. I don't need to write int a again and again. Okay. And there can be only one, I cannot do this int a equal to 90, because it will say you have two duplicate variables. Both have same name a, and you cannot have that. You cannot have that. So this was about variable. Okay. Now we have different type of data types. We have different type of data types. This was known as integer data type. I can put -20 also here. This will print, sorry, this will print -20. Okay, this will print -20. So because integer value can contain negative values as well. Okay. Now let's say I want to add decimal values. I want to add decimal values inside this. Okay. See, my integer cannot contain decimal values. My integer, it cannot contain decimal values. Okay. So to contain decimal values, let me just show it to you. If I write integer a equal to 7.8 semicolon, and if I try to write a, It is giving me an error on line number 8 that says cannot convert. It will give me an error also. See, it is giving me an error. So to contain the decimal values, we have one more data type. And the name of the data type is known as double. Okay, like this, double. Now double, we will give it a name. Let's say I'm giving it a name as D. Double D equal to, now I can give decimal values, let's say 7.8 semicolon. If I try to write this, if I try to print this D, what will be the output now? What will be the output? So 7.8 will be the answer. Okay, because double can store your decimal values as well. Okay, now there is one another data type which is known as character, or you can say char. So what can character store? It can store only one character, or you can say only one alphabet inside it. Let's say only P, or only U, or only S. Okay, so how do you declare it? You declare it like this, char, only char. Now give it a name. I'm giving it name as C. You can give it name as anything, A, B, C, or even like something big also. Okay, so I'm naming it as C equal to, now while giving the value of character, you can give the values of integer directly, right? Like this. But with the case of character, while giving the value, you have to give it in the single inverted commas. You have to give it in the single inverted comma. Okay. Now let me give it a value. Let's say I am giving it a value as capital K and a semicolon. Now if I print, the output will be C. Why it will be C? Because it is inside double quotation marks. Anything inside double quotation mark will be printed as it is. Outside double quotation marks, it will give its value. Now what is the value of C? It is K. Yeah, exactly. If I remove the double quotation, it will be K now. Okay. Please can you repeat the data type char? For sure. For storing a single character, single alphabet, you can use something called as character. Only one character. You cannot write your whole name. Let's say Karan, you cannot write. Aarti, you cannot write your full name. Only one character you can write. Okay. So it starts with char to define that inside that container we are only containing character value. Give it a name. C equal to, you cannot go ahead and write like this K. Okay, it will think that this is also a name of a variable and you are trying to add its value inside it. You want to add the character, you want to add the value here, you have to add it inside single quotation marks, not double, single quotation marks. And give a value here, let's say P. So if you run this code, see, it will print P. Okay. Now let us do one more data type. That there are many data types. Okay, you will have to do all the data types. Now let us do one more data type that is known as Boolean. Now Boolean can store only two values inside it. That is either true or false. Okay, nothing else. True or false, false or true. Okay, let me give it a name. Let's say B equal to. So to give a value, you can say true. Now you can print B and it will give you true as the output. Or you can go ahead and put false inside it. Now what will be the output? The output would be false. Okay. You can say that now you have done all the major primitive data type. You have done all the major primitive data types. There were two type of data types. First is primitive data type. Second is non-primitive data type. We've learned a few of the primitive data type. There are other primitive data type as well. We have learned about Boolean, right? We have learned about integer. We have learned about double. And I think one more also. Character. We have learned about character. Now, I will be telling you about the other data types as well, which are there, which are here. So you can say that you know about integer, right? Integer can hold integer values, right? Everyone. Integer can hold integer values, but integer has a range. Okay. You cannot write 99999, let's say 15 times and expect it to run. Okay. It has a definite set of space. If I'm writing that, it has a box. The value should be inside this box only, right? It cannot go outside this box. So let's say you have an integer value which is bigger than this box. So what you can do is you can use something called as long. So long will also contain integer values only, but it has much bigger range. It has much bigger range than that of integer. Okay. Now let's say you don't want, so you want to save some space. You want to save some space. So you can use something called as short. So long and short, they are relative to integer only. Okay. Short can contain smaller values than integer. Integer can also contain those values, but integer will take more space because the box size, or you can say variable size, is big. But with the case of short, it will take small space or less space. That was short. Next is byte. Now you can say byte is one of the smallest format. Byte is one of the smallest thing. So the range of byte is from -128 to plus 127. Okay, you cannot go beyond that. Let's say if I try to write byte, give it a name, and 130, it will give me an error because the range of byte is this much only, this small range. If we want to use something in this small range, we can use byte also. It will also contain only integer values. It cannot contain the decimal values. And the last thing we have here is known as float. Okay. Now, same thing. The short and long, they contain less space and more space than integer, right? So you can say that float is the same for double. Double can contain your integer values, right? Double can contain your decimal values, right? The point values. Same way, float can also contain your point values, but the range of this is much smaller than that of double. Okay. Half range. After the point, let's say 85. I have written 85 point. The float can contain only 7 up to 7 characters, 7 digits, but a double can contain up to 16 or 15 digits. Okay. So when you want to save some space, you can use float. Otherwise, you can use double. Same way, short is to integer, float is to double. Float and double are the, I can say, same thing. They both store decimal values inside it, right? They both store decimal values. Double store decimal values. So the difference is that float can contain less values inside it. Float contains less values inside it. It is not as big as double. Float, size of the float is actually very small as compared to double. You can say this is as double and this as float. Okay, I can go ahead and perform this. You don't have to define that. These things are predefined, that double can contain this much values only. Float can contain this much values only. If you try to give more value than that, it will give you an error. So a double can contain up to 16 decimal digits. After a decimal, it can contain up to 16 digits. But a float can contain up to only 7 or 8 digits after the decimal. So char data type contains a character. Char data types contain a character. Only one character it can contain. Okay, only one character. Let's say your name is Kanwan Ali. So it can only contain K inside it, or A inside it, or L inside it. Okay, any one thing. Not more than, you cannot write your full name inside it. Okay. So you define it by char, give it a name, okay, equal to, when you have to write its value, when you have to write the value of, let's say, numbers, you write it directly. Or when you have to write the value of a character, you write it by, write it under this single inverted commas like this. And then you give the value. Okay, then you give the value. So if you call this C, name of the variable, its value will show, that is K. If you call C, its value K will show. Okay. You can change the value from here. Now P will show. You can actually do one thing. You can use number here as well. Inside character, you can use numbers as well, but it has to be inside single quotation mark. You can actually put star, or you can say special characters here inside, also inside. Let's say percentage. Integer can only contain integer values, but a character can contain all type of, let's say, alphabet, numbers, special characters, but it can only contain only one character. Okay, not the full name. Now, this was all about our primitive data types. Let us move to our non-primitive data type. We'll be learning about strings, arrays, and we will be learning about classes in the object-oriented programming a little bit, and we will not be learning about interfaces. Interfaces are not much used. Otherwise, we'll be learning about maybe interfaces in the Selenium. Okay, not sure you will be using interfaces at all in Java or Selenium. Okay, but we will be learning about strings, arrays, and classes. So a string is a non-primitive data type, meaning it does not have any range. Okay, so how do you define a string? You give it a name as string, S capital, string, give it a name, str. Okay, string str, or you can name it as S. Anything you want. You can name it anything you want, just like your parents can name it anything you want. You can name it anything you want. I'm naming it as str. Equal to. Now, a string is a combination of characters. String is a combination of characters, meaning it can contain more than one character inside it. Okay, meaning it can contain my name inside it, your all name inside it. Okay, So how do you do that? To define a string, see, for putting the value of character, what we do? We put it inside what? For character, we put it inside single quotes. Character. We put character inside single quotes, right? We put character inside single quotes like this. I just told you a minute back, right? So for string, we put it inside double quotes. For character, it is in single quotes. For string, it is in double quotes. Okay. And you can write anything you want here. Let's say, my name is Karan. At the end, semicolon. Now this str will contain all this value. My name is Karan, and you can go ahead and print this. So the thing is, you are, see, what is the difference? When you write anything in the double quotation mark, it gets printed as it is, right? Inside print statement, when you write it in the double quotation marks, it gets printed as it is. So you can say that what exactly you were doing when you were doing this. Hello everyone. This is a string only. This hello everyone is a string. We are just not storing it inside a variable. Let's say str. We are directly printing it. Hello everyone, we are directly printing. Okay. But we can also store it inside a variable like str equal to hello everyone. And we can put its value, that is str. This will also print the value of the str. So both of the things are same. When you write the very first program in the double quotation marks, you were actually printing one. Which data type you were printing? String. So string always has to be inside double quotation marks, right? So that means I can just go ahead and print 99 also without double quotation marks. Will it get printed or not? It will get printed because numbers don't need any double quotation marks. Okay. We can directly print anything also. For character, we need it inside single inverted comma. If we have to print a character, we have to put it inside single inverted comma. If it is a number with decimal, without decimal, we can directly print it. If it is a string, we have to write it inside double quotation mark. We can print everything directly, or we can store them inside one variable and then print its value. String, you can store number of characters inside it, like this. In string, you can store any value inside it, big value. Okay. And then its value will get printed if you write str. Okay. You can directly print here this thing in the print statement. Either write this thing directly with double quotation marks, or store this value inside one variable and then print it. Okay. So this was our string data type. Okay. Now, before I move to array data type, this string data type has many qualities. Okay. So what are its qualities? Let's say, how many characters are there inside this string? 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, K-A-R-A-N. 5 characters, right? Everyone knows that there are 5 characters inside this. Now tell me how many characters are there inside this, including the space. But you can actually know it. How you can do it? With the help of inbuilt methods of string. So tell me, when I am asking you how many characters are there in this string, so how many that will be of which data type? And I'm saying how many. This is giving you what kind of data. You can say that whatever the number you are getting, you can store that also inside an integer, right? Let's say you are getting 5, you can store 5 inside one integer, inside one variable also, right? Yes, we can store. So what we can do is, we can write, if I write here, what is the name of my string? Name of my string is str. If I write here str dot length, if I write here str dot length, right, let me write it once again, str. If I press dot inside after it, it will give me a lot of methods. If I write here length, it will automatically give me a suggestion to write length. We'll hit enter, give a semicolon at the end. Now this str.length will give me, the number of characters inside this. It will give me number of characters inside this. Now number of characters, they're of which data type? Integer, right? So what I can do is, I can put one integer, let's say a equal to str.length. What does this mean is str.length. So whatever the length of that string is, whatever may be, let's say 50, 60, 30, whatever it is, that will be stored inside my a. That will be stored inside my a, because because it is returning a number, and I can go ahead and print a. So what it will do is, it will give me number of characters inside this str. That is 50, exact 50 it is saying. If I, let's say, add one character, and if I try to run this once again, it is saying 51. Okay. Now I'm going to teach you one last thing. So let's say there are many characters inside this, right? A string is a formation of characters, right? Everyone can agree that it is made of many characters inside it. So let's say I want to take out any particular character out of this. I want to take out any particular character out of this. Let's say I want to take out this R. Okay, let's say I want to take out this R. Now, if I want to take out this R, it will be of what data type? R will be of what data type? So it will be of type char, because R is it is a combination of characters. If I am taking out only one character, it is obviously will be of form character only, right? So there is one method like dot length we use. Same way we can use something to take out this R. Okay, using its index number. Now here things get little bit not confusing, but you will have to see what exactly, how exactly it is happening. Let's say if I'm writing my name here. So what is the length of this? Can you please repeat it once again? I know you have repeated it. Can you please repeat it once again? 5. So if I call, let's say this, it is known as str. This is inside str. So if I call str.length, it will give me 5, right? Now, if I have to call any individual character out of this, let's say a. Now there are 5 values inside it, starting from 0. Starting from 0, this is known as 1, this is 2, this is 3, and this is 4. Okay. There are 5 values. There are 5 values from 0 to 4. Okay, got it, everyone? So if I have to call out A is at what index? These are known as index value. So A is at what index? Index number 1, right? So same way, if I have to take out this R, it is at what index? 0 is at 0 it is K, at 1 it is A, at 2 it is R, right? And R is of data type char also. You know this also, right? So what we can do is, I'm just writing it here. See, it is of type character. So I can store it inside one character. Let's say C. So whatever the value will be coming, it will be stored inside C. Now, str dot, we have to write here the very first char, meaning character at, and at the end semicolon, and give a index value here. Now, if we want to take out R, we have to give index value 2. So I'm giving here 2. Now this means str.char at, meaning character at. It is asking you an index value. Character at 2. At str.char at 2, it is R, right? So R is of type character data type. So R will be stored inside this C, and we can go ahead and print this C. It will give us, what will be the output now? R. It is only printing what is at index number 2. It is taking it out. See, no, it is not going to take it out. Meaning it will not remove that value. It is just printing that value. It is not removing from that string. String will be as it is intact. Okay, you can say that it is only reading out that character. So char C is equal to str.char at 2 will take out this. So
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
okay. So let's say you have to store one variable into your one value into one variable. Let's say int a equal to 10. Okay, let's say you have to store one value int a equal to 10. So you will do it like this. Okay, let's say I'm saving asking you to write 5 values, right? 5 values. So what you will do? Int b equal to whatever the value is, int c, int d, int e, right? You will do it like this for 5 values. But let's say I have 20 values, 50 values, 100 values, and they both are kind of interrelated and similar, or you can similar kind of values. Okay, or they are associated with only one thing. Okay, so what we can do is we can create something called as an array. We can create something called as an array, or you can say array. So an array looks like this. Okay, your normal variable looks like this, right? This is a normal variable, but an array looks like this. Okay, this will contain a value, this will contain a value, this will contain a value. Okay, so you can say that this is an array of 5 elements. This is an array of 5 elements starting from 0 index till 4 index. Kind of like string only, but string is a combination of character, and inside this array you can put numbers, you can put whole strings. Let's say your name, my name, all of others' names, you can put inside the array. You can put characters inside this, that will be known as a character array. You can put double values inside this array, in this box, particular boxes. Okay, so this is known as an array. This was the theoretical stuff about array. Now let us do practicality of that. So how do you create an array? You create it, let's say you want to create an integer array, meaning it will contain, that box will contain integer values. So you will create it like int. Now give it a name. I'm going to give it a name as ARR. Okay, you can name it anything you want. Now to tell that, see, if I just write int ARR, it can be a variable, right? There is no difference, like there is no way to know that this is a array and not a variable. So to tell that we are creating a array, you can write this, open and closing brackets like this. Now equal to, in equal to, you can just start adding the values of the array inside this curly braces like this, and semicolon at the end. Okay, inside it I can add my values. Okay, this is the syntax. So let's start adding the values. Let's say 4, 5, 7, 19. Okay, this is the this is known as one array. Okay, now what is the array, everyone? Oh, sorry, what is the size of the array? The size of array means the number of element it has inside it. Size means number of elements inside the array. 7, right? Because it has 7 elements inside it. You can count them. You can count them, that it has 7 elements inside it. 7 elements starting from 0. 7 elements starting from 0. This is 0th. This is 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So 0 to 6. 0 to 6, in total 7. Okay. 0 to 6, in total 7. Now, if you want to, let's say, get this value, this is at what index number? 2, right? So we can just write quickly system.out.println. Now, what is the name of the array? ARR. We want to print the index number 2, so we will put 2 like this. ARR, the array brackets, and 2. This will print whatever is at index number 2, that is 7. 7. Okay. Now let's say index number 3. Run this once again. And 19. Okay. Now let's say you want to find out the length of this array. How you can find it out? So length of the array is in which format? Well, it will give you what kind of value. The length of the array will give you what kind of value? Integer, right? So I will just write integer. Let's say len equal to, now ARR, the name of my array, dot length. Okay. Now remember, when I wrote string, I write str, or the name of the string, dot length. That length has bracket after it, like this. But the array does not have a bracket like this. In array, it is just like ARR dot length without any brackets. This will give you the length of the array inside len, and I can just go ahead and print the len, and it should print me 7. Okay. This is not this 7, this is the length of the array, 7. So there may be a time when you have to store, let's say, 30-40 values together. Okay. If you have to store 30-40 values, you cannot create 30 to 40 variables. Even if you say I can create them, it will be difficult to remember their name and to call them. So if we have similar kind of values, we can put them together inside one array. So we can just call them using their index number. We don't have to remember their name again and again. We can just remember the name of the array and call them using their index value. Okay. Okay. Let me give you one more example why we are doing this. Let's say this was an integer array. This was an integer array, right? We were having integer values inside it. Now let's make a string array. Let's make a string array, meaning the array will contain string inside them. Okay. Let us make a string array. Let's say string. Okay. Give it a name. I'm giving it a name as fruits. Equal to. Now when I'm making a string, I have to put it inside double quotation mark. So first fruit is apple, comma. Second fruit is banana. Third fruit is papaya. Fourth is orange. So you can see that instead of writing 4 different values, like in string fruit 1 equal to apple, string fruit 2 equal to banana, string fruit 3 is equal to papaya, then fourth is at orange. Okay, I can just create one array with the name as fruits, and I can call it directly like this, name of my array fruits, and now the index number. Let's say at index number 1. Index number 1 is banana, so banana should be printed. Okay, so we are done with the topic, that is arrays. Now we'll be moving forward to the operators. So operators are nothing. They are used to perform a particular piece of operation. Okay, operators are used to do a particular operation. Okay, what can that operation be? They are divided among categories. The categories are arithmetic operator for the mathematics. Some basic mathematics is done with the help of arithmetic operators. Then there is a relational operator to find out a relation between two things. Third is logical operators. Fourth is assignment operator. And fifth is unary operator. Okay, let us start with the arithmetic operator. So if I'm writing this inside after this 2 slashes, this piece of command will not get executed in the code, if you are wondering. Okay, I can write it anywhere I want. This is known as a comment. This line will not get executed anywhere. Now first is my arithmetic operator, and the very first operator is the addition operator. So let's say I have one value that says int a equal to 10, int b equal to 20. So if I write here int c equal to a plus b, and then print out the value of c, what will be the output? It will be 30. 10 plus 20 equal to 30. Here I am assigning a new variable which will have the values of the addition of a plus b. Okay, I can do it directly like this also in this print statement, a plus b. This will also work. Okay, this will also work if I directly write that in the print statement. Now what will be a minus b then? 10 minus 20 equal to minus 10, not 10, minus 10. So minus 10. If I do the opposite, that is b minus a, then it will give me as 10. Okay, so this was addition, subtraction. Now it's time for multiplication. B multiply. The star value represents multiply operator. So what will be the value now? 20 into 10 is 200. Now if I do division, what will be the output now? This is used for division. 20 divided by 10 or 20 upon 10, it will be 2. Now, can you guys tell me what will be the remainder? If I divide 20 by 10, what will be the remainder? Will there be any remainder? No, right? So it is like this, right? 20 is here, 10 is here, right? So if I do it like 10 twos are 20, right? And the remainder is 0. So if I use this operator, this division operator, and if I write b/a, it will give it to me this answer, right? It will give me this answer. But if I use this operator, the division, this percentage sign, it will give me the remainder. It will give me the remainder of the same thing. Okay. So if I have 13 divided by 2, what will be the answer if I do this? If I do it like this, 13% 2. What will be the answer? Right, it will be 1. It will be 1. 2, 6 are 12 and 1 will be the remainder. 1 will be the remainder, right? So this sign used to give us the remainder. So if I do like this, it will give me here. Now it will give me 0 because 20% 2 will give me 20% 10 will give me 0. It's not percent, it is called as modulus operator, modulus. But if I change the value, let's say 13 and 2, what will be the answer now? What will be the answer? The answer will be 1. Okay, because the remainder will be 1. So let us run this and the remainder is 1. So this was all about arithmetic operators. Now let us do the next thing, that is relational operator. Second thing is relational operator. So this is less than sign, greater than sign, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. This is comparison equal to and not equal to. Okay, let us understand how they work. Let's say I have integer a equal to 10, integer b equal to 30. So let's say if I write b is, sorry, a is less than b, a is less than b, here in the print statement, a is less than b. So what I am saying, that is a true thing or a false thing? It is a true thing, right? Because a is less than b, 10 is less than 30, so it is true. Same if I write here b greater than a, what will be the output now? Again true. If I change the sign, now what should be the value then? If one was true, other should be right. It will be false because 30 is not less than a. 30 is not less than a. Okay. Now is our less than or equal to, meaning any one of these things should be true. Meaning any one of these things should be true. Either it should be less than or it should be equal to. Okay. If it is less than, then also it will work. If it is equal to, then also it will give you true. Condition is it should not be greater than that value. Okay. So if I write here a is less than or equal to b, what will be the output now? True, right? Because a is less than b, right? Even if I make the value here 30, now also it will give you a true. I just don't have to make it, let's say 330. Now it will give you a false. Okay. Same way, greater than or equal to works. This was less than equal to, greater than equal to, you can do it yourself. Same way, just opposite things. Now, what is the difference between this equal to operator and this two equal to operators? So this equal to operator means that the right hand side of the value, that is 30, is being assigned to A, the box or the variable will contain the value 30. The B will contain 30. But if I am writing double equal to, that means we are checking. That means we are checking whether the right side of the value is equal to the left hand side of the value. Okay. So if I write here double equal to, meaning it is checking whether the right hand side of the value is equal to the left hand side of the value. Now what will be the output now? Exactly, it will be true because A is greater than, sorry, A is equal to B. But just increase the value, let's say 31, it will give you false. So less than also it will give you false, or greater than also it will give you false. The value should be equal to. Now this exclamation marks equal to means not equal to. This means not equal to. Okay, if I here write not. Now what will be the output? False, right? Because A, it is written here, A is not equal to B. If A is not equal to B, it will give you true, but A is equal to B, it will give you false. So this was about our relational operators. This was about our relational operators. Now let us do our logical operators. That is this.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. Which of the following is not a SQL operator? And your options are select, insert, update, delete. Mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Now, what are these? These are known as logical operators. So how they work? This is known as AND operator or logical AND operator. AND operator or logical AND. This is known as logical OR operator. Okay. How they work is, let's say I have three values. Now I can give here values. Let's say A is greater than B. So this will give you true. A is greater than B will give you true. And if I write here AND, I can write here AND C is greater than A. Now both of these values should give you true. Both of these values should give you a true, then only the output will be true. Okay, otherwise it will be false. Meaning all the values should be true, then only it will give you true, otherwise it will give you a false. So what will be the output now? It should be true. A is greater than B. Yes, A is greater than B. C is greater than A. Yes, C is greater than A. So both of these values are true, so it will give you a true. Okay. Let's say if any one of these values is true, if any one of these value is false, that is, this one is true, A is greater than B, right? But this is false now. C is not less than A. C is not less than A. This is false, and it will give you a false. Okay, this was logical AND. In logical AND operator, all the values should be true, then only it will give you true. Otherwise, it will give you false. Now, the next value is logical OR. OR. In OR operator, any one value should be true. Any one value should be true, and it will give you true. Meaning if all the values are true, then also it will give you true. If any one value are true, then also it will give you true. If all the values are false, then only it will give you false. Okay. So if I give here or, so is this true? Is this true? Yeah, just tell me about the marked thing. Is this true? Yes. So I will, if it is an OR operator, I will not even need to look at this. Because this is true, it will give me answer as true. I don't even need to look at this because this is true. Okay. Any one value should be true. Then it will give you true. If this is also false, let's say if this is false, so it will go ahead and will say, okay, this is false. I will go ahead and check this value. If it were true, then it would have given you true. But this is also false. So it will give you the false value. Okay. Let's say I change the sign. Now this is false, but this is true. So it will give you true. Okay. Any one value should be true, or both the value or all the values should be true. Then only it will give you true. In many situations, you are going to use and or operator. Numa. When I will tell you about if and else conditions, then you will be like using it in many positions, in many ways. You can use and or operators. Let's say you are finding greatest between three numbers. Greatest between three numbers. You have three numbers A and B and C. So you can write that if my A is greater than B and my A is greater than C. So you wrote and na. If my A is greater than B and my A is greater than C, then my A is greatest number. So in AND operator, all the values, meaning this value and this value, all the values should be true. Okay. And AND operator, all the values should be true. Then only it will give you a true. Meaning, if this was true, it will not print true. It will check for this value also. Okay. If it was true, then only it will give you true. If it was false, it will give you false. Okay. If this was false, it will not directly print false. Meaning, if there is one false, it will give you false. Okay. To summarize, you can say that in AND operator, one false will give you false as output. And in OR operator, one true will give you true as output. Okay. This is the best way you can remember it. In AND operator, even if you get one false, let's say you have written 5, 6 values, you have written it like this also. And you have given another value to check. So it will check for these 3 values now. Okay, but you have not written. So even if your, let's say 100 values are there. So even if 99 values are true, one is false. So it will give you false. Okay. But in the case, so even one false will give you false as the output. And in the OR operator, even if 99 values are false, even if just the one value is true, it will give you true as the output. Okay. This was all about AND OR operator. This is all about AND OR operator. What if we put AND OR operator together? What will be the action? So you will have to put the brackets. If you don't put the brackets, it will give you a mess. Like this. It is, say, let's say it will give you some random outputs. You like to determine the output, it is very difficult. So you will have to put the brackets properly. You will have to put the brackets properly. Like this is for this and this operator only. Okay. And this OR operator should work on the value of this and this. Like that. You can do it. If you're not putting the brackets properly, it will give you a very random output. Yes, you can say that in a way, yes, Kanwal. Next is our assignment operator. So assignment operator are nothing. You have learned about assignment operator. So what is an assignment operator? If I write here int a equal to 10, this equal to is an assignment operator. This equal to is an assignment operator. This meaning the right hand side of the value is being assigned to the left hand side of the value. Okay, this was the assignment operator. Now let us study some of more things. First, tell me what is the output of this thing. 20, right? Because a got overridden. The value of a got overridden, right? It is 29. Simple. It is 29. So now think about it very carefully when I say this. Okay, listen to me very carefully from the starting only. If I write it like this, a plus 10. Okay, if I write a plus 10, what is a plus 10? What is a plus 10? 20, right? It is 20. So that means I can store it inside another variable also, a plus 20, right? I can store it. I can store this inside another variable. Or store means I can put its value, meaning I can put whatever the answer is 10 by this a plus 10, whatever the value is coming, I can write it inside another variable, right? Like this. This means that I'm storing value 10 inside variable a. Okay, I can do that. So what if I store it inside a only? Okay, now don't get confused. This means that how you will read this? It is written here int a equal to 10, meaning the value of a is now 10. Now you will not read it like a equal to. Forget about this part. You will read it like this. A plus 10, meaning 10 plus 10, 20. So 20 is now being written inside a. The value got overridden. Yes, the final value of a now is 20. The value of a got overridden. Just like you can say writing it like this, the value got overridden like this, na? This value got printed. Same way, if I write here a plus 10, that means the above value plus 10 is now being stored inside a. That means the output will be 20. Okay, let me explain this one more time. Don't worry. No problem. So if you have int a equal to 10, then you override it to a equal to 20. Right? So if you print this, okay, if you print a, now if you have a equal to 10, then you write a equal to 20. The value got overridden. The value of 10 got overridden, right? Now the value of a got changed to 20, no matter what it was earlier, but now it is 20. Okay, so if I run this, it will print 20, right? So the value got overridden, right? So same way, instead what I'm writing is, if I write here a plus 10, if I write here a plus 10, so this a means this 10 plus 10 is giving me 20 as the output, right? This is giving me 20 as the output. So I am storing that inside a only. I'm storing that inside a only. So this will be treated as a plus 10. This will be treated as a plus 10. This a 10 plus 10 is now again being stored for whatever the value here. This value will get overridden. This value will get overridden now. to whatever the value of this is. Now we are printing this. That is, it will give you 20 as the output. Let's say if you are writing int a equal to 10, then you are printing it a, then you are like over adding its value a equal to 20, and then I'm printing a. So it will be printed like int a equal to 10, 10 will be printed, then a equal to 20, 20 will be printed. Okay, so I have told you what this looks like. A is equal to a plus something, right? So now in the assignment operator, if I write here int a equal to 10, so now if I write a plus equal to 10, if I write a plus equal to 10, this is a assignment operator. Plus equal to this this eventually means a is equal to a plus 10, meaning whatever the output of a plus 10 is, it will store it inside a only. Okay, this a plus equal to 10 means a is equal to a plus 10. Okay, so if I print its value, what will be the output? 20 will be the output. Okay, so it is like this, it goes like this, that consider the top value first. Okay, consider the top value first, that is, and forget about this thing. Okay, now see this value, it is 10, right? Meaning the box will contain, let me just show it to you in a practical form. Let's say this is your variable a. Okay, this is your variable a. It contains 10 inside it. Okay, now what I am saying is a plus 10. Forget about this thing. Forget about this line, the error one. Okay, it is saying a plus 10. A plus 10 is what? What is the value of a? What is the value of a? A value of a is 10. So 10 will take out, plus 10. Plus 10. It is saying 20. Output of this is 20. Right? It is 20. So you have the 20 output now. Now what is the thing? It is saying store it inside a. Store it inside a. We already had 10 inside a. So this value will get overridden to 20 now. This value will get overridden to 20 now. Meaning a will have 20. So you have to read it like a plus 10. Meaning whatever the value it is giving you, that value will be stored inside a itself again. Okay, now just hold on, one more clear example. This will be easier to understand, right? This will be easier to understand. Int b equal to a plus 10, right? So how you can do this? Whatever the value of a plus 10 is, whatever the value of a plus 10, meaning 10 plus 10, it will be stored inside b and then printed, right? Now you will be getting 20. Now you will be getting 20. But what I was doing here is, I was assigning it back to a only. I was assigning it back to a only. So you don't have to declare another variable. The name of this is not the operator. This is not the operator. Operator is this, plus equal to, whose value is equal to this. Yeah, assignment operator. Assignment operator. So now what is assignment operator? Now what is assignment operator? Assignment operator are just, you can say, the short format of this a equal to a plus. The assignment operator is just a short format for this. If I write here a plus equal to 10, if I write here a plus equal to 10, that means it is just as same as a equal to a plus 10. Okay, this will mean the same thing. A plus equal to 10 will mean a equal to a plus 10. Same, if I write here a minus equal to 10, then what will be the output? What will be the output? Yes, a equal to a minus 10. What is the value of a? 10. Minus 10, 0. So 0 is being assigned to a back again. So the value is 0. Then you can same do it for multiply and divide also, right? You can do in the same way you can do for these two values as well. Multiply and divide. It will work the same way. A equal to a multiply by whatever the value, a equal to a divide by whatever the value. Okay. So this was all about the assignment operator. Assignment operators are used to assign the values. They are used to assign the values. The first one was normal equal to, that is used to assign a normal right hand side of the value to the left hand side, and the rest of the values we just did right now. Okay. Plus equal to, minus equal to, multiply equal to, and divide equal to. Now, what is the next thing that we have is the unary operator. This is an operator. This is an operator. This is the logic. This is the logic. Okay. This is how we created the logic for this. This is the operator. So to explain this thing to you, I created this logic, or this logic was created. But this is the main thing. Okay, this will work in both ways. This logic will work in both ways. So it is like mathematics. You can like a solution can, like a problem can have many solutions. In the same way, you have both of these solutions. Now the next thing is we have unary operator. So what does unary means? Unary means only one. So till now, whatever the operators you have used, they both contained two types of values, right? They both contained, they both contain two operands, meaning A and B, right? Everything contained two operands. Here also it is containing two things, A and 10, right? It is containing two things. Unary operator means it can work on even only one operand. That is why its name is unary. Unary means one. So what does this mean is, let's say you have int a equal to 10. How does this work is, if you write a plus plus, that means the value of a got increased by 1. That means the value of a got increased by 1. So if I print the value, what is the value of a now? What is the output? 11, right? If I write here a minus minus, what is the value now? 9. This was all about unary operator. Okay, this was unary operator. We have completed the operators. The next thing we are going to do is called as if-else statements. We are going to do is if-else statements. So what is an if-else statement? So an if-else statement will only work. Let's say you can say that an if-else statement is a piece of block. It is a piece of block that will only get executed when a certain condition is true. Okay. The if block will only get executed when a certain condition is true. If the condition is false, the block will not work. Okay, the lines of code you have written will not work. So how does this work is, let's say you have int a equal to 20. Let's say int a equal to 17. Okay, so I have to write it like this. If I have to write it like if. Okay, meaning if you understand Hindi, it is like agar. Okay, if. Now give it one opening and closing bracket like this, and you can give below brackets like this. Okay, this is the syntax of this. So how does this work is, you give a condition here, if this condition is true, whatever you write inside this blocks, inside this, that will get executed. If the condition here is false, it will not get executed. Okay, so if I give here, let's say this variable name is age. Okay, so if I'm writing here, if age is greater than 18, if age is greater than 18, I want to print you are an adult. Okay, if age is greater than 18, I want to print you are an adult. Now tell me, if age is is age greater than 18? No, it will not print 0. It will not print 0. It will not print anything. See, it will go here, int a equal to 17. Okay, 17, age is 17. It will say if age is greater than 18. It will say 17 is not greater than 18. So consider that this if block was never here. Consider that if this if block was never here. So it will not print anything. It will not print anything. But if you change the age to, let's say, 20 here, now it is greater than 18, right? And now it will print whatever is inside the if block. That is, you are an adult. Okay, so you can write multiple if statements also. Okay, multiple if statements also, like if my age is greater than 25, I can print you are allowed to, let's say, drink. Okay, now tell me how this will go. If age is equal to 20, is this condition true? Is this condition true? Yes. So it will print you are an adult. You are an adult will be printed. Now, is this condition true? Is this condition true? No. So this will not get printed. This will not get printed. But now let's say my age is 30. Age is 30. Now, is this condition true? Yes. So you are an adult will be printed. Now, is this condition true? Yes, this is also true. So you are allowed to drink. That will also get printed. You are an adult, you are allowed to drink. Okay, both are getting printed. Now, there is one other statement that is known as else statement. That is known as else statement. Okay, in Hindi, if you understand, you can say that if means agar and else means varna. Agar ye, varna ye. Okay, I'm not going to speak Hindi much often because I know you are from the different parts of India and the world. So if this statements, or you can write else. Else will not contain any condition. Else will not contain any condition. And remember that else will only get executed. Else will only get executed if your if condition is false. If your if condition is false, then only your else block will get executed. Okay, so if I write here, you are a child. Okay, that means this else block will only get executed when the value is less than 18. Okay, because this value will fail, so our else block will run. Okay, else block only works when your if condition is not true. So our if condition is not true, it will print the else block. Okay, else block only get executed when your if block fails. But if you have many if statement, all the if statement will work. But else will only work when your if statement fails. Now let us do loops. That is loops. So we will be using loops. So let's say you have to print my name is whatever your name is, let's say XYZ. Okay, you have to print it 100 times. How you are going to approach this? Okay, how you are going to approach this? If you have to print my name is XYZ, how will you approach this? What you can do is, see, a person like me, okay, I will try to write, okay, I will try to write my name is XYZ, and then I will go ahead and again write the condition again, then again write the condition again. But if someone is smart, you guys will say, no, I will not do this. I will do like this. I will just copy and paste it 100 times. So we can do it like this also. We can print it 100 times. So what is the disadvantage of that? See, we cannot do it 100 times. This will take a lot of time. Plus you can keep like you can forget the counting. Like, are you sure you are doing it for the 100 times or not? Right? You will not be sure. Maybe you have done it 102 times or 98 times or 99.01, right? You will not be sure about that. Plus the code will look so bad. Code will look so bad. Again, the same steps repeated. Plus, this was 100 times. What if I'm saying 1,000 times, 10,000 times? How will you do it then? Right? So for that thing, we have created something called as a loop. Java has created something called as loop. So a loop will execute a piece of statement again and again until the condition is true. See, in if block, you only go inside if block when the condition was true, right? You only go inside the loop when condition was true. So same is the case with loop. A loop will execute a piece of statement again and again, whatever is written inside it, again and again until the condition is true. As soon as the condition becomes false, it will go outside of the loop. It will break the loop. Okay, so we have majorly two types of loops which we run in the market. Actually, there are three types of loop in Java, but we are going to cover only two loops which are mostly used in the market. The first one is for loop, and the second one is while loop. Okay, for loop and while loop. If you want to know for the knowledge, the third one is do while loop. But there is not even like there is nothing which you cannot do with while loop that you can do with the do while loop. Okay, so there is not much need of do while loop, so we'll not be learning about do while loop. Okay, we'll be learning about for loop and while loop. There are two types of loops. Okay, so first let us learn about for loop. So the syntax of it goes like this. Okay, syntax of it has three values inside it. Okay, first one is known as initialization. First one is known as initialization, or you can say that the start value. Start value. If I'm saying I want to print something 100 times. If I'm saying I want to print something 100 times, that means I want to print it from 1 to 100, right? Not minus 10 to 100, not minus 20 to 100. I want to print it from 1 to 100, right? So the first part is known as the initialization, meaning from where do you want to start the loop. Okay. The second part is known as the condition. Second part is known as the condition, meaning if the condition is true, then only the code will get executed inside the loop. Second part is condition. And third part is increment or decrement. Okay, so let us understand what it is. So you write it like this, for. Okay, so whatever you write inside this, it will get executed again and again. And the for loop is like divided into three parts: first part, second part, and third part. Okay, how it goes is, you write it like this: int I equal to 0, because we have to start it from 0. What is our task? To print my name is XYZ 100 times. That is our task, right? So to print it 100 times, we are starting it from 0. Okay, from 0. I'm saying that until my value of I is less than 100. Until my value of I is less than 100. And I plus plus. Okay, now let me just explain this code to you. Okay, so how this code works is, first it will read this thing, then it will read this thing, then it will execute the code, then it will go here. Okay, first let me tell it to you one more time, then I will explain the code. First it will take this value, then it will go here, then it will run the code below, then it will go here. Okay, 1 2, then this, then this. Now what is the value of I? What is the value of I? Right, it is 0. Is 0 less than 100? Is 0 less than 100? So as I said, first this value will get executed, then this. If the condition is true, then this will get printed. My name is Karan will get printed on the console screen. Now it is saying I plus plus. I plus plus. What will I plus plus do? What is the value of I now? If we are writing I plus plus. So value of I will become 1. So 1 will come here. 1 is less than 100. That is true. It will again print. Then it will become 2. 2. This is true. Again. Till our value of I is 99. Then I is plus plus will make it 100. 100 is not less than 100. So we will break out of loop. So how many times? How many times will this code run? How many times? Okay, we are breaking out of loop. See. It will print 100 times. It will print 100 times. From 0 to 99. You guys got the 99 right? That it will print it will print till 99. But it is also starting from 0, and it is not starting from 1. So till from 0 to 99 is how many values? 100, right? So it will print it 100 times. Now again, you guys will say, how can I be sure that this is 100 times? Maybe Java is lying to us. Maybe you are lying to us, right? How can we be sure this is printing 100 times? So tell me, what is the one value whose value keeps on changing? What is the one thing whose value keeps on changing? I, right? I's value was 0, then it got 1, then it got 2. So let's say if I print I, what will be the output now? If I print I, what will be the output? From 0 to 99, not 100. Exactly. Starting from 0 to 99, it will print. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 till 99. Okay. While loop. So while loop, you can say, is, how did you turn them into numbers? I just printed the value of I convert. Instead of printing my name is XYZ, I printed the value of I. Because the value of I keeps on changing from 0 to 100, I printed I. So it is printing from 0 to 100. 99. Okay. Now is a turn for while loop. can say that while loop is not much different from the for loop. How while loop runs is, see, in for loop you have initialization condition and this increment all inside the for loop, all inside the loop, right? In while loop, what is the syntax? You do initialization outside, you give the condition like this. While between this, you will give the condition. Between this, you will give the condition. And you will have to do increment in the inside the loop body. How you can run it like int I equal to 0. Int I equal to 0. So if I am saying I less than 100, I less than 100, and I want to print I. So how will it run? How will it run? And then I increase the value also. So how will this run? Int I equal to 0. I equal to 0. So if I write I less than 100, you can say while means jab tak. Okay. I less than 100 means this is true, right? 0 less than 100, this is true. So I will print the value of I. That means 0 will get printed. So 0 will get printed. Now the value of I got increased to 1. Value of I got increased to 1. Right. Now 1 is less than 100. This is also true. So 1 will be printed. Then 2, then 3, then 4 until the condition fails. Okay. In while loop, the initialization is outside, the condition is here, and the increment is inside the body. But in the case of for loop, you do everything inside the loop only, loop here only. Right? Here you do initialization, here you give condition, here you give increment. But here you are doing it in 3 different locations. So this will also print from 0 to 99. So value is 2, then I plus plus will become 3. Same way, if value is 99, I plus plus will make it 100. That means the condition will fail afterwards. First one is, what if I don't put I plus plus? So the thing is if I don't put I plus plus, what that means is my code will go into an infinite loop. Meaning, if int I equal to 0, 0 less than 100, this condition is true. I will print 0. 0 will get printed, right? Since there is no I plus plus, from here the code will go back again upstairs. Again the value of I is 0 only, right? The value of I did not got changed. So 0 is less than 100. Condition true. Again 0 will get printed. Again go down. 0, 0 less than 100. 0 will get printed. So tell me, even after a million billion times, will there be a case when 0 will be greater than 100? Will there be a case when 0 will be greater than 100? No, right? So this will go inside an infinite loop, printing 0 again and again, again and again. Like this. You can see at this side, this is printing again and again. So from here, I can terminate my program because I don't want to print it, like I want to stop the program, so I can stop it from here. Terminate. See how many times it has printed. Okay, decrement. So you can use decrement. Let's say you are starting from 100. You are starting from 100 to 0. So how will you write that? If value of I, that is 100, is greater than or equal to 0, then you can write I minus minus. Okay, you can change the condition. Meaning, value of I is 100 now, 100 is greater than 0, then 100 will be printed. Then I minus minus, 99, 99 greater than 0, 99 will be printed. 98, 99 greater than 0. So it will print from 100 to 0 now. 100 to 0.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
And a equal to str dot length, right? So what is this length? What is this length? This length is known as a method. This length is known as a method. Okay, length is a method. Now you will say, what is a method? So a method is used to do a particular piece of task. A method is used to do a particular piece of task. Like this length method is used to find out the length of the string. Okay. Same way we had str.char at I, which is used to extract character from string. Char at, right? Char at is used to find out a character from a string. So these were string methods. We have array methods also, and these were called as inbuilt methods. These are called as inbuilt methods because these methods are already built to us by Java, right? We don't have to just again and again calculate its value, right? This length method, these are already defined to us by Java. We just have to call them. We just have to call them. Now, you will say that, okay, let me tell you what is the advantage of these methods and why exactly do we use methods? Okay, now let's say there was in Java, there was no method for string. So let's say if this is the if we are given a string, now if we don't know the length, if we cannot run dot length method, then to find out the length of this string, we will have to implement some logic, right? We will have to implement some logic. That's right. From, let's say, from here to here, we created a logic. Are you understanding? If we have to find out the length of this string and we do not have the dot length method, then we'll have to create some logic. Let's say we'll have to use a for loop to find out the length of the string or any other logic. I don't know the logic, but let's say you create a logic, find out the length of the string, and that takes you these many lines. It takes you these many lines to find out the length of the string. You will say, okay, no problem. I can write these many lines. What's the problem? The problem occurs when you have another string. Now you will have, if you will have to calculate its length. How will you calculate? You will again have to give some logic to it. Then again you will have to give a logic to find out the length of this string. So how many times you will give this? This will make our code like a lot bigger, right? This will make our code a lot bigger. So what we can do is we can implement the logic only once and call that logic again and again. Okay, this is what Java has been doing with dot length method. So when we call str.length, So this length method's logic, let's say took 10 lines of space. Okay, let's say it took them 10 lines to write this length method. But once they have created that, we can again and again call it. We can again and again call it. So it will only take us one line now. It will only take us one line to find out the length. For str1 also, it took us one line only. The code redundancy, that there will be no redundancy in the code. We will don't have to write the same things again and again, and our code will look much more cleaner. Okay, so this was inbuilt methods. This was inbuilt methods. But there will be, when you will be doing projects, here also, there will be times when you cannot rely on only the inbuilt methods. You will be making inbuilt methods, but there will be times when you will have to make your own method. When you will have to create your own method, so that you can call that method again and again, so that you will don't have to write that piece of code again and again. So this is one method. This is called as main method. This is known as a main method. Okay, public static void main. This is known as main method, and the code execution starts from here, and code execution ends at here only. Now, what is the name of the class? What is the name of the class? It is written right here. The name of the class is first program. Right. Let me do one thing. Let me create another class, a new class. And let me name it as cars. Now, with this example, you guys will understand much better. You guys will understand much better. Okay. So when I say a method, method means its feature or properties. Okay. If I'm saying about cars, I will be telling you why we are using public static void main. But for now, you just have to, I can say, cram it. Now, when I say about methods you can say are the properties of the class. Now let's say I have one cars method. I have one cars class. Okay. If I have to create my own method, that method will be created inside the class. That method will be created inside the class. Okay, I cannot create a method inside main because main is already a method. We cannot create a method inside a method. So I will be creating it here. Let's say I'm writing it as void. Void. I'll be telling you what is the meaning of void also here. But let's say void. Now give my method a name. Okay, let's say color. Now every method has a opening and closing parentheses like this. This tells that this is a method. So like this. And this is my piece of code. Okay. This is my piece of code. What is it doing? What is this piece of code doing? It is saying color is black. We have one more method that says HP for horsepower. Okay. For horsepower, we have one more method that is HP. Okay. And it says HP is 300. What will be the output of this code? I will be telling you what is the meaning of here public and public. What is the meaning of static and what is the meaning of void? We have defined two methods. Okay, we have defined two methods, that is color and HP from main. So I will go into main from here. I will see nothing is here. I will come here. Okay, I will come here. I will see nothing is there. The code is ending here. So what will happen? Nothing will be printed. I will come here. I will see that there is nothing in here. So nothing will be printed. Now you will say, what is the purpose of this void color and void HP, right? Why we are writing this? What is the meaning if they are not being executed? So tell me, when did the length method got executed? The length method for the string that got executed when we called it, right? When we called it str.length, then only it got executed. There are thousands of methods in Java. When you run a program, all thousands of methods don't get like automatically run, right? They don't get automatically run. When you run your program, you have to call them. You have to call the method. Like you called the length method, same way, you will have to call these methods as well. You will have to call these methods as well, then only you will get their value. Then only you will get their value. Okay. Now, I will be telling you something about classes and objects. I will be telling you something about classes and objects. Then I will tell you how you can call this color and HP method. Okay. Now, let's say my name is Karan and let's say Aarti, Bharat, Kanwal, and Mahesh, Mohammed Ayub, Numa, Priyanka, Sachin, Upasna, and okay, how what we can say that we are real life entities, right? We all are real world entities. Can you agree on that? But when I say we all classify as humans. We all classify as humans. Now, is human something real? If I say just human, is human term something real? Human is something how we classify ourselves. That we are human. But human is not something real. You and I are real, right? Human is just how we classify ourselves, how we differentiate ourselves, right? If I say, let's say this laptop, this microphone or my headset or charger, all these things are real world entities. I'm not talking about living beings. I'm talking about real world entities. That means that which is present. Okay. But how we can classify them? I can classify them as electronic gadgets. I can classify them as electronic gadgets. Now, electronic gadgets is not something real. If I just say electronic gadgets, it is just a way of classifying this laptop or my headphone, right? You can say it is not a real world entity. It is something how we classify ourselves, right? Same way, let's take another example. Let's say dogs, cats, mouse, elephant. All these things are real. All these things are real, right? But you can say you classify all of them as animals, right? You can classify them as animals. Now, animals is not something real, but how you can classify them as animals, right? The reality. Let me make it little bit easier. You are a real world entity, right? Real world entity does not mean I'm talking about living being. Okay. If I say Kanwal, you are a real world entity, meaning something you can, let's say, touch. Okay. You are a real world entity. My Karan is a real world entity. Okay. We both are real world entities. But if I say we both classify as humans, we both classify as humans. Now, humans is not something real. Humans is just something we say that we all classify ourselves as humans, that we both are humans. Can you touch humans? I'm not saying talking about some random people, but can you touch humans? Humans is something how we classify ourselves. If I'm talking about, let's say here, cars. If I'm talking about cars here, okay, cars are not real world entities. Let's say your Maruti Suzuki Desire. Okay, that is a real world entity. Or you can say your Mercedes Benz ABC model, that is a real world entity. But if I'm just saying cards, cards is how you define them, that they all together, these all things together, things which have 4 wheels and 4 seats and have an engine, they all together are called as cars. This is how you classify them. Okay, so this is classes. And when I say objects, so we all are objects, classes is not something real, cards, these all things are not real, but we are real, right? If in the case of cars, all those actual cars, that is, let's say I was talking about Maruti Suzuki something model or Mercedes model or BMW ABC model, let's say, these all are the real world things. So these are called as the objects. Yes, class define the objects. Okay, now where does this method come? In place? These methods are the properties of the class. Now, what are the properties? If I'm talking about cars, cars have color, cars have horsepower, cars have a particular shape. If I'm talking about humans, humans have brain. Humans have 2 arms and 2 legs. So these are the properties. Of all our humans. You and I have all these properties. So let's say humans have all these properties, but the object is actually that I, Karan, is an object and all of you are object. It might get a little bit confusing, but let's try to do the practical stuff and maybe we'll understand better. Now, this is the name of the, can you tell me what is the name of the class here? What is the name of the class? Cars, and we have 2 methods, color and HP. So if you have to, I told you that the code execution starts from here and it ends at here. That means we'll have to call these methods here in the main. We have to call these methods in the main. How would we do that? So in order to do that, we will have to create the object of the class. How you will create the object of the class? You will create it like this. Cars, name of the class. Then you will have to give it a name. Let's say I'm giving it name as Maruti Suzuki Desire. Okay, I think the spelling is wrong, but no worries. So this is the name of my class. This is the name of my object. Equal to new. The name, again you have to write the name of the class like this. Now your object name is this, and you have defined your object. Now with the help of this, you can call these methods, that is color and HP. You can call these things, that is color and HP. How would you call them? You will write the name of the object dot, let's say you want to call the color, so you will write color. You can see that it is automatically coming in suggestions, color. Hit enter. Again, name of your object dot HP now. HP. Now our code execution will come here. It will say, okay, you're starting from the main. What you are doing? You're making an object of the class. New cars is this whole line is how you define an object, how you create an object. New is a keyword here. So when an object is created, you were creating, let's say, int a is equal to something, string something. So that was taking some space, right, in the memory. So new keyword, when you are making an object also, an object will take some space in the memory. So this new keyword is used to allocate that space in the memory. So you will have to learn this, the name of the class, name of the object equal to new name of the class and brackets like this.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the difference between a where clause and a having clause in SQL? And your options are: where is used for filtering rows while having is used for filtering groups. Where is used for joining tables while having is used for aggregating data. Where is used for sorting data while having is used for searching patterns. Where is used for updating data while having is used for deleting data. Mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Now, with the help of the object, you can call all the methods which are above. Now, what will be the output? Let's say you can, in the comments, you can write this as 1, this as 2. What all things will be run between 1 and 2? Right. Both of these things will run because with the help of my object, I'm calling both these methods, that is color and HP. When I said you all were saying that, yeah, what is the need of this color and HP, right? What is the need of this color and HP? I can just copy this and paste it in here, right? What is the need of making this method and then printing the statement and then calling it? It is taking more time, right? What is the need of this? As I said, let's take one example here only. Okay, if I'm writing string str equal to my name is Karan. Okay, if I'm writing string str equal to my name is Karan. Okay, now what is this string doing? Nothing. But if I say I write str dot length, if I write here str dot length, now this str dot length, again I know I'm repeating this same things. str dot length, you see that so trouble occurs when you have two strings. Let's say I had one string like this, that says my name is Karan. Okay, and I'm calling this method str dot length. Now do you guys see a similarity between this and this, right? Or this, you see it, right? That this actually is a object. This actually was a object of our string class. What is the meaning of that? This string class has a lot of methods inside it. This string class has a lot of methods inside it that you can call. One of these methods is length. What length method is doing? It is giving you the length of the string. Okay, it is calculating, and then it is giving you the length of the string, so that you don't have to calculate it yourself. Now, what I am doing here with this cars class, I am printing color is black. Length is a method. Yes, you can say a feature of the class, because methods are feature, you can say a feature. Okay, So what I'm doing with my color, what I'm doing here, I am printing color is black. So this is just an example. This is just an example. I could have been calculating something. Let's say I could have been calculating area of something, area of a square. Okay, how would you calculate as area of square? You would do side into side and then print its value, right? So how you calculate the area of square? So it took you 3 lines of code with this color and HP. Now this is only taking 1 line of, like, this is only printing color is black. So you will be like, I can just print it downwards. But this could have been a 10 lines of code or 20 lines of code that you could call in here with only this line. Okay. Same way, like this length method could have been a 10-20 lines of method in the backend of Java. You're just calling it with the help of str.length. Okay, same way you can create your own methods. Now let's say I had, so to define it better, if I'm saying this mz desire color, okay, if I will call this method, it will print all of these 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of code now. It will print these 4 lines of code now, right? Because we are making an object of the class, then we are calling the color. So when I call this color, it is printing this color is black 4 times. So color is black will be printed 4 times. Okay. Now again, if I call this again, let's say second time. Now what will happen? Again, these 4 lines of code will be called. Again, these 4 lines of code will be called. Okay. Now it will print 8 times. Again, if I write md desired color, this will print it 16 times. So what is the advantage of methods? With only one line, I can call everything in the method. Okay. With only one line of code, I can call whatever is inside my method, whether it is 1 line or 100 lines, that everything will be called with only 1 line. So this was one of the features of methods. So in loops, you defined it like how many times the value should be printed, right? What is happening when you're calling mz desire color? Okay, you're calling, so this statement will take you, let's say your JVM will come here, or it will say, okay, you're calling the color method. Where is the color method? It will say, it will go upstairs and it will go here. This is your color method, right? What is this color method doing? It is printing color is black 1 time, color is black 2 times, color is black 3 times, and color is black 4 times. So it is printing color is black how many times? It is printing 4 times. Okay, it printed 4 times. Okay, now again, what I'm doing in line number 21, again it print 4 times. Then in again line number 22, again it is running 4 times. So you understand that with the help of only one line, I can call whatever is written inside this method again and again. This is the advantage of methods. You don't have to write everything again and again. You can just call it. Now I'm just here printing anything. Let's say I was calculating something, and after the calculation, I could just have the value. So I don't have to again and again calculate it here in the main. I could write the formula of how to calculate, and I can just call it. This is the advantage of method. Now, if we have, now what is the name of my class? It is shapes, right? It is shapes. Now, if I write here void area, okay. Now there is one more thing. Now things will get little bit more confusing, but I want you to stay here only. Okay. This is the most complex thing which we are going to do. If you are able to understand this, then you will be able to understand everything. This is one method, area of the class shapes. Okay. Now give it a name. Let's say obj I'm giving because it is an object. Now shapes obj equal to new shapes. Now if I have to call the area, what would I do? I will write obj.area, right? So if it was a normal thing, let's say it was printing, if it was printing area of, let's say, shape is 50. Okay, let's say it is printing area of shape is 50. And then I call obj.area. So what it will print? Area of shape is 50, right? It is saying it is making an object of class shape, then it is calling obj.area. What is obj.area? So what is the area method doing? When we go into area method, it is saying area of shape is 50. So it will print area of shape is 50 one time. So you have obj.area, which will call this area. But are we actually calculating the area? Are we actually calculating the area 50? No, right? Like the length method in the string, was actually calculating the length of the string, right? Like how many characters are there in the string, and then it was giving it to us, right? That length method was actually calculating. But are we calculating? No, we are not calculating. We are just writing area of shape is 50. And we think, okay, but how to actually calculate? Should we learn how to actually calculate this? Okay, let us learn how to actually calculate. So tell me, what is the area of square? What is the area of square? What is the formula of an area of square? Area of square is side into side. Meaning if one side is 4, then the area of this square will be 16, right? If one side is 4, then area is 16. It is clear. Okay. Now let's say this 4 is of what data type? Integer. Exactly, it is of type integer. So I am in here. This is known as parameters. Whatever I write here, these are known as parameters. What is it called? Can you repeat after me? Parameters. Okay. I am giving a parameter here. One parameter I am giving. Let's say int side. You can say this parameter is also known as, here is a variable. I am giving here a variable inside these brackets. Okay, I am kind of giving a variable. This variable does not have any value right as of now, does it? I have not written it as int side equal to 10, 20. I have not given it, right, till now. I have just given it int side. Now what I am saying is system.out.println side into side. Now this is the formula of area of square, right? This is the formula of area of square, side into side. Now understand this thing. When I will be calling this area, and I give here, let's say 5. If I give here 5, so what will happen? This 5 will go inside this area, this side. This 5 will go inside this side. Now what is the value of side? 5. You can say that it has become something like this. Int side equal to 5. Okay, int side equal to 5. It has become something like this. Now I am printing. What I am printing? Side into side. What I am printing? Side into side. 5 into 5. What is the value of it? Exactly. It is 25, right? So when I will call this obj.area, it will print us 25. Okay. Again, if I write here obj.area and I give here 10 and I give here 10. Now, what are the two things that will get printed? So this obj.area, when I'm calling obj.area, this 5 will go inside this side and it will print 25. This area, it is saying that you are passing 10 here. Now the sides value got overridden from 5 to 10 now. From 5 to 10 now. So this has become 10. 10 into 10 is 100 and we are printing it. So it will print 25 and 100. 25 and 100. Now are you understanding why we make a method? Okay. So we make methods so we don't have to write this again and again. Now this one again, we are writing side into side. We can call the methods. We can call the method again and again. I only defined this one time, but I can call this again and again with different values. Just like with string.length, I can call it for different strings. I can call it for different values, 5, 10, 15, whatever the value is. I can calculate it now, right? This is a part of object-oriented programming. It is part of one of the concepts that is called as method overloading. So it goes something like if you make another method area and give two parameters, let's say void area. Okay, and you give two parameters, let's say one is length, comma, one is breadth. And what is it doing? What is it doing? It is printing len star breadth. Now you will say that I am calling area. When you are calling an area method, and you are giving only one parameter, so this one parameter matches this one or this one. This one, right? If you're only giving one parameter, this matches this parameter, right? This one parameter cannot match two parameters here, right? This one parameter matches this parameter only. But if I give here two parameters, 10 and let's say 20. Now, even if the name of the method is same, area and area, this has two methods. Now it will call this method, this one area. So it will give you 10 into 20. Okay. And we can make another method with the same name, area only. And don't give it a parameter. So if we don't give it a parameter, we cannot basically calculate a value. Okay. This is printing, I do not have any parameters. Okay. Now this 5 is matching to this side. Okay. So this area cannot call this area. This area cannot call any of these area. So if I have to call this above area, I do this by don't giving it any parameters like this. Okay. See here also there are three options. One is a normal one is with two methods, and one is with one method. Okay. So if I'm calling this like this last option will go in here and print this statement. Within the methods, you can do anything you want to calculate or do any task you want. You can give loops, you can give if else or anything you want. Make a method as big as possible. Okay. Let's say if I am writing here obj.area and let's say maximum parameters are how much? 0, 1 and 2, right? If I give here 3 parameters, 3, 4, if I just give here 3, 4, it will call this parameter. It will call this method. Okay, length spread. But if I give here one more parameter, let's say 6, it is giving me an error. The method it is saying is undefined. That you are trying to give 3 integer type values. You're trying to give 3 integer type values, but there is no method that can take it 3 integer type values. So I must remove this. Now again, one more thing. What is this void? What is this void and why we are writing void again and again in front of our method? Right? Why we are writing void again and again? What is the meaning of this void? Now this void means return type. This void means return type. Now what is return type? When you were calling this, again I'm taking this example again and again. When you were calling string.length, what was it doing? What was it doing to you? It was giving you the length of the string, right? It was giving you the length of the string. Am I right? It was giving you the length of the string. Was it printing the length of the string? Was it printing the length of the string? We were printing. Let me show it to you. Let me remove these things also. Okay. If I give here string str equal to, okay, let's say I taken my name. If I'm writing str.length, okay, and I'm trying to run this, it will not give me anything on the screen. It is not giving me anything on the screen. What I was doing, I was writing it like this, right? Int a equal to str.length, and then I was printing a, right? So is this str.length printing anything on its own? When I'm calling this str.length, is it printing anything? No, it is not, right? It is just giving you the value, right? It is just giving you the value. So you can say that it is returning a value. This str.length is returning you a value, an integer value, a calculated value. It is just returning you a value. So when I write here void, and then write area, that means void means there is no return type. Void means there is no return type, meaning I cannot return a value. But let's say I want to return a value. I don't want to print it this time. I don't want that it should be printed. Like the length function, like the length method, I want that I should only get the value. So how would I do that? Instead of void, you can write here int. Now what this int means, it should return a value. It should return a value like the length method. So if I give here one parameter, int, let's say side. So instead of printing this time system.out.println area into area, what I am doing is I am writing int a equal to side star side. Now this a will have the area, right? This a will have the area, right or wrong? This a will have the area, right? Now if I write here return a, I'm writing here return a. I'm not printing anything. I'm just writing return a. Okay. How would I make the object of this class? By writing this class name obj equal to new class name. Okay, how would I call the area method? By obj dot area, and give it a parameter here, let's say 10. Now what exactly is happening here? When I'm calling this obj dot area, this 10 will go inside this side, because this area looks like this. So this 10 will go inside this side, meaning side is equal to 10 now. Okay, I'm declaring one more variable, int a equal to side into side. What is the value of side? 10. So 10 into 10, 100. Meaning a will have 100 now. And I'm writing return a, meaning I am returning the value 100. I'm returning the value 100. No, right, I did not print anything. Even if I run this, nothing will be displayed. Okay. So this return means if I write it like this, int, let's say len equal to obj.area. This means that whatever the calculated value of this obj.area of 10 will be, it will go in here, it will give you a value that is 100. That will come inside this len now. And I can go ahead and print this len. When I'm writing here void, okay, I cannot return anything. Meaning I will have to print the area like this. Like obj dot area. Okay. So this will automatically print the area. How will it print automatically? If I'm calling obj.area 8, 8 will go inside this side, right? Now side into side, 8 into 8 is 64. 64 will be inside A now. And then we are printing 64. Now let's say I don't want to print it now. I just want the value. I don't want to print it. That whatever you calculate from this method, I just want its value. How would you do this? Instead of void, tell me, this calculated value side into side is of type integer, right? It is of type integer, right? So I can write here int, meaning this will return, this can give me an integer value. This will return me an integer value. How? Instead of printing this a on the console, I am just returning a. Now this means that when I call this obj.area, it will calculate me the area of 8 of this 8 into 8, 64. This will calculate it to me, and it is returning it. Instead of printing, it is returning, means it is giving it back, meaning this obj.area is equal to 64 now. Like if I give here int len equal to, this is something like this, int len equal to 64. Okay, now let me break it down that how this thing is equal to this thing now. Okay, what is the obj.area? When you call this obj.area, what will happen? This 8 will go inside this side, right? side into side 64, and you're getting 64, meaning 64 will be written here like this. Meaning 64 will be written here like this. And you are storing it inside another variable, len. So you can say that effectively this line means this line. Int len equal to 64. You are not printing anything, you are just getting the value inside another variable. Now this will be easier thing. This will be much easier thing to do now. This will not involve any methods. Okay. So you guys will be able to understand everything which I'm going to do now. Everything I will do in main now. Okay. How to get input from user. Right. How to get input from user. Right. So what exactly input from user means? So let's say I write here int a equal to 10. Int a equal to 10. Okay. Okay. This line will print give a side value to get its area. Okay. This will be printed on the console screen. Give a side value to get its area, meaning the side of the square. Okay. Now if you write here int side equal to 10, int side equal to 10. Okay. How will you calculate its area? How will you calculate the area of the side? You can just go ahead and write like this. Side into side, right? Side star side. Now what will happen? What will happen if I run this? It will print you system.out.println give me area of the give a side value to give its area. Give a side value to give its area, right? And side value was given 10. So you printed 10 into 10, that is 100. That is 10 into 10, 100. Now the thing is, I want that this side value should be given by user. The side value should be given by user. When you are using a calculator, you give the values na, that I want the side into side, let's say 5 plus 7. You give the two values, right? Calculator does not give a value to yourself. It automatically does not give you 10 into 10. You give two values, right? 10 into 10. That these two values I want the square of or multiplied. So I want that this value, this 10, should be given by user. So how can we do that? How can we do that? To do that, we have to write two lines. We have to write two lines. Okay. First is this line, scanner SC equal to new scanner system.in. When this is giving an error right now, hover over it and go to import. Go to import. This will import a line for you like this. Now, this is one line. You can cram it for now. That scanner SC equal to new scanner system.in. Okay. This thing you have to write. Now, you want that. You want a user to give an integer value, right? You want that. You are writing here, give a side value to get its area. Now, side value will be an integer value, right? If you want a side value from the integer, so from a user, that will be of integer type. So if it will be of integer type, I have to store it inside an integer. I have to store it inside an integer, right? So I will be storing it inside this integer that says int side. Okay, that says int side. Now, how can I, instead of just writing this 10, how can I take input from the user instead of this 10? I will have to write here this thing SC dot. What I want a integer value, right? So I will write SC dot next int. I will write sc.next int. This means I will be taking an integer value from the user and putting it inside the side variable. Now, whatever the user will be entering an integer value, that will be inside the side. Now we will be printing the side. How will it happen? It is saying give a side value to get its area. Okay, let's say I'm writing here 21. So now this 21 is happening because of this sc.nextInt. And if I'm writing here 21, this 21 will go inside this side. 21 will go inside this side. Now, what is happening? I'm printing side into side, meaning 21 into 21. If I hit enter, it will give me 10 to n into 21. 441. Okay. This is how you take an input from the user. This is the basic libraries java.utils that will contain many classes inside it. Okay, if it contains many classes inside it, that means it will contain a lot of methods that you can use, like this this double method or sc.next double next integer methods. All these methods will be there, and all other things, many other things will be there. So to use them, you will have to import this util. Util contains many things inside it. So if you want to take a string value, let's say you want to take a string value. So how you can take a string value? You can say here, give your name. Okay. Now I will write here string because a user is going to pass a string value. So we will have to store it inside a string, right? String str equal to now sc dot next. Either you can use only sc dot next, it will take a string value, or see if I just give it like Karan, that is a string value, right? That will work with sc dot next. But if I have to give a very big string value, like my name is Karan and I am a ABC here and here, okay, then I will have to write it like this, sc dot next line. So now user will be entering whatever the user will be entering, that will be stored inside str, and then I am printing out your name is str, whatever the value of str will be. Okay, if I run this, it is saying give me your name. I'm giving it as it is saying your name is okay. System.in parameter particularly is used for taking an input from user only. Okay, so in no other scenarios, in normal classes and object scenario, you will never have to use system.in parameter. So for taking an input from user only, you will use system.in parameter. Okay, let's say with that cars example, this, right? So you will have to take a parameter here first, like this int HP. Okay, now HP is, I'm just not giving a value here, and I'm here. So whatever value will come here, that will be printed. So you can take a string, hover over it and import it. Now you can give it, okay, and give it like int HP equal to 200. So while calling this HP method, that is dot HP, you can give here this HP value. I'm giving it here A. So you can give here this A value. So what exactly will happen? This HP, when you're calling this HP method and you're passing this A, this will go inside here and it will print HP is whatever you pass from below. Okay. Now instead of this 200, I can write here sc dot next int. So first it will ask you to take an input. Let's say I am giving 150. It will say HP is 150. Okay. This public means that the class is visible to all other classes. This class is visibility, that this class is visible to all other classes. So I can use this class's methods somewhere else also, if it is public. What is the meaning of public? Here also, we define the main method always as public. Okay, so that this main method is visible, to every other method. Okay, because you will have to, because your code execution starts from here, so it should be visible. Again, I'm just like not saying static for 1 minute now. Void, you know that void is the return type. Void is the return type, right? A main method does not return anything, right? Main method cannot return anything. What will it return to? Main itself? No, right? Main method, that is why, cannot return anything. So it is void. Main is the name. String args. It is a parameter for command line. Okay. When you don't want to run your program from here, if you want to call your main method directly from the command prompt, it will be in form of an array. This is a form of array, right? The symbol of array. So this string args means the name of the array is args. It is of type string array. It is a string array. So we'll have to pass parameters of string array so to call a main method directly. We don't generally use these things while making a project. So like calling a main method directly. So and the last thing is static. How do I explain static? Okay, let's take. So you can say that static basically means you cannot make an object and call this. You cannot make an object of the class, that is cards, and call this main method. Okay, you see, this is main method, right? This is main method. This is also method color method, and this is the HP method, right? So, and this main is also inside cards, right? So if you were to say that cards, where is it? Let's say I make one method cards obj equal to new cards. See, I can call this obj dot color. I can call it, and I can call, let me just remove this. I can call this HP method also, obj dot HP, right? But I cannot call a main method obj dot main. You will have to give it a proper parameter. So what will happen is this will go inside a, you can say, a loop. So you cannot do this. You cannot do this. So that is why we are using static. Okay, because you don't want to make with the help of object, you don't want to call this main method. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
All right, so let's get started. As promised, we'll start from the very basics. First of all, we need to understand a bit of a background, right? I mean, what we build is we build applications, correct? We build applications that are used by the users. We build websites, we build online platforms. So what we do is we build applications or websites, right? And obviously for certain business use cases, for certain requirements that we might have to make the life of our end users a little more easier. It could be for any specific reason, right? Some examples could be like the Amazon, right, which helps us in shopping online, right? We don't have to walk into a store to shop. We easily can shop from the comfort of our home, right? Facebook, where we don't have to call a friend or talk to a friend to stay connected. We can always stay connected on the social media, right? Google helps you explore a lot of things, right? Again, from the comfort of your home. Now, all these websites, right? What they do is they usually are connected to a database in the background, okay? So they are always connected to a database which feeds them with data, right? Any data that you see on Amazon, for example, right? The product information, the detail information, right? For example, let's take Amazon, right? If you take Amazon, what is its core operation? It helps us connect the millions of buyers across the world to thousands of sellers that are there, right? Now, in order for Amazon to perform its core operation, it needs certain information, isn't it? What kind of information are we talking about? To start with, it might need buyer's information, like the name, the address, the payment information, the contact information, right? So on and so forth. Similarly, it would also need the seller information. Seller information again includes name, address, payment information, contact information. What are the products that they sell, right? Again, they would also need to have or store the product information. Product information could be the name, the description, the cost, the discount, right? All of these stuff. Now, all of these information that a website or an application would need to perform its core operation, which is this, is referred to as required information, right? So you'll see two types of information, right? You'll see two types of information stored in any of the database that is built or that is created for an application. One of it is the required information, right? Which is basically the core information that an application would need to perform its primary responsibility. In this case, Amazon has to connect, like it has built a platform which helps us connect, where it connects millions of buyers across the world to thousands of sellers, right? And all of these are the information that it would really or essentially require to function. This was a very fascinating thing. I think this was very relevant during my graduation days. I graduated in the year 2013. Okay, and this was a hit back then. Okay, this was like this for people who are not really aware. This was a social media website. Okay, it was a social media platform, and you'd be surprised to know that it coexisted with Facebook for some time. Coexisted in the sense Facebook was there and Orkut was also there. And there was, so you know how in Facebook we have a wall concept today? We have the concept of wall, right? Where anyone can post anything and it'll be visible, but not unless you approve. In Orkut, there was no concept of chat. Okay, there was a concept of wall, but there was no concept of chat. So anyone who would want to talk to you should post on your wall and you reply on their wall, basically. Okay, and we used those messages that we post were called as scraps. Okay, I remember the most popular student at college was the one who had the most number of scraps. And in order to achieve it, we used to talk to students at college who we never spoke to face, just to increase the number of scraps. But anyways, the point here is Facebook was there, but Orkut was clearly leading the market. Yeah. There was another instance. How many of you have heard of Yahoo? How many of yours first email account was on Yahoo? How many of you use your Yahoo account now? Do any of you use your Yahoo account? Correct, right? I had my first account on Yahoo. Yahoo was again coexisted with Google for a certain amount of time, right? In fact, there was a time when Yahoo was supposed to acquire Google. I might be wrong, but this is what I heard. There was a point in time where Yahoo was supposed to acquire Google, and I think the finances didn't work out and they chose to back out. They chose to back out. Imagine where Google is now, what Google is now compared to Yahoo. Orkut shut down in the year 2014 or 15, I'm not really sure. Google is, I don't know how many number of times huge than what Yahoo is today. What really went wrong with applications like Orkut or Yahoo? There was, during this time, okay, I would say during the 2010 to 2013 or 15, there was this very nice revolution. There was this very nice revolution, I would say, that came into the industry, which is user experience. This was a revolution. I mean, see, talking about social media, there were a bunch of social media platforms. Talking about search engine or email engine, there was a ton of such platforms available. Now, what made companies like Google, Facebook stand out was, other than performing their core operations, they spent a lot of time on understanding the user's needs, okay, the user's expectations. I'll give you an instance, okay? I was shopping on Amazon the other day. It's been like 8-10 months. I got my iPhone from them, iPhone 12. Now, people, including me, often get very excited by buying new stuff. And in the excitement of buying a new iPhone, I clicked on next, paid my, selected my address, almost was about to do my payment and place my order. That is when I see a section that says frequently bought together. Now in here, I was told by Amazon that, hey, you might want to buy a power adapter along with the iPhone that you're buying. You might have to buy a power adapter along with the iPhone that you're buying. Why? Because most of the people who have bought an iPhone have bought a power adapter. And I did some research. And what I found was, that the iPhone, recent ones, doesn't come with a power adapter. It makes absolute sense. I'm not on screen guard back cover. I usually don't buy them. But this made more sense. This is what user experience is about. I'm in the mood for some Chinese, for example, but I don't want to go out and ask people which is a good Chinese, where can I find a good Chinese restaurant nearby? What do? I use the near me feature available on Google. Have you seen it when you say Chinese restaurants near me or biryani outlets near me? It gives you the good review or well proposed places in and around you, right? Very near to your location. This is user experience. You bump to a friend at a mall after, let's say, 10 years. You exchange numbers. Now, I don't usually exchange numbers with people whom I don't want to stay connected with. Okay, I don't usually stay connected with. I mean, I don't exchange numbers. So if I've exchanged numbers, then I'm sure that I would connect with him or her. Now I come back home, I'm scrolling Facebook, and there is a section there that says people you may know. Everyone would have noticed this, right? In there, I would see my friend's profile appearing. Now, is this a coincidence that on the same day on which I meet my friend in a mall, coincidentally, I get his profile's recommendation on my Facebook? Not really. I would have at some point in time granted contact info access to Facebook. I would have granted my location info access to Google. I let Amazon use my sales information to provide a rich user experience to the users. Now, in order to provide a rich user experience to the users, okay, in a way, they need certain other information to be stored, like sales information, location information, contact information, search information. What are you searching for? What, for example, I use a lot of Quora, right? Whenever I have to search for something, I usually go for a Quora answer rather than going to any other website. Or I always also prefer Reddit, right? I don't know if you're aware, but Quora and Reddit are like Q&A platforms which I find quite helpful, right? So now when I search for something, automatically the Quora links come on the top compared to the rest, right? That is all a part of user experience. And for that, it needs to store certain information, and these information are referred to as related information. The application might not need them directly to perform the application's core operation, but need to provide a rich user experience to the users, so the users keep coming back and using their applications. Imagine the number of users using such applications and the amount of information that gets generated. Huge, right? Crazy amount of information that gets generated. But we need a platform. We always needed a platform where we could store and manage these information. Now, information could be as simple as saying Dinesh is training a batch of what? 70 people. Wonderful. 70 people. My God. Okay. So Dinesh is training a batch of 70 people on SQL Server development at 8 p.m. IST on Zoom. Now, this is a piece of information. Now, is everything in this information important? Not really. Only certain data points from this information is important. Data points in the sense, it could be Dinesh, 70 people, 8 p.m. IST, SQL Server development. These could be the data points. The rest could be ignored, right? So very important for us is to extract data from information. Very important. Now, once we extract data from information, that is when you need a platform to store and manage them. Okay, and that is when we come across a platform that lets us store and manage the data called as DBMS, which stands for Database Management System. Sorry if I keep coughing, okay? I have a very bad cold, so I apologize for that. Very sorry. Okay, so the first system that we have is called as the DBMS. Now, in DBMS, the data that we extract or the data that we want to store out of our applications is stored in the form of files. Okay, the data is stored in the form of files. Okay, now how do we store data in the form of files? For example, let's suppose I have to store and manage data for an organization. Okay, so what do? I create a folder. I create a folder for the organization. Get it? Now, inside an organization, I'll have multiple departments, correct? Like I'll have a software department, I'll have an admin department, I'll have a HR department, I'll have a payroll department. Now, each of these will be subfolders inside my organization folder. So I'll have 4 subfolders, each representing one department. Now, let's suppose I have 3 employees working in the software department. Let's say Dinesh, John, and Smith. What I'll have is I'll have 3 files, text files, each corresponding to one employee, which will store their respective details. Like Dinesh.txt will store the data related to Dinesh, like the first name, last name, designation, department, salary, manager details, everything related to Dinesh, you will find it in Dinesh.txt. Similarly, all details related to John, you'll find in John.txt. All details related to Smith, you'll find in Smith.txt. Similarly, if I have 2 employees, let's say Santosh and Leo are 2 employees in my HR department, I'll have 2 files for each employee again, one per each employee, which will contain the data related to those employees. This is how we store the data in the form of files. Neeraj, it is in the form of files. Okay, I'll tell you about the concept where we store data in tables a little later. Okay, so Akash, it is yes, .txt is a text file, right? Is an extension for your text file. Let me show you how it actually works. So here, if I let me just do this. All right. So here, you see, I have an organization folder. Okay, and inside this I have multiple subfolders, that is for each department. Right now, let's say software department has 3 employees, Dinesh, John, and Smith. I have 3 files for one per each employee. Okay, I have one for Dinesh, one for John, one for Smith, and each of these files will contain the data about that specific employee. Okay, the same applies for employees in the HR department. Let's say I have 2 employees in the HR department, Leo and Santosh. I'll have 1 file per employee, and it will contain the information of the data about that particular employee.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the purpose of the order by clause in SQL? And your options are to specify the table to be queried, to filter rows based on a condition, to sort the results set in a specific order, to group the results set by a specific column. Mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Now, if you notice in here, right, there might or might not be relationship between files. Okay, guys, I have PowerPoint presentations for this, so don't worry, I'll share this with you. Okay, end of the session today. There might or might not be relationship between the files. For example, do you think there is a certain level of relationship between these 2 files, or certain level of relationships between these 3 files? Yes, there is. They all belong to the same department, correct? Yeah, I mean, all are employees, but to be more specific, they belong to the same department. Now, let's say tomorrow I have a employee called X joining the software department. Okay, I have an employee called X joining the software department. Now, can I place that file in here? I can, because there is nothing in a file explorer. There's nothing in a file explorer, no rules or no constraints. No rules or constraints can be applied on a file explorer that would prevent me from adding this file to the HR folder. So if I diligently maintain, only then I can maintain relationship between the files. One file placed wrongly in the folders will cause my entire relationship to go for a toss. Okay, one small mistake here and there, and my entire relationship goes for a toss, because clearly we cannot apply any rules. Now, unless there are no rules or constraints that prevents such misplace from happening, okay, there's nothing that you can do. Next, coming to how can we share this data? Let's say post, this is how we store it, right? How can we share this data? Let's say I want to share it with my colleagues. Now in File Explorer here, you have an option to share your folder on the network. That means you can right click, for example, let's say you have to share the organization data, right? What do? You right click on your folder, okay, store the data in the folder, right click, go to properties. Here you have an option of sharing. Okay, now here I've already shared this. So, but if you haven't, you can click on share, and it'll, when you click on share, it'll generate a path like this. Okay, it'll generate a path like this. Now all that you have to do is share this path with whoever you want to access this data, right? Whoever should be accessing the data, you can share this path with them. Okay, now once they open it, it'll open on the network. You see here, it'll open on the network. But does that mean anyone whom I share this will be able to open it? So we share data using, we call these as network folders, okay, or shared folders. Okay, so folders that we share on the network is what we use to share our data. Now, can anyone access these network or shared folders? No, not everyone. There are two criteria to be met. One, if I am sharing my folder, you should be connected on the same intranet as I am. Okay, you should be connected on the same intranet or the same network. Okay, the network should be same. Second of all, you should be provided access. Okay, access should be there. How do we provide access? If you go to the folder here, now obviously when you click on share, it will, and click on share, it will generate a path like this, right? It'll generate a path like this. Now, if you go to advanced sharing, this is from where you can control the permissions. Okay, sorry, not this one. If I go in here, for example, if I show you this, let me go to properties, sharing, advanced sharing. There you go, you see, permissions. Now in permissions, currently everyone has all the permissions, right? Everyone has all permissions, full control, change and read. When I say everyone on the same network as I am. Okay. Now, if I do not want everyone to have access, I would just remove this and add specific users from here. Again, can I add anyone? For example, can I add any one of you? No. Again, I can only add people who are on my network. All right. So this is how we would share the files. We would share the folder, and they can access the data via the folder that I'm sharing. Now, another thing that you must have noticed is when I was showing you the permissions, let me show you again. Do you notice how we have only two types of permission, change and read? Okay, change it with, so when I give someone change permission, they can do anything that they want on the folder. They can add files, remove files, edit data, everything. So there is no distinguish. So we cannot distinguish and say that this person can only add new files, or this person is not allowed to delete files. You don't have that option here. If you grant change permission, anything and everything is possible from the user's end. Okay, and this is another limitation that you have with the DBMS. Okay, you do not have a lot of permissions. You don't have a lot of permission levels here. Okay, you only have change, not a lot of permission levels. You only have change and read. That's it. Okay, there is no other permission level that allows you to only tell that, okay, this user can only create files, they cannot remove files. Now, with that being said, what are some examples? Obviously, the file explorer, as we saw right now, is where we can store data. Okay, but this definitely comes with some limitations. What are those? Now, let's suppose currently I have 3 or 4 employees in my software department. Tomorrow it increases to 20. I can have 20 files in here and manage it. The day after, let's say a year later, I have 3,000 employees in my software department. Do you think you'll be able to manage 3,000 files in this folder? No, right? It'll get really difficult. It'll get really difficult for you to store, manage, and maintain your data. Now, for example, you have somehow you create 3,000 files. And the next day, your manager asks you to collect the date of birth of all the employees in the software department. What do you have to do? You'll have to go into each file, take their name, take their date of birth, and store it in Excel. That'll take hours together, isn't it? So DBMSs are not great. Okay, if I talk about limitations, okay, they are not great with huge data. Okay, when the data grows significantly, it's very difficult to maintain it in a DBMS. Yeah, obviously we cannot run a query, right? We cannot run a command here. Second issue is the permissions, as I mentioned. Okay, lack of permissions. You don't have a lot of permissions that you can play around with or control your data with. Third, do you remember the no rules or constraints? I cannot have any rules or constraints built into this setup. Does that mean we never use a DBMS? We do use it. When we have small amount of data that we want to store and manage, I don't want to pay for the license of another system, right? This is free of cost. I can definitely use the DBMS. But what if you have huge amount of data to store and manage? That is when we have another system that is called as that is referred to as the RDBMS. Okay, RDBMS stands for Relational Database Management System. Yes, Relational Database Management System. All right, so what does the Relational Database Management System does differently, which helps it in storing huge amount of data in an easy manner, right? The one big change or difference that you would see here that makes storing huge amount of data much easier is in a relational database management system, we store data in form of tables. Okay, we store data in the form of tables inside a relational database management system. Right now, each value that I'm storing, It could be date of birth, salary, department, everything should be stored inside the cell of a table. That's the very basic need or requirement of a database. Okay, you should not have a cell which contains more than one value comma separated. Okay, it is never recommended like that. Just to give you an example, I'm not saying Excel is an RDBMS. Okay, I'm just using Excel to show it as an example. Okay, we will talk about the examples a little later. Okay, but for now, I'm going to show you an example on Excel on how it looks like. Okay, we will use the same example. Okay, the same database that we built here. Okay, in the same data that we stored in the DBMS, we will try to replicate that in the RDBMS. Okay, so in here, what we did there was, for the organization, we created a folder there. Here we are going to create a database. Okay, now what is a database? A database, to keep it very simple, okay, you don't need to remember textbook definition. Okay, a database is nothing but a container. Okay, a container which helps us store and manage data in it. Okay, it lets us store and manage data inside a database. Okay, it's just a container, simple. Now, what do we have inside a database? I want to, let's say, store employee information. I want to store employee data. I create a table called employee. Okay. Now, how do I decide what should my table have? Very important. When you create a table, you need to specifically say what columns should it have. Now, deciding on the columns is very easy. Okay. You just have to ask yourself, what are the different properties of an employee that I want to track and store? This is the most simplest question that you can ask. What are the properties of an employee that I want to track in my table? And the answer becomes your list of columns. So let's say here, I want to store the ID, the name, the salary, the date of birth, the department, and the address. So each of these becomes my columns. Yes, you can call it fields, you can call it attributes, you can call it properties, okay, anything that you want. Now, once I create the skeleton, let's say I have my first employee. What do? I insert it as a row in the table. Tomorrow, I have 3 more employees. I insert 3 more rows into my table. The day after, let's say I have 5,000 employees. All that I'll end up having is, I'll end up having 5,000 records or rows in my table. Okay. Right now, compared to the DBMS, where I would have had 5,000 files, here it is only a single table. And if I'm asked to gather data, to extract data for all the 5,000 employees in one go, I can always extract it because it is stored in a single table. Right? If I'm asked to get the name and date of birth, I can simply extract it from the table and share it. So the maintainability and the accessibility of the data becomes very easy when you store it in tables. Understood? Moving to the next point here. Okay, moving to the next point here, I would say there will be a relationship between the tables. There will be a relationship between the tables. Now, see that we will talk about it, don't worry. Okay, we will talk about extraction and everything once we get into SQL. Okay, first let's understand the basics. Okay, we will definitely go into SQL and understand everything when we do the hands-on. Okay, we will start by creating database tables, inserting data, extracting data. We'll talk about all of those. All right. Now, how can I so surely tell that there will be a relationship between the tables? Now, this is where most of the people miss a trick. Okay, all that they know is that there is relationship between the tables, there is relationship between the data in a database in an RDBMS. What they don't understand is, why do we build relationships in the first place? Right? No one asks this question. All the questions that I get is, how do we build it? How do we establish a relationship? Very rarely do I get this question as to why do we build relationships in between tables. Let me explain it first. So first we will understand why, and then we will understand how, okay? How to build a relationship and maintain it. For example, okay, let's take the department column here, all right? Let's say Dinesh belongs to the software department. Okay, John belongs to the HR department. Mary belongs to the admin department. Leo belongs to the software. And Santosh belongs to the admin department. Okay. Now I could have stored the department names like this. Do you see any issues here already? There is. There are a lot of issues if you store it in this manner. What are those? You see data being inconsistent. See, software is referred to as SW, software is referred to as software here. Admin is referred to ADM, here it is referred to as admin. So I have inconsistent repetitions of the same data over and over again. And this is referred to as data redundancy. Right? This is referred to as data redundancy, wherein I have the same value repeated in different forms. Now, this causes difficulties in managing and accessing your data. For example, if tomorrow someone asks me to gather all employees working in the software department, to get those, I need to know each of the forms of the software department name, correct? This is where redundancy troubles us a lot. Not to mention the space issue that you have, or the space overhead that you have, because you're repeating text values over and over again. Redundancy of data costs you space also. It takes up a lot of storage also for no reason. In order to avoid this, let's say I don't want to do this. What do I do then? I create a separate department table, and I store the different properties of a department like name, founded date, manager, and generate an ID for each department, right? So for HR, I create one entry, for admin one, for software one entry, and then I generate an ID or assign an ID to each of the departments. Now here, instead of storing the name software, what do? I don't store the software department name anymore. I store the ID of the software department, which is 3 and 3. I don't store the HR department anymore. I store the ID of the HR, which is 1. I don't store admin department here anymore. Instead, I store the department ID of the admin department. Now, what this does is, my numbers are repeating, but numbers are not as heavy as your text values. Plus, it brings in a lot of consistency, right? Because I'm not repeating in an inconsistent manner. It is eventually connecting to one single department. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm using these IDs in this particular column. And then these two columns are said to be related. Okay, these two columns are said to be in a relationship. This is why we build relationship in the first place. So for address also, as there is redundancy, I should have created an address table. Okay, and that you're correct on that front. Okay, but yeah, this is just for example, so I didn't create another address column separately. I'm sorry for that. All right, so these two columns right here are said to be in a relationship. So why do we build a relationship in the first place? To avoid data redundancy. Okay, to avoid inconsistent repetitions of the data that causes a lot of these issues. So that addresses our first question as to why we build a relationship. Next is, how do we build a relationship? Okay, again, technically, I'll show you when we work on the commands, but as of now, just for you to know, when we create the employee table, right now, given this context, Which data do you think would come first? Which tables do you think should be populated first? Is the department table, obviously, right? Because without a department, I cannot add an employee. So my department table should come first. And while creating my employee table next, while adding my department column, I would specifically mention to SQL Server in my design that this column is going to reference its values from the department ID column of the department table. So what do? I build a rule, or I apply a constraint saying the department column in my employee table is going to reference its values from the department ID of the department table. Now, this is something that I establish, I create in the first place. Now, how do we maintain it going forward? Do I have to circulate a notice inside my team saying, hey, I have built a relationship, just make sure that you always insert valid values? No, right? There can be mistakes that happen. This is where the RDBMS comes into picture. Every time you insert a data, it validates the department ID that you're inserting against this rule or constraint, which says that it should only reference values from here. Here it has only 1, 2, 3. So it will only allow 1, 2, 3 into this column. So if someone inserts a 5, given that RDBMS will validate the data against the constraint, which is against this list of values, it would not let you insert this data. Okay, so at any point in time, there would be no values in this column that would violate this rule that we have created or violate this relationship that we have created. That is why I can so confidently tell that there will be a relationship between the tables. Once we create it, the RDBMS will ensure that it is followed. Good. Now coming to the expectations of an RDBMS, right? This relationship, obviously, we establish the relationship. That means these are linked data. These are data that are related to each other, right? And that helps us reduce the data redundancy or avoid the data redundancy. The rule basically internally checks your values against the list of columns. If it is existing, then it allows you to insert. All right, with that being said, what are the expectations from an RDBMS? Now, back in the day, the major expectation from an RDBMS was to be able to efficiently store our data. Okay, it should be very secure. It should be able to store our data in a proper manner. But with what we discussed in here about the UX, the expectations of the users increasing day by day, the RDBMS should not only be efficient enough in letting us store data, but also should let us access and manage the data very, very efficiently. It's not like storing, it's working absolutely fine, but accessing it and managing or updating it takes a lot of time. Then obviously it's not a great RDBMS, right? So it should be efficient at all these three operations. Right? Now, what are some examples of the RDBMS? The first that we are going to spend all of our time on going forward is SQL Server. This is a Microsoft product. Okay. Then we have the Oracle, which is built by Oracle Corp. Okay. We have Teradata, and then we have Postgres, and so on and so forth. Okay, but these two are the leading RDBMSs. Okay, SQL Server and Oracle are the leading RDBMS. I mean, they enjoy the majority of the market share. All right, so the next thing that we're going to discuss is about SQL. Okay, now what does SQL stand for? SQL stands for Structured Query Language. Okay, now SQL is this is a standard language. Okay, this is a standard programming language. Now we have two derived languages from SQL. There are a lot, but I'm going to talk about two to start off with. One is called as T-SQL. Another is called as PL/SQL. Okay, T-SQL stands for Transact SQL. PL/SQL stands for Procedural Language SQL. Now, why are there two types? There are more derived types, by the way. These are derivations from the base SQL language. The reason is Microsoft has derived the base SQL language to prepare T-SQL. So this is mostly used in Microsoft SQL Server. Okay, it's just that they have derived the base SQL language, added a few commands, and call it as T-SQL. Okay. Similarly, Oracle has derived the same SQL language, added a few commands on top of it, and calls it procedural language SQL. So if you notice, the basics of both these languages, the PL/SQL and T-SQL, are exactly the same. Most of it are the same. Okay, only when you go to advanced concepts, you will find some differences. Okay, so the base to both T-SQL and PL/SQL is the SQL standard language. So any command that we execute on Microsoft SQL Server, okay, we can call it as T-SQL command or SQL command. Both of them are absolutely okay. Makes sense? Moving on, will we go advanced? Okay, so let's discuss a bit more about SQL Server. Now, what is SQL Server? As we discussed, this is the RDBMS, right? Now, as I told in the beginning, we have another product, another software that you have to install called the SSMS, also known as SQL Server Management Studio. Now, what is SQL Server Management Studio used for? So what do we do with SQL Server? This is an RDBMS, so we will create database in it, we will create tables in it, we will store data in it, right? And to perform all those, let's say, creations or data operations, we need to execute commands, right? We need to write and execute commands. Now, SQL Server by default doesn't provide us an interface. SQL Server by default doesn't come with an inbuilt interface where we can write and execute commands against it. That is where the Management Studio comes into picture. This is the interface that allows us to write and execute the commands in there. Obviously, we connect to the SQL Server and then we write and execute commands, whatever we need. If I want to create a database, I can write a command and execute. If I want to create a table, I would write a command and execute. So eventually, where is our data actually stored? Our data is stored in here. This is where the data is stored. This one is just a user interface. Sometimes in interview, you are asked a question, where is the data stored in SQL Server? Is it in the Microsoft SQL Server or SSMS? Okay, so the answer is Microsoft SQL Server. Microsoft SQL Server stores your data. Because our SQL Server or SQL Server, it is SQL Server itself, but saying SQL is, we say SQL, we also call it SQL. Both of it is applicable. Both of it is okay. All right. Now, we have multiple versions of SQL Server available. Okay, when I say multiple versions, I started working in the year 2013, and by then there were projects which were using 2008 SQL Server as well. So we had 2008, we had 2008 R2. This was a game changer for SQL Server. This was such a stable RDBMS for its time, the 2008 R2, that a lot of project managers, although there were other new versions of SQL Server, they did not migrate to the latest versions. They stayed on 2008 R2 for a long period of time. That is how much trust the project managers or the application managers had on 8 R2. This was very stable back in the day. there was a time here, okay, when you buy a product from a tech company, it usually comes with a service contract. Okay, it usually comes with a service contract saying if something happens to the device or to the data in your device, we will help you recover it. So Microsoft supports any mishaps that happen on any of these SQL servers, but it comes for a certain period of time. Okay, some come with 8 years of service, 7 years of service, 10 years of service. Now, during the year 2018, I think 2017, 2018, Microsoft revoked its services for 8R2. Okay, so when it revoked its services for 8R2, now what do we store in SQL Server? Data, right? Very important. Now, we cannot afford to store data in a product that is no longer supported by the parent company, right? It's a very, very big risk. So that is where we migrated to 2017, because that was the latest available SQL Server here, right? 2019 was not yet released. Okay, and that is obviously possible to migrate from 8R2 to 2017 directly is possible. How do we migrate? Do we directly double click on a setup file and it migrates? No. What we do is we have the 2008 R2 and a database in it, right? This is, let's say, 2008 R2. What Microsoft asks you to do is, it'll ask you to install 2017 SQL Server in another system. Okay, 2017 SQL Server in another laptop or system, and then create a copy of this and restore. Okay, create a backup and restore the database in 2017 and test this for a few days. Okay, test the 2017 setup for a few days to see if everything works fine. Now, if you remember, I told you how applications always connect to the databases, right? So our application must have been connected to 2008 R2 DBs, right? But now that we are testing 2017, let's say if everything works fine, I test it for a good amount of 3 weeks or so, I see everything works fine. What I do, I'll have new data in this database again for these 3 weeks. I again finally copy and restore the database one more time here. Okay, and then disconnect this link and connect to the 2017 to my application. And after some time, I would decommission the server. Okay, so now all my data and my database is in 2017, and my application is also pointing to the 2017. This is ideally how we migrate databases. Okay, there are a lot of other technicalities involved, but I try to explain it in simple terms. Okay, we do not double click on 2008 R2, it automatically upgrades to 2017. No, it doesn't happen like that. We create another, we install 2017 separately, bring the data in here, bring the database here, test it for a few days or weeks, and then once everything is sorted, we finally bring the database again for any new data, and then point our application to the new one. Let's say there is a database on 2008 R2. Now I want to migrate this. Okay, what do we do in a different system? I would install 2017 SQL Server, and I would copy and restore my database. I'm not going to create my database from scratch again on 2017, right? I'll copy and I'll back up and restore. Okay, so the new, in the new SQL Server, I'll have the database. And then I'll test to see if all the commands that I had in 2008 R2, all the objects that I created work fine in here in 2017. Okay, now everything works fine. Let's say this is okay, tested okay. What I do, I again back up and restore, because during these 3 weeks while I was testing, there would be new data in here, right? So I directly bring the database in here again, back up and restore again, and then disconnect the link from the application to the old one and connect it to the new. When I say about testing, we basically test the objects that are there in the database. Okay, there will be functions, procedures, and so on in the database that we have to check thoroughly, okay, to see if everything works, or there are a few components that were in 2008 R2 that are removed in 2017, or so on and so forth. Which link is disconnected? See, there will be an application that would be interacting with the 8 R2 database, right? Every database will have a user interface. Now it is connected to the 8R2 database. But once 2017 is live, once I've tested this, okay, I'll establish the link from application here, right? So that my data could be exchanged between the 2017 and the application. But I have to disconnect it, right? Obviously my application will have one database, it will not simultaneously write to two. Okay. Now, Microsoft also allows us to install multiple SQL versions in one system. Like for example, in my laptop, I can have a 2008 R2 and 2012 installed at the same time as well. Okay, it lets you do that. If you're short on budget, if you don't have two systems to work with or to play around with, you are allowed to have more than one versions installed on the same system. But remember, it will divide the system resources. Okay, the RAM, the CPU will be equally distributed. So the more number of SQL Server versions you install, the slower your computer will get. Okay, so make sure you, we don't have a lot of versions installed. Okay, unless really essential. It's mostly one that we have per system. Right now, each version of SQL Server is referred to as an instance of SQL Server. This is the technical term that we use. We don't call this a SQL version anymore. We call this as an instance of SQL Server. That means if in my laptop I have two versions installed, I call this as two instances of SQL Server. I have two instances of SQL Server in our system. There can be one that can be accessed by one application, the other could be accessed by another application. That's absolutely fine. Okay. And these two are independent of each other. That means if I create a database in here in 2008 R2, it won't appear on 2012. These are like independent servers, you can call them. These are independent entities inside my system. This is the SQL Server. To connect and work on this, we use SSMS. SSMS is the interface. Okay, SSMS is the interface. These are my SQL Server. Okay, these are not the interfaces. Interface is the application, like Amazon application you use, right? When you have to create a profile on Amazon, do you share your data? Do you write an insert command to insert the data? No, you save a form from the application and the data goes and sits in the database. That is an application. Interface is SSMS. Okay. See that? Yes. If you're not using this anymore, you can decommission the server. You can uninstall your SQL Server and decommission. Yes. When you move from one server to another, you move database. What is a database here? A database is what I showed you here, right? It's a container which can have multiple tables like employee, department, customers, sales. All the data that is generated from your application will be stored in your database. And when I say move, the database is moved, basically I'm moving all the structure and the data that is there inside the database. Okay. The difference between SQL Server and SSMS, as I said, is SQL Server is the RDBMS. It helps you store the data inside tables in databases. Okay, it's a server that lets you do that, but it does not come with a user interface. For example, I have to create a table, I have to create a insert some data, I have to update some data. SQL Server doesn't provide me a platform to write and execute those commands. That is where we have SSMS with us. Okay. SSMS gives us the interface from where we can connect to the SQL Server and perform the different operations. So that's the difference between your SQL Server and SSMS. Now, during installation, right? So one instance is one version of SQL Server, correct? Now, during installation of a particular SQL Server, you might be asked to name your instance. Okay, it'll ask you to name your instance, and based on what you choose, there can be two types of instances. One is default, another is named instance. Okay. One is default, another is named instance. Now, default instance where you do not provide a name to your instance. It's like you having a kid and not naming it. Okay. So when you choose not to name an instance, it is called as a default. But in this case, you provide a name. Okay. You name an instance. So what do we do? As I said, from SSMS, we connect to the SQL servers, correct? Now, if I have to connect to a default instance on a system, let's say my laptop is called as laptop Dinesh. Okay, this is my laptop. If I have to connect to the default, if I install a default instance on the system, default instance is I haven't provided a name during installation of my SQL server. So in order to connect from SSMS for a default instance, I would only have to pass my laptop name. That's it. And SSMS will automatically find the default instance on my laptop and connect to it. If I have to connect to a named instance, what do I have to do? I have to pass my laptop name, which is laptop Dinesh, / the instance name. So here I'm being very particular. I'm being very specific on the on which instance do I have to connect to. Okay. Now, given this context, right, I can have only one default instance in a system. Why? Because if I have more than one, SSMS would be confused because I'm providing only the laptop name. SSMS would be confused as to which default instance will it connect to or should it connect to. Get it? But in case of a named instance, we can have more than one named instance. Okay. In fact, when I create my instances, I install my versions, I always make sure that I name them. Okay. I do not create any default instance whatsoever. I always name my instances. Now, if I ask you a couple of questions, okay, given a new system, how do you know how many instances of SQL Server are there in the system? And how many of them are named? And how many of them are default instances? How do you know? If I give you a new system, new laptop, how can you tell me how many instances are there in that system installed? And how many of those are named or default instances? Right? So in order to figure this out, you need to understand the concept of services. Now, what are services? Whenever we install a software, it could be anything. Let's take the example of Bluetooth. Bluetooth is a simple software that lets us connect to the wireless devices on the network, correct? Now, whenever I want to connect to my, so whenever I install a software, let's say Bluetooth, for example, how is Bluetooth able to find the wireless devices near to my device? How is it able to accept input? How is it able to provide audio output to the connected devices? In order to do all of that, Bluetooth has certain set of services installed in the background. These are like the support system for our softwares. Every software that you install will use services. In fact, the Wi-Fi, right? We have this utility that lets us connect to the wireless networks, right? The Wi-Fi as well, if you want to connect to it, there is a service that detects the wireless networks available in the vicinity, right? All of that is done via services. Similarly, when we install SQL Server also, there will be corresponding services that are installed. Okay. Now, where can we locate the services? There's an app called Services in Windows. Okay. You can search for services and you will find the Services app right here. Okay. The Services app, if you launch it, when you launch it, it will pull up all the services that your system currently has. For example, if you see, look at this. Bluetooth has about 3 different services that caters to its different needs. Okay. Similarly, as I said, for Wi-Fi, you have a service that is called as the WLAN service. This is the Wi-Fi service. If I stop this, your Wi-Fi will stop working. Although you have an interface here from where you can connect to your network, it is all driven by this service here. Similarly, when I install a SQL server in my system, there are certain SQL Server services that are installed. Okay. Now, for you to know, if I only have SSMS, okay, if I only have SSMS in my system, you will not find any SQL Server service. Okay, if I have SSMS, you will not find any SQL Server service. SQL Server services you will only find when you have SQL Server installed in your system. Now, the most important of the SQL Server services are the SQL Server service. This one is very important. You will find agent analysis services, browser. Forget about all of these. The most important is the SQL Server service. Now, what is the role of this SQL Server service? Let's understand this a bit. What did I tell you earlier? As already explained, we use SSMS to connect to the SQL Server, correct? Let's say I have a SQL Server 2012 in my system, correct? Now, what I would do from SSMS here is, from the SSMS, I would pass my server name, which is which server name should I connect to, right? Let's say this instance name is I2012. Okay, this is the name of the instance, I2012. So how do I connect? I'll pass my laptop name /I2012. I'll pass the username. I'll key in the password. Okay. I'll show you where to key in all of these, okay, when we get to SSMS. And what really happens? Does the entire, all these details, is it directly passed to the SQL Server? No. All these information are passed to the SQL Server service. Okay. The SQL Server service validates these details and tells SSMS if this username and password combination has access to connect to 2012 or not. If I have access, then I'll be allowed to connect to this, else it will say access denied. Now, what if I have a SQL Server 2019 as well? Let's call this instance name as I2019. Now, what will I do from here? If I type in the server name, I type my laptop name /I2019. I pass the username. I pass the password. What will happen now? All these details, will it be passed to the same SQL Server service? Nope. Now, these details, as I'm connecting to the 2019 instance, it will be passed to the SQL Server service of 2019 instance. Okay, this will validate if the username and password combination has access or not. Only then you will be able to connect to that SQL Server on your SSMS. Okay, so anyone who wants to connect to this instance on my laptop, the authentication details should be passed to SQL Server service of 2017. Anyone who wants to connect to I2019 instance will have to send the authentication details to SQL Server service of 2019. SSMS, we connect to the SQL Server, correct? Now, when you go to SSMS, it will ask you for server name, username, and password. Okay. You have to fill in those details. Now, let's say I want to connect to this instance, I2012. Okay, I2012 is my instance name. Okay, so from my SSMS, if I key in laptop name /I2012, I'm requesting to connect to this one, correct? Now, this details with the username and password will be sent to the SQL Server service, the service that you saw right here, SQL Server service. This helps us in validating these details and see if this user has access or not. If this user has access, it will let you connect to the SQL Server on the SSMS. If this user does not have access, it will show access denied message. Similarly, if someone wants to connect to the 2019 instance, they'll provide the server name, username, password. Now, where will these details be sent? Will this be sent to the same SQL Server service? No, it will be sent to the SQL Server service of 2019 because I'm connecting to the 2019 instance. And this service will validate the authenticity of my request and let me connect to this instance if I'm able to, if I have access. So that means for each instance, I'll have one SQL Server service. One SQL Server service per instance. So if I have to find out how many instances I have in my system, how do I know? I'll have to connect, I'll have to count the number of SQL Server services that I have. In my system, how many do I have? Only one SQL Server service. Okay, so that means I have one instance of SQL Server in my system. That's a great question. The question is, do we need to have multiple SSMS for multiple SQL servers? The answer is no. SSMS is a user interface that is cross-compatible. When I say cross-compatible, I can use the same SSMS, the latest version of SSMS, to connect to the recent or the latest SQL server and to the oldest SQL server. Anything is okay. I don't need one SSMS per server. That's the reason this is called as a user interface. These are servers, these are independently existing, but I need only one SSMS to connect to multiple SQL servers. Okay. Srinath, good question. This is where it's a little difficult. Okay. That is the reason what I say is while you're naming your instance. Now, how do you know if this is a named instance? You see this name in the bracket here, MS SQL Server. This is the named instance because this is the name of my instance. Okay, so that means the one instance that I have is a named instance. Now, what I tend to do is, Srinath, to answer your question, when I name my instance, I usually append the version number. That is, if I'm installing 2019, I usually set the instance name to MS SQL Server 2019. Funny story, my sister installed my SQL Server, so she didn't name it. And the worst part is you cannot change the name after you install it. Okay, so I haven't changed it, but when you install, make sure you name it as MS SQL Server 2019. Okay, so that when you look at the instance name, you know what version you're working with. All right, so I have, so how do you identify a default instance then? In case of a default instance, you will not have the bracket and the name. It will only have SQL Server, that's it. Let's suppose, so this validates the entire request. Now, what if this is not running? What if this service itself is not running? What will happen then? I'll send the request from the SSMS. I'll key in the details and click on connect. Okay, but the service here that ideally validates the request, if it is not running, what will happen? It will eventually time out. All my requests, the SQL Server might be online. The username and password might have access, but only because this SQL Server service is not running, your requests will time out. So you will not be able to connect to your SQL Server. So it's very important for you to check the service status of SQL Server service. Okay, it is very important for you to check the status after you install it. Not only the status, but also the startup time. The status should always be in a running state. If not, then you will never be able to connect to your SQL Server. So if it is not running, right click and start it. Now, what is the need of the startup type here? Why do we say automatic? How is it helpful? Sometimes when Windows is rebooted or restarted, okay, you will see it might stop your service if it finds that this is blocking your reboot. If it finds that the service is blocking the reboot, it might stop the service. But if it is set to automatic after the reboot is done, and if Windows finds this service is not running after the reboot, it will automatically run it for you. Right? So the moment your system is up, this service will be again run automatically by SQL Server. We don't have to go in and manually run it again. That's a good thing, right? So that is where the startup type should be set to automatic. Where can you set it up from? Go to properties. And here you have different startup types. You have automatic, manual, disabled, right? So I would choose the automatic one. All right. So make sure your startup type is automatic and status is running. So the SQL Server service is of great importance in the context of SQL Server. It is not visible. Okay, it is not visible. It is not something that we really care about, but this is the most important thing in SQL Server. If your service is not running, irrespective of whatever you do, you will not be able to connect to your SQL Server. People often ask, Dinesh, do you think this theory is important? It is even more important than learning advanced concepts. It's like you don't know how to turn on an air conditioner. Very basic stuff, right? You might be using it every single day. But if you don't know how to turn it on, you don't deserve to be using it. It's as simple as that. This is the switch for your SQL Server. If this is off, no one will be able to connect to your SQL Server. And this is very important. As mentioned earlier, so I have a SQL Server installed in my system. Now, if I search for SQL Server, I won't find anything in here. Do you see anything that is called a SQL Server only? No. Do I have a SQL Server installed? Yes, I do. SQL Server is just a server that is there internally. It exists internally. You don't see it. You cannot, you do not have an interface, or you do not have an option to connect to it directly. You have to go through your SSMS, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. And this is the latest version of Management Studio. Let me launch it. It will take a moment to boot up. All right. So this is Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio version 18.12.1. Okay, this is the latest version of SSMS. And as I said, if you have 4 instances, 5 instances of SQL Server also, you can connect using the same SSMS. Okay, you don't need multiple SSMS for multiple SQL servers. Okay, now the moment I launch Management Studio, it automatically opens up this window for me, asking me to connect to a server. And it makes more sense because, as I told you earlier, SSMS, the only responsibility of an SSMS is to let us connect to SQL servers and work on them. If I close this, if I do not connect to a SQL server, SSMS is basically useless. Okay, it has nothing else to do. You can do nothing else on SSMS. Okay, so in order to make use of the SSMS, we have to connect to the SQL server. The first thing that it asks for is the server type. What are the different types that we have available? We have database engine, analysis services, reporting services, integration services. Now, analysis, reporting, and integration are part of MSBI, Microsoft Business Intelligence. We are not going to go into these. These are outside of our scope. The only thing that we are going to concentrate for all our sessions are the database engine, because this is where we are going to create and manage the data inside the databases. All right. So we are going to make use of the database engine. Next up is the server name. I told you, right, multiple times that from SSMS, we provide the server name, username, and password. So what do I pass in the server name? Now in my system, so this is my laptop name, by the way. How do you get your laptop name? If you're using a Windows 11, you just have to say, view your PC name. I think PC name, if I say. You just have to click on view your PC name. and it will show you the name of your PC that goes right here. Okay. Now, if you want to connect to, now if you are using Windows 10, you might have to go to this PC and go to its properties. Okay. Now, as I have only one instance of SQL Server, and I have the it doesn't matter if it is a named or default. I can connect using my system name. Okay, you can connect using your system name or system/instance name. Anything is okay, but I'm going to connect using my system name as I have only one instance. All right. Next up, so here goes my server name. Next is my authentication mode. Now we are not going to talk about the Azure ones, but the rest of the two that we have are Windows authentication and SQL Server authentication. Now, what does Windows authentication mean? When I choose Windows authentication, basically I'm asking SQL Server to use the user, the credentials that I've used to connect to my Windows. Okay. I want to use the username. So when you connect to your office laptop, for example, or maybe you connect to your own laptop, you will usually connect using a username, right? It could be your email address or your certain username. That username will be automatically used and you will not be allowed to change this at any cost. Server name is in here. I have provided my laptop name, Anurag. Okay. Where do I get the laptop name? As I told you, so there are two ways in which you can connect. One, you can pass your laptop name directly, or laptop/instance name. Correct? Now, how do you get your laptop name? If you're using Windows 11, go to PC. You have an option that says view your PC name. And from here, you will get your device name. This is your laptop name. Okay. Yes, this can be a PC. Correct. Now you can try with this, or you can try / the name of your instance. Okay, whatever name you have given. All right. And if you install the basic version, I mean, if you've done the basic installation process, in that case, it will automatically add you, whoever is installing, as an admin to the server. Okay, Suleiman, this is to answer your question. So you will already have admin permission. Okay. Now, guys, if you are facing issues connecting to your SQL Server, reach out to the support team. They'll help you with connecting. Okay. They'll help you with any issues that you might have. All right. So please feel free to raise a ticket with them. Ideally, you will get this by default, Sambit, the moment you open your SSMS. In case you close this and you want to open it again, you can do it from here. Okay, you can click on this one and you will get this same window. When you choose Windows authentication, it anyways doesn't let you key in the password. Neither does it allow you to change your username. Okay, that means this is a very safe way to connect to your SQL Server, because there is no impersonation that could happen. Okay. There is no impersonation that could happen. You can only connect using your username, right? But when you choose the SQL authentication, okay, when you choose SQL authentication, it will ask you to key in a username and password. Now, where do you get this username and password? This is a user that must have been specifically created inside your SQL Server. Okay. This user combination would have been specifically created inside your SQL Server by your DBA team, database administration team. The DBA team usually takes care of the management of the server, the access, the privileges and all. So they will share you the user ID and password, but this is not a safe way to let others connect to your server. Why? Because in this case, impersonation is possible. That means 10 of us can use the same credential to access the server, and we can do any kind of changes that we want without even getting tracked. Okay, so mostly we try to avoid SQL Server authentication, because if this combination lands in the wrong hands, then we are in trouble. So we try to use Windows authentication, because in that case, until you share your Windows password with someone, which you wouldn't usually do. In that case, you will be okay. I mean, no one else should be able to connect using your account. Okay, so now that I have keyed in all my details, I click on connect. Now, when I click on connect, what will ideally happen? All these details, the username, the server name, SSMS will find the service associated to this SQL server and will try to send these details and ask, hey, is this user, does this user have permission to connect to the SQL server? If it says okay, then it will connect here on the object explorer. Now, why is it called the object explorer? Because you can explore everything that you have created inside your SQL server, right? Databases, users, everything. Okay. Now, as I was saying earlier, okay, let me disconnect this. Okay, I'll show you something else. I disconnected this. Let me connect again. But this time, before I connect, I'm going to show you how important services are. Okay, I'm going to stop this service. Okay, I'm going to stop my SQL service. Yes, I'll show you how this service is important. I've stopped my service now. It is not running. Now let me try to connect. I was able to connect earlier. My account has full permission on the server. But see what is happening now. It keeps on trying. SSMS is trying to send the request to the SQL Server service. But as the SQL Server service is not running, it is not able to evaluate my authenticity to the server against the server. So it will not let me connect anymore. And this will happen to everyone who wants to connect to the SQL server. Whoever wants to connect to my SQL server, let's say I give you access and you are on the same network as I am, you will be able to connect to my SQL server. But then if my SQL server service is off in my system, no one will be able to connect to the server. You see, that's the reason I say SQL Server service is the most important of the services inside SQL Server. Okay, you have to always ensure that these are all this is in a running state and in an automatic state. All right, now that I have connected, I've run it again. There you go, it again works. So let's talk about databases a bit, right? The first thing that you see here is databases. This is where we're going to spend most of our, in fact, all of our time on. Databases in SQL Server are of two types. Okay, one is your system database, other is user database. Okay, now when we install a SQL Server, the system databases are created by default. Okay, we have 4 system databases, namely master, model, MSDB, and TempDB. Okay, these are the 4 system databases that you have created by default the moment you install your SQL Server. Okay, you don't have to create them. In fact, we don't do anything on these databases. These are mostly used by system itself. Okay, what does the master database contain? The master, as the name suggests, contains the master information of the database, like the login, like which all users have login, what permissions do we have, some certain level of configuration of the server. Like when I say configuration, we can run PowerShell scripts, PowerShell commands on SQL Server. Okay, PowerShell is another form of a language that you can run on SQL platform, but for that we have to configure it, right? So for PowerShell we have to configure it. It's configured in the master. We can send emails from SQL Server as well. Okay, again, if you are allowed to send emails or not is configured inside the master database. Okay, so most of the master configurations are in here. Next is the model. Now our model is nothing but a blueprint of how an empty database would look like. Okay, when the Microsoft engineers were building an empty database, they found that there are a lot of practices, good practices that has to be followed to create a fresh new database. So instead of letting the developer do everything, they created a model database on a blueprint of how an empty database would look like, and they added the model database. Now, whenever I request to create a database, let's say I want to create a database called SQL batch. Okay, in that case, it will automatically copy the model database as it is and name it as SQL batch. It will create a copy of the model database, so the blueprint, and name it as SQL batch. So I don't have to put in a lot of effort to create my database, right? It automatically does that by copying it. So the entire database creation process becomes very simple. Okay. Next is the MSDB database. Now,
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary key used for in a database table? And your options are to uniquely identify each row in the table, to establish a relationship between multiple tables, to enforce referential integrity constraints, to sort the data in ascending order. Mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
so if you have to create a new database, right, you have to follow certain good practices, right? Now, let's say it might take some time for you to understand everything and create it. To make it very simple for you to create a database, what Microsoft engineers have done is what SQL Server gives you is a model database, a blueprint of how an empty database should look like. Now, the process becomes easier for us because if I have to create a database called SQL batch, I just say create database SQL batch and it will copy the model database as it is and name it as SQL batch. So there will be a new database called SQL batch and everything is inherited from the model, which is a blueprint of how an empty database would look like. So I don't have to follow or understand everything to create a database. It can be easily done with the help of the model. I mean, SQL Server internally uses the model as a prototype and creates my SQL batch database. All right. The next is the MSDB database. Aniket, I'll explain it that, buddy. Okay. Probably a little later. So yes, obviously, right? I mean, if I'm creating if I'm planning to work on a project, a new project, I need to create a database for it. And then I'll create tables in it and stuff like that. Right? So we will see how to create an empty database. Now let's suppose I have an update command, update query that I want to run, let's say every Sunday afternoon. Okay. Now, will I be available every Sunday afternoon to run my update command? Sometimes I might be available, sometimes I might not be available. Right? But this is a must to be run every Sunday afternoon. That is when SQL Server, every SQL Server that you install provides us a virtual friend in the form of the SQL Server agent. Okay, there is a component inside SQL Server called the agent, and what it helps us do is it helps us in creating jobs in which I can configure the update command that I want to run every Sunday afternoon, and I can schedule this based on my need, which is on the Sunday afternoon. So every Sunday afternoon is the responsibility of the agent to pick up my job and run everything configured inside of it. Right? Irrespective if I'm logged in, if I'm available, I'm not available, doesn't matter. It's the responsibility of the agent to pick up the job and run everything inside of it at the specific schedule. And all of this again is coordinated by a service available in our system called the SQL Server Agent Service. Do you see here? SQL Server Agent. And what does it tell? It says execute jobs, monitor SQL Server fires alert, and allows automation of some tasks. Right? So this is the service that lets us create and manage and schedule our jobs in the SQL Server. Make sense? Now, why am I explaining the SQL Server Agent? All of these jobs, the commands configured in it, their schedule, their history is all stored in the MSDB database. All of the data that is generated from the scheduling, running and everything is stored in the MSDB database. Along with that, as I told you earlier, we can send emails also from SQL Server. All the email information also, like what was the email, who was it sent to, when was it sent, what is the status, everything is also stored in the MSDB database. Next is the temp DB. Okay, now sometimes I'll have, okay, now this is something that we will discuss in detail at a later point in time as well. But just to give you a brief, let's say I have a source table here. Okay, and I want to run some transformations, some calculations, some cleaning on the data, and then I have to push it to a target table, for example. Now, let's say this process of transforming, cleaning, and calculating takes about 15 minutes. Okay. If my entire process takes 15 minutes, while I'm extracting the query and performing these transformations, the query, the command that is doing these transformations and parallelly extracting data will stay connected for 15 minutes to the source. Now, if there are other queries or commands that are trying to access the source table, these have to wait for 15 minutes for my entire process to finish. Agreed? And if these queries have to wait for 15 minutes, there will be some other queries waiting for this query to finish. There will be some other queries waiting for the subsequent set to finish. So that way you will have a cascading effect that will cause slowness in your database, right? Because this table is now locked for 15 minutes. If subsequently these queries will be blocked for that duration, and subsequently the other commands will also get blocked, right? So in that case, the alternative to this is, so I would want to have my source table available for such queries, but at the same time, these transformation calculation to run. So what I can do is I can create a temporary object in SQL Server. SQL Server gives us an option to create a temp object, okay, where I could store the raw data from the source. Now, moving the raw data from the source is not going to take time. Okay. When I'm transforming or calculating, it will take time, but moving the raw data is not going to take time. So I move the data, raw data, into my temporary object. And then this calculation, irrespective of how much ever time it takes, I run it on my temporary object. So during this 15 minutes, while the transformation is happening, my source table is available, right? Because it is now processing on the temp object. And this is very convenient because this is exclusively created for me. That means no one else will be able to access this. I'll explain this to you in more detail when we get to the implementation part. Okay, we will talk about this. Okay, so temporary objects like these, when they are created for situations like, as I just explained, are all stored in the temp DB. All kind of temporary objects, or also called as temporary tables, are stored in the temp DB of your system. If you have a very small extraction to do, you don't use a temporary object. When you have such complex calculations, such complex transformation to do on your data, which might lock down your source table for a longer duration, in that case, use temporary object. Okay, not every query needs a temporary object. It doesn't, you have to design it that way. SQL Server will not internally create a temporary object. You have to build a query where you have to first get the data to a temporary object and then run the calculations on your temporary object. SQL Server is not going to do it for you. SQL Server internally is not going to create a temp object. We have to tweak the process. Dhruvi, MSDB is basically going to store all the details of the agent. I explained the agent. I hope you're clear about the agent. All the details about the agent will be stored in the MSDB, like the jobs that I have, the steps that I have in my job, the history of my jobs, when is it going to run next? What was the status of the job, the errors, if there were any, what was the error of the job? Everything will be stored inside the MSDB database. Along with that, I can send emails from SQL Server. We are not going to talk about that in the session, but we can send emails from SQL Server. Now, all the details about the emails that are sent, like when was it sent, who was it sent to, what was the content, what was the subject, okay, what is the status of the email, everything will be stored in the table inside the MSDB database. This is not the source file, this is a source table. So here there is no concept of files anymore. We are inside SQL Server, so everything is in a table. So we are not going to access the source table, but perform these calculations on the temporary table. Okay, yes, you are correct. We will use the temporary object for it. And as this is exclusively meant for me, this takes 15 minutes, 50 minutes. No one is able to get it for you. You know what a blueprint is right? So I don't know how to explain. A blueprint is basically is like a template. Okay, let's say you are building something. Okay, you for example build a phone. Okay, you're building a phone. Now there will be certain steps explained to you, which will tell you, which a template defined, predefined, which will tell you what you have to do in a process to be able to build the phone, right, in a working manner. Now, what they have done is, what SQL Server has done is, instead of giving you a template with information in it, saying this, do this first, do this first, do this next, it has given a model database to you. Okay. Now, if I run a command saying create database and give a name, okay, let's say SQL batch. What this will see, am I providing any information? No, I'm just providing the name, but I want to create a database out of it, right? So in that case, I'm just providing the name. Now, how does it know? Like, it involves a lot of different things that needs to be done, right, for a database. So what it does is it copies the model database, whatever is there in the model database. It'll have certain inbuilt functions into it, some inbuilt system objects into it. All of that will be copied as it is from the model and named as SQL batch. So after this operation, you will find a model database available and a SQL batch database available as well. Okay, both of them after creation will look exactly similar. That is what I was trying to say. Okay, now did I specify all the system functions and everything that I wanted to be created in the SQL batch? No, it was all derived from the model database. You now understand what the model database is used for. That's the reason it is called as a model. Okay, it inherits all the properties from the model into it. I understand what you're trying to say. In that case, you have no other option to except doing it on the source. But when you have to do it outside and then move it somewhere else, you can do that. Or if you have to do it also on the source, what you can do is you can get the data in here, do the operations, and then update it back to the source. That is also something that you can do. There are different ways, okay, in which you use it. All right. So with that being said, let's get back to our management studio. Now, let's suppose I want to create a database or I want to create a table. What do I have to do? I have to write a command and execute it. Where do I write a command? For that, I need a window, right? For that, you can use this new query option. It will open a new query window for us where we can write and execute our commands. You can either use this new query or use Control-N. Okay, when you use Control-N, it will open up a new query window for you where we can write the commands like this. Okay. So I can write my commands like this and run them and execute them. But see, the maximum amount of time that we are going to spend is in the query window. We will rarely refer to the object explorer also, okay? Sometimes during development, if I have to check something, I might use the object explorer, but not very frequently, right? So it doesn't make sense for it to take up about 30% or 40% of the space of my screen. So what can I do to make sure that my query window takes most of the space, but the object explorer is still available for me to use anytime that I want? There's an option here called auto hide that you can use. See, when I click on it, it does not close, it docks to the left of the screen. If I want to see the details, I click on this, I see the details. If I am done, I click outside, it's gone again. So it docks to the left of your screen. So now I have complete visibility of my SSMS. As I promised you earlier, I have the notes saved for you guys, okay, that I'm going to open. Just give me one moment. All right. I'll share this notes. It has everything in it, from explanation, notes, to examples, to commands, to syntaxes, everything in it. Okay. To start off, you might see line numbers on my screen, on my window, right? Now, this is for you to ask any questions if you're confused. Okay, if you, let's say, are not able to understand what line 11 means, okay, you're not able to understand something on that line 11, so you can easily refer saying, Dinesh, can you please explain line 11 again? Okay, now in your case, you might not see the line numbers. In that case, I've given you the process that you have to follow to enable the line numbers on your query window. Just to show you real quick, you go to tools here. Okay, if you're not following, that's absolutely fine. I have it in the notes. This I'll upload it on the LMS end of the day today. Go to tools and you go to options. In options, there will be multiple topics here. Choose the text editor. Okay. Inside text editor, you will see an option called transact SQL. Okay. All right. Transact SQL, and here you will have the line numbers option. All right. In your case, it will be unchecked. So check this box and say okay, and it will show you the line numbers like it is showing up on my screen now. If you're not following, it's there in the notes. You can refer to this when you get a chance. All right. Now, how do we execute lines from this set of commands? Let's say these are the commands. How do I execute, let's say 3, 4, 5? I can highlight only on 3, 4, 5. If I want to run everything, I don't highlight anything. But if I have to run only specific lines, I highlight all the lines. And then there are 3 options that I can use to execute my command. One, I use the execute button on the top here. You see there is an execute button here. So I highlight whatever I want and then click on execute. That is one method. Second is you can use F5. There is an F5 key on the top of your keyboard. Now for the new keyboards, you might have to use function and F5 together. Okay. Function is a button that you see on the new keyboards. It was not there earlier, but now you have a function key. So you can use function and F5 if only F5 doesn't work. The third option is using Control plus E. Okay, Control plus E is another way to execute your query. Okay, now all these 3 does the exact same thing, that is execute your query. Okay, but you have to be so based on your convenience, based on your comfort level, choose one or the other of these options available. Okay, I personally use Control E because it is much more accessible on my keyboard. Because to use the execute button, I have to use my mouse while I'm typing my query. To use F5, I have to go to the top of the keyboard. So Control E is much more convenient, but I'll let you choose your choice of option here. Okay. Now let's suppose you have worked on a very important component inside your project. It took you at least 3 weeks to understand everything related to it. Okay. And now you have built a solution for it. Okay. It took you a good amount of 3 weeks, to understand and build a solution. Now let's say you build a solution. Okay. Everything is good. Now, let's say a couple of months later, there is another change requested on the same component. Okay. Now, one of your other team members in the project takes it up. Okay. Now, as it is a complex component in the solution, they again spend 2 to 3 weeks understanding the entire process, the entire implementation. What happens here is, as per me, I have failed as a developer, or you have failed as a developer who has worked on the component initially. Why? Because I did not explain it properly. I could not share the knowledge that I have regarding the component, which has caused the other developer also to spend the same amount of time as I did. If there was a documentation somewhere, if there was a session that I could have conducted to explain these, it would have been great. Better than those options are for you to write brief description in your code itself. While you're working on any programming language, it is very important for you to describe your code in 1 or 2 lines as to what you are exactly doing. So when they look at your code, they will also get to read your description, your explanation, and it will cut short the analysis time by a huge amount. And then that shows the maturity of a developer. These descriptions that you write are referred to as comments in SQL Server. And in all the programming languages, we call it as comments. Okay, comments are brief description about the code that we write along with the code itself. Now, I have written notes in here. All of it is in the form of comments. Okay, now, how do I tell SQL Server that this is a comment? Because if I don't tell SQL Server, it will execute it as a command and it will fail, right? Because this will be simple English. So to let SQL Server know that this is a comment, I put a double dash in front of it. Now, when I put a double dash in front of it, SQL Server knows that this is a comment and it will ignore it. If by mistake I execute this also, it will ignore it. It will not do anything at all. Now, if I have to write a single line of description to specifically say this is a comment, I use a double dash in the beginning. If I have to write multiple lines of description or multiple line of comment, I use this particular pattern in SQL, slash and a star, and then I write whatever number of lines I want of description, and then I finish it with star and a slash. Again, SQL Server ignores everything written inside of it because it knows that these are also comments in SQL. So if I run all of these, oh boy, I'm sorry, excuse me. If I run all of these, it says commands completed successfully, but internally it would have done nothing at all. Now, what is this query window that comes up when I run something? This query window is called as the results window or the results pane. This is where we see the outcome of our query that we are executing. Okay, this is where we see the outcome of the query. Now, again, as I said, we are going to spend most of our time on the query window. So I don't want the results window to take up 50% of my space. Once I have seen my result, I don't want it to be there here permanently. To hide it, I've seen people doing this, dragging this up and down. But to do that, you have a shortcut available that you can use to hide this window. Control R. You see, it hides it. If you want to see it again, Control R, it shows you back again. Okay. Or you execute a query and it will automatically come up. All right. Now, if you, let's say, have a bunch of line of code or command and you want to comment, let's say, these 3 lines. You highlight these 3 lines and there is a shortcut available here that you can click. There's an option available here that you can click and it will automatically add double dashes in front of your line of code. So these are commented, right? It adds the double dash, so it is commented. Now, if I have to uncomment, I choose this. Is there a shortcut to do this? Definitely. You can use Control K C to comment, Control K U to uncomment. If you haven't followed, don't worry, I have it right here in the notes again. To comment or uncomment line of code, highlight all of those. Control K C will comment, Control K you will uncomment. Let's create our database then. Okay, now we can create a database in two different methods. Okay, I can create a database in two different method. One is by writing a simple T-SQL query. So there are two ways in which I can create a database. One, I use the T-SQL. I write a simple T-SQL command which says create database, and the name of the database goes here. Now remember, there are some good naming conventions that you have to follow while creating a database name. One thing to remember here is SQL is not case sensitive. Okay, that means you can have this database created in entirely uppercase, and while referring to it, you can refer to it in entirely lowercase. It is absolutely okay. But as a good practice, what I usually do is I use camel case for my naming always. Camel case is basically when you have the first letter of a word in capital, in uppercase, and the rest are in lowercase. So I always use camel case. I try to avoid spaces in my database name. Okay, do not have spaces like this. It's not really good. It's not really accepted. Whenever you have to add a space, use an underscore. Don't start with a special character. Don't use special characters in your name. Try to avoid it. Numbers are accepted, but try to avoid them if possible. So this is one method of creating it. The other method of creating a database is by using the graphical user interface, or the GUI that is available. So there is a user interface provided by default in SQL Server that will let you create a database. Okay, so to create it using the graphical user interface, I'm going to copy this name so I don't have to write it again. What do you do? Where do you open the user interface from? Go to your Object Explorer, right click on the database, and there's a new database option. Click on it and it will open up an interface where the first thing that will ask you is for the name of the database. The name of the database goes right here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So let's take a look at what is Redux first. So Redux is a state management library which allows us to manage global state of our application in a predictable manner. For those of you who are not aware what state management is, when you're building a front-end application or an application that is purely user interface and doesn't regard itself with how the data is stored on the server side, if you're building it with JavaScript or any other technology which you might choose, the state management aspect of a front-end application is all the data that that application stores, how that data is being displayed on the user interface, and when the data is updated. So for instance, if you have a shopping list application, or you get a new notification, or some item in your cart becomes unavailable for some reason, these are the kinds of notifications. And when you get those notifications, when the data in your application updates, how do you wish for it to be displayed, where do you wish for it to be displayed, and how that data is updated. Because if that data is being displayed in multiple places, that updated data needs to be displayed on those multiple places as well. So this is what state management is. It's basically managing the data of your application and keeping it synchronized with other parts of your application. As you can guess, it's a really complicated topic, which is why we have Redux, which is one of the libraries that allow us to do this. Redux is in JavaScript only, but it's not the only library that can allow you to do state management. There are other libraries available as well, other libraries that integrate with React as well. So how do you use Redux, or why should you use Redux? It's what we'll take a look at next. Also, we'll be taking a look at global state. In case you're familiar with React, you know that in React, there's a concept called global state, and then there's a concept called local state. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but basically local state is data that your components need to know, and global state is data that many components need to share with each other. And when the data is updated, those components need to be updated as well. So that kind of data is what Redux can manage. And if your application grows up to be large, then you need to use Redux for that operation only. So why should you use Redux? As we have discussed, that there are many other concepts available for us. There are many other libraries available for us. And so why would you want to use it? Let's take a look at that. Redux offers several benefits for managing state, such as centralized. So in Redux, there's just one place where you store the entire global state. There are state management applications in which they slice off particular bits of state in in small pieces. That's doable, but that increases the complexity of state management. It has been observed that using a centralized place to store all of your state is a better way because it allows you to better understand where to look for a particular piece of data. If you have 7 different places where you can look at to get access to a particular data to check whether or not a particular data is available, it's going to be a little difficult. Also, the strategy that you implement in order to define which state is going to live in what piece of state management, it's going to be really difficult for other people to follow as well, unless all of them have come to a similar conclusion. So it's very centralized. It's very useful in that manner. Then it's predictable. So one of the major aspects of Redux is that it has been designed in a way that any update to state is predictable. You can even create a log of all the updates that have been made and can rebuild the original state from which your application started just by going through the logs in reverse order. So for instance, if you log that the state was just a count of 0, then we were given the option to update the state with 1, so we did that. Then we updated with 1 again, so we did that. We got 2, then we got 3, and now we are at 3. Now if you want to undo those changes, what we can do is just go through these steps in reverse order. So instead of updating it with 2, updating it with 1, adding 1, we just decrement 1, then we decrement 1 again, and then we decrement 1 again, and then we go to 0. So it's very predictable. We can understand what caused the state to update and how that update took place, what operations were performed. It becomes easy. So Redux is really easy to use compared to other state management libraries which we have discussed can have very complicated concepts. Redux is fairly simple. It's basically a state management library that allows you to manage your state in a way that is very predictable, easy to use, and centralized. So you can get started with Redux fairly easily. You don't need to know a lot of concepts. Tooling is another aspect of Redux that's quite good. Tooling basically means that there are a lot of extensions, browser extensions, other libraries available that allow you to integrate Redux with other libraries such as Angular, and you can use it with Vue, you can use with React, which we'll take a look at. There are Chrome extensions that allow you to check whether or not a particular web application is using Redux, and if it is in development mode and it is using Redux, then you can just look at the state and figure out what are the updates that took place. There's a lot you can do using Redux. And then comes library agnostic. Since Redux is just a plain JavaScript library, you can use it with any library you want. Or if you don't want to use it with other libraries such as React or Angular, but just with plain JavaScript code, which we'll take a look at in a moment, this is what you do. So Redux is basically just a JavaScript package. You just include it in your web page and then just start using it. So you don't have to be tied down to a particular front-end framework or a particular set of libraries. Instead, they will all be that will all be taken care of by integration libraries, or you can integrate Redux with those packages yourself. The important aspect here is to understand how to use Redux properly. Mention would be to understand that you don't need to use Redux for all the applications. Redux is quite a good library. It's very useful, but just make sure that you use it only when it's necessary. Many applications are built where Redux is used even though it might not have been needed. So if you're trying to try things out and understand how to use it, then you can use Redux in any application. But if you're building something for production, then introducing Redux is just a complicated way of doing things. You can do it quite easily using other ways as well. So try considering other ways, and if it's still not easy for you to use, then use Redux. Now let's take a look at some of the principles of Redux. It's okay if you don't understand all of them right away. Just understand that these principles are what have guided the design decisions that React takes. First one is the single source of truth. As we have discussed, that Redux is centralized. In Redux, there's a concept of a store. Don't worry, we'll cover that concept in just a moment. But basically, it's the one place where the entire state of your application lives. Any update will go through this store, and when you want to check whether or not a particular state property has a particular value, you can just look into the store. There is no other place that maintains the current state of the store. You just need to take a look at the store and figure out, okay, what's the current value of this state variable, and you get that value. If there were multiple sources of information, then it could be really complicated to understand which one has the most updated value. You would have to look at all the values, figure out when they were updated, and then use them. It becomes really complicated. So this is why Redux has a single store, and it's called the single source of truth. No other part of your application is managing state other than Redux, which makes your application very easy to reason about. Then state is read-only. So in Redux, it cannot mutate or modify the state directly. The only way to do so is by emitting what's called an action, and we'll take a look at that. Just in case you are unaware of what an action is and how to use it, don't worry, we'll just show you what that means in a moment. But basically, you just emit an action. It's like raising an event, letting people know that we want something to be done with the current state of the store. And after dispatching an action, Redux will do its thing and then create new state out of it. And we'll take a look at how that happens in a moment as well. But you can't directly reach into state, update some data, and then go out. That way, if you were allowed to do that, then anyone could just change the state to anything, even turn it into null, which might be an illegal operation in your case. So state is read only. So this is why sometimes when you're trying to update state, you have to go through these complicated concepts of actions and reducers and all of that, which we'll take a look at in a moment. But do note that it is done in order to manage complexity. Finally, changes are made with pure functions. So a pure function is basically a function that when given the same input will always produce the same output. In other words, there are no side effects. It's not that when you give it some parameter, sometimes it will do some things and the other times it will do the other things. It's not affected by any outside constraints. For instance, if you had some code that will, when given a number, if it's morning, it will print hello with that many number of times, and if it's evening, that will print good night with that many number of times. Now that's not a pure function, because that's going to do something that's really complicated. So if you're using pure functions, then make sure that your code is going to behave the same way no matter what the situation is. It's not affected by outside constraints. So when we're trying to change our Redux store's current state, we use reducers. Reducers are pure functions that take the current state and an action and return the next state. So as we already discussed, that changes are not made directly. The changes are made using pure functions, and they are taken care of by Redux. So a pure function, as we have discussed, is just a function that takes the same input and will always return the same output without any side effect. So these were the reasons why Redux works the way it works. Now let's take a look at some of the concepts of Redux. So there's some important Redux terms and concepts that we need to be familiar with before we can continue. So these terms are actions. First term is action. So an action is nothing more than just a plain JavaScript object that has a property named type. Type describes what do we want to do, or more importantly, what kind of an update we want to make to a state. Type is essentially, it could be anything, but most probably it's a string that has some name. So for instance, if you have a JavaScript object with the type property set to increment, and in your application that means you want to increment some number from whatever its current value is to the next value, which is if it's 1, it should be 2, if it's 7, it should be 8.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the purpose of the union operator in SQL? Your options are to combine the result sets of two or more select statements, to filter rows based on a specific condition, to calculate aggregate functions on a result set, to create a new table from existing tables. Mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So if it's in the store, then you don't directly do that. You create a action and you dispatch it. So that's what an action is. It can optionally contain a payload. Payload basically is another JavaScript object that contains some data which can be used to update our application, which could be used to modify the behavior of updating our state. So if we pass in a payload with the value of 1 or 2 or 3, and if we want to increment the current value of our state by that, we can do that. Then comes action creators. For smaller applications, you can create actions quite simply, but sometimes actions can be a little complicated to create, mainly because they could be really different, really large in their size. You could have 4 payload properties or 5 payload properties, and they could have different names, and depending on the values of those payload properties, you could have different values. So instead of doing it again and again whenever you want to dispatch an action, you can create a function called action creator, which basically will take in some parameters if needed and will return an action creator or action object. So this is to centralize the creation of large actions. For smaller applications, it's not really necessary, but you should know what that means. Then comes reducers. Reducers are by far one of the most important concepts in Redux. Reducers are functions that take in the current state and return the updated state. These state updates are done using by passing the current state and an action. And when these two things are passed, our reducer will take a look at the action, figure out if it recognizes that action, and if it does, then then it executes an operation on the current state, creates a new state without mutating or changing the current state, because that's really necessary for Redux to work, and then it returns the new state that it had mutated from the current state. Again, if it looks a little complicated, don't worry, we have a demo right after this which will demystify this for you. Then comes store. So a store is a JavaScript object that contains the entire state of your application. It is the place that contains the global state of your application. So store is the object where everything is stored. All the actions and reducers update the data inside store. Then comes dispatch. Dispatch is a function that is used to dispatch an action or emit an action. Dispatch is basically a method on store that allows us to send actions to be executed by reducers. Dispatching an action is how we update the state. That's the only way you can do it. There are no other ways to update the state or to make changes to the current state. And then comes selector. So selectors are used to extract small pieces of state from the entire global state This is done when the global state is quite complicated. Again, you don't have to do this all the times. The things that you need to understand is actions, reducers, stores, and dispatch. Action creators and selectors are topics that you can use if you feel they are necessary and your code is a little difficult to work with. Without those, then you can use those, but they're not really necessary part of Redux. With that, now we come to the hands-on aspect. So let's take a look at that. This is what it looks like, and it loads, as you can see, but it has no value. So this is what it looks like, and this is going to be the output. Now, as you can see, the output is quite dull. It's not showing anything, it's not doing anything, mainly because we just firstly want to understand how Redux works. So for that, what we have is we have some text editor, Visual Studio Code, in which I have opened up the code. This is what it looks like, and this is what the code does. So let me just remove it and do it once more for you so that you understand how this is working side by side. So first thing we have done is we have the basic HTML structure, and the only other thing we have a reference to the redux.js package. As I've already told you that it's a JavaScript package, could be used anywhere. Now, what we want to do is we want to manage the state of a counter application. A counter application is just going to have a number which can either be incremented by 1 or decremented by 1 with each operation. To do this, first I need to create a reducer. So it would be called count reducer. And if you remember, reducer's job is to take in state and action and return a new state. So the current state that it will pass, if no state is passed, then we will get 0 by default, but you don't need to do it all the time. And then there's an action. Now, all I have to do is perform some operation based on the value of action.type property. Now, when situations like these occur, we use switch cases. You can use if else as well, but switch cases are generally preferred terms. So I am going to be performing some action based on action.type. The case for that action.type is going to be, in this case, increment. And what I want to do is I want to return the current state plus 1. As you can see, I'm not returning plus state because I don't want to mutate the current state. This will be managed by Redux. That's why. Then there's decrement, in which we remove one value from the state and save this. Finally, if for instance user dispatches an action that has no type value or has an invalid type value, then we have to use a default case in which we just return the current state. This is when user, instead of dispatching an increment action, they increments something random, and we don't want our state to get corrupted because of that. So we can just do it this way. So that is done. That's the reducer. If you want to check how this works, you can do that as well. If you go back to the code, if I refresh this, and if I type in count reducer, you can do it that way as well. And we'll take a look at that in a moment. Firstly, let's use count reducer in our aspect. So that's the function count reducer. You can just copy paste it because it will work just fine. Now if I call count reducer, I can pass in a state and action with the type set to increment, and as you can see, it increments it by 1. If I were pass in 2, this will give me 3. And if I were to, instead of dispatching increment, dispatch decrement, I'll get 1. So as you can see, this is quite easy to understand. It's not that complicated. It's not that difficult to understand either. So with that, now let's take a look at something else. Now let's take a look at how we can use Redux here. So after getting Redux, We have the count reducer here as well. This is working fine. Finally, we have to create a store and then dispatch actions. To create a store, all we have to do is use the const store is equals to redux.create store, and we pass in reducers. If you have multiple reducers, you can use the combined reducers function that comes with Redux, but I only have one reducer, so it will work just fine. Now, what I want is I want to dispatch an action. That's quite easy. Store.dispatch. And inside this dispatch function, all I'm going to do is I'm going to dispatch an action of type. And since we have already described the type to be increment, that's how this will work. So we'll increment it 3 times and then we'll decrement it 3 times. So that's basically it. Now, if I run this, you'll see that there is no output here, and understandably so, because we are just creating store.getState. So this is the current value of state. The reason why we're not getting any output is whenever we're updating the state, we're not logging it to the console. Now to do that, we could just do it this way. I can just copy and paste console.log store.get state after each of the increment and decrement operations. I'll do it for all the increment operations. It works. But since we want to do it every time an action gets dispatched, instead of doing it this way, what I can do is I can subscribe to the store. And store subscription basically means I am asking the store to execute some function whenever an action is dispatched and the state gets updated. So store.subscribe, and I want to pass in a function that needs to be executed. This is an anonymous function. In case you don't want to pass an anonymous function, you can simply just write function and do it this way. But I like using arrow functions. They work quite well. And all I have to do is type console.log store.get_state. Save this, and now if I refresh this, so this is still taking some time because it was loading the Redux package, but now it's loaded. We have 1, 2, and 3. Then decrement actions happen, and we have 3. Instead of 3, we get 2, 1, and then 0. So that's how that starts. As you can see, we are using the store. This is a reducer which takes in a state and an action and returns a new state. And by default, we return the current state, because if I were to dispatch an action that is something that you shouldn't do, let's say this decrement 0, 0, instead of throwing an exception, we'll get the current state, or we'll get the new state, which is just the current state, which is 0. Okay, and then we create the store with using that reducer. Then because the reducer has a default value of state to be 0, this is what's going to happen. Then we get the state. We start by dispatching a few actions, and we subscribe to the store so that we know what's going on when a new state is executed. Okay, so now let's take a look at what next we have to learn.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand what is Git. So guys, Git is basically a software which helps us in doing version control, right? And it's a distributed version control system. So we have already understood what a distributed version control system is. So it's a distributed version control system which basically helps us to version code files. Okay. Now, if you go by the definition, it is used for tracking changes in computer files or the code files, and also coordinating work. So any project or any product, like I said, when you work on it, it's a team's effort. It's never one person who handles the whole product. It's always a team effort. And Git basically promotes collaboration, right? So if you are working on a project, there can be multiple people who will be basically working on that project. Moving forward, now let's go ahead and talk about the Git lifecycle. So now that we understand what a distributed version control system is, we understand that we are going to discuss about Git, which is yet another distributed version control system. We understand the advantages of using it. Now let's go ahead and understand how does Git basically work. So when we talk about the life cycle of Git, to sum it up quickly, there are three stages in Git through which a basically a code file goes from, right? So when you start working in Git, you basically start off to work in the working directory. So any directory that you start to work off in, that's basically your working directory. Once your work is done, what you do is you stage your work. You make it ready for uh, being saved on the version control system, right? So you kind of simulate all the files, or you basically promote all the files which you want to be you want to be saved in the version control system. For example, there could be 10 files that you're working with, right? For example, some could be input files, some could be output files, right? And some could be the main code files that you're writing in your working directory. But when you talk about saving your project, you want to talk about saving your code. Actually, you will not be saving the input and the output files. You will only be saving the main code files which are there in your working directory. So when you are basically going from a working directory to the staging area, what you're doing is you're selecting the files that you want to save in the version control system. So when you select those files that you want to save, that becomes the staging area. So in the staging area, basically put the files that you want to go ahead and save in the version control system. And finally, what you do is you save them. And the saving term, or the saving process, is basically called git commit. All right. So let's go ahead and understand these lifecycle stages one by one. So first of all, we start off with the working directory. So any directory which has your code file in it and which has git initialized in it is basically called the working directory. If I were to quickly give you a glimpse, let's say I go to my terminal and let's say I create a directory. Let's say the directory name is learn. Okay, I go inside learn, and inside learn, what I do is I do git init. So what does git init basically means? Git init basically means that I've initialized a git repository. Now once I initialize a git repository, this folder learn has now become the working directory for me, right? So it doesn't have anything right now, so I can put some output files here. I can put some input files here, and then I can put some code files here, right? Now these input files and output files I don't want to save. I just want to save the code files. So the way I can save the code files is by typing, or by staging the code files, and the way I can do that is using the git add command. Okay, so we'll be discussing more about it as we move along. But yes, so just to be clear what the working directory is, once you initialize git, this folder where you initialized it, it becomes your working directory, right? So the place where your project resides in your local disk is your working directory. This project may or may not be tracked by git. For example, if I have done git init, this is being tracked by git right now. But let's say you are creating a new project and yet you have not done git init. Okay, so still in that case, technically that's your working directory because you have all your files over there. So once your project is probably at a stage where you feel it has to be shared with someone or it has to be uploaded somewhere, in that case, even if you do git init, in that case as well, it will be called as a working directory. Okay. So the project can be tracked by Git by using the command git init. So that I just showed you. Once you start working on a folder, you just type in git init, and then that folder becomes initialized, and that folder becomes your working directory. And by doing git init, it automatically creates a .git folder. So over here right now, if I do an ls, you are not able to see a folder called .git, right? So if I do ls-a, you can see there's a folder called .git. So this is a hidden folder in your working directory, and this hidden folder basically has all your settings. It has all the versioned files that you will never see when you're working in your working directory. Your working directory is always clean, and all the settings of Git, all the versions that are stored in Git are stored inside the .git folder. If you accidentally delete the .git folder, your Git version control system is done with. All your version files will be deleted, all your logs will be deleted. So that's why this folder is very important, and that's why this folder is hidden. Okay, so that's about the working directory. And then you have the staging directory, guys. So staging directory is basically the directory where you set which files you basically want to save in the version control system, right? So I gave you the example of having a lot of files, but among those files, let's say 3 or 4 files are the main files that are the code files that you want to store as in your project repository. So for saving them in the staging area, what you do is you use the git add command, right? And by using the git add command, you basically specify which files are going to be tracked by Git specifically. Okay. Then you have something called as commit. So commit is the final stage of the file in a final lifecycle stage, of a file being saved on your local hard disk. Wherein when you type in git commit, whatever files you have staged in the staging area will now be saved in the Git file system, locally, and that is possible using git commit. So if I were to explain the whole process to you using a diagram, so first thing what happens is you are in a program workspace. In this program workspace, what you do is you initialize a repository using the git init command. Now this git initialized working directory, where you complete all the code files, and then what you do is you specify all the code files that you want to save, and then that becomes the staging area for you. And once the staging area is ready with all the files that you want to save, you pass in the git commit command, and the files get committed to your Git repository. But is this the end? So we were talking about the fact that Git basically promotes collaboration. So let's understand how that is done. So once your files are now committed to your local repository, what happens after it? How do we collaborate it with the team? So that's when the concept of GitHub comes. So GitHub is basically the remote repository of the distributed version control system that we were learning about. So in distributed version control system, as you know, you had a remote repository, then you had a local repository, and the developers used to work in the local repository. So GitHub is going to be the remote repository in this case. So besides GitHub, there are a lot of other projects also that you can use. For example, there is something called as Bitbucket. There is also something called as GitLab. There are a lot of other projects as well, right? But all of them basically work exactly the same, right? From a developer's perspective, from a DevOps architect's perspective, all the commands are going to be the same that you are going to learn today as well for Git. It's just that the remote repository can be a different software where you are uploading. Okay, moving forward, now let's understand how does Git basically work. So let's say I have a folder, I have this working directory where I have different kind of files. I have some HTML files, I have some JavaScript files, I have some JSON, I have some CSV, I have some XML. So this project folder, first I initialize, I stage all these files that I want to save, and then what I do is I pass in the git commit command. Now when I pass in the git commit command, what happens is all these files will now be saved inside the Git version control system, and Git, what it will do is it will assign it a commit ID. Okay, so this circle that you see here is basically a commit ID. It's basically a pointer to all these files which you have just created or which you have saved in your Git file system. Next, what happens is, let's say you do some update to your code. Let's say we added a CSS file over here. So the moment you add a new file and you save it again to Git, what Git does is it again creates a new commit and it again gives it a new ID. So mind you guys, you already had a commit ID in place and this is always going to be there. It's not getting deleted anytime soon. This will not be modified. Always a new commit will be created, right? And in this new commit, the changes will be saved. So mind the language that I'm using, it will only save the changes. So these 6 files that were there, these 6 files are there in this commit. So when you add or modify anything, only the modifications are now saved in the new commit that you have, right? You don't have all the files saved all together again. So with this concept, what happens is you also save space, right? So you save space because time and again, you're not saving all the things again. What you're doing is you're only saving the changes. So in this case, the changes are the CSS file. So only this CSS file will be saved in the commit. But when you talk about the whole project, that project is going to be a combination of this commit ID and this commit ID. Okay. Now, because this project is going to be a combination of a lot of commits, what happened is you put all these commits on a branch. Okay. So what is a branch? A branch is basically a logical or a sequential straight line which has sequential commits on it. And whenever you want to see your code, what happens is your code always is on the head, which basically is the latest version of the branch. So right now, if I want to see what all files are there in the project directory, what I'll do is I will do an ls, and the ls will always happen on the head of the branch. So head is always pointing to the newest commit which has happened on the branch. So when I point to the head, what happens is I see the changes, and along with the changes, I also see the files which were there in the previous commits. Okay. And to logically go ahead and have a visual representation for it, we basically have a branch on which all the commits are basically arranged. Moving forward, this branch by default is created, and this branch is called the master branch. So no matter which Git software you might be using for the remote repository, or no matter which product you're developing using Git, you will always have a master branch, right? And when I say a master branch, you can have other branches as well. But in case if you don't have other branches, you will always have the master branch. The master branch is a default branch which is present in all the Git repositories. Okay. Okay, but why do we need a branch? So I told you for the visual representation, for arranging the commits, you need a branch. But is that the only use case of having a branch, or are there any other things as well that you can do with the branch? So yes, there are other things as well that you can do with the branch, and let's go ahead and understand that. All right, so why do we need a branch? So guys, let's say you are a developer, right? And what you do is you basically have been hired by someone who has already created a prototype of the project. Let's say I'm a developer, created my project, and now I feel that it's time for me to scale up. It's time for me to basically get the project running faster. And so what I do is I hire a bunch of developers. So how do I make them collaborate to my project? So the way it works is what I do is I put my project on a master branch and I put it on GitHub. Now, I don't want the other developers, since I do not know the capability of other developers. Let's take a scenario here that I do not know how well the other developers know how to code. So what I do is I don't give them the access to my main code. I basically create a copy of the code and I tell them all the R&D, all the research and development that you want to do it in this particular copy of the code, right? And when you think the task that I've given you is complete, get it reviewed by me, and then what I'll do is I will basically take the changes that you have done in that folder and I will integrate it with my main code. Okay, let's take this scenario. So in this scenario, the main code is basically the master branch. The copy of the folder or the copy of the main code that I give you is the feature branch. And what the developer will basically do is he will start working on this branch. So branch is basically a nomenclature, but in other words, it's basically a folder that you create in Git. So you have a master folder and then you can create multiple other folders where other developers can work. So in this case, if I hired one developer, let's say I asked him to develop or change the UI of my homepage. So I add a feature A folder, which I say is this is the folder where the new UI will be. So basically we've divided all the commands that you could be used frequently or you will be using frequently among these 4 domains, right? The first domain is about creating a repository. So we'll be discussing some commands which will help you create a repository in Git. Then we'll be dealing with commands which can help you make some changes in Git. Then we'll be dealing with commands which will help you do parallel development in Git. And then towards the end, we'll also be learning commands which will help you in syncing your repositories. Okay. So let's discuss each of these domains one by one. So let's talk about how to create repositories. Let's start from the scratch, right? So our first, whenever you start a project, the first thing that you have to do is you have to go to your working directory and you have to do some code or make some code, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is let me just switch to my terminal. Alright, so this is my terminal and I'm logged into an Ubuntu server. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a directory which is say called DevOps. Okay, so let me create a directory called DevOps and let me just cd into this directory. Okay, so I'm into this directory now. Let me just clear the screen. Now let us add some files. Say I add a file called nano. Let me add a file called 1.txt. Okay, and let us say hello world in it. So this is our first file. Okay, now let me add one more file. Let us add a file called nano2.txt. Let's say hello from Intellipaat. Okay, so this is a file that we have added now. Let's save this file. Okay, so now we have 2 files which are there inside a folder DevOps. Okay, so this is not being tracked by Git as of now, right? But it is still our working directory. Now for making it a Git initialized working directory, all I have to do is type in git init and hit enter. Okay, and now we have an initialized Git repository in front of us. Okay, so this is how you can initialize a directory in Git. So now you have created a repository in which you have your code which will now be tracked by Git. Let's come back to our slides. So this is exactly what we wanted to do. We wanted to initialize a Git repository and we have done that. We have added some files in that directory. Now let's go ahead and see what our next command is. So our next command is about knowing the status of what are the files doing in that directory. Are those files saved in Git? What is the status of that directory? And the command for seeing the status of directory or the files inside it is the command git status. So let us quickly jump back to our terminal. Let me just clear the screen. And now if I want to see like if my files are being if my files are saved in Git, what exactly is happening with my files. So what I do is I just type in git status and I can clearly see that my files are right now untracked. Okay, why are they untracked? Because I've not staged them yet. These are just files which the Git is seeing that they exist in the directory, but they have not been added to my file system yet. So this is what Git is telling me right now. Okay, and it is also telling me if I want to track these files, all I have to do is git add and then the file name. So I don't want to do that right now. So let us go back to our slide. So this is what git status does. It basically gives you a status of your repository or of your directory. What are the files which are in the directory? I mean, what is the status of those files? Okay, so we got the status. Our next command is about adding. Right, so basically we have made some changes to our file and now we want to add it into a repository, and for doing that all I have to do is just go back to my terminal and I'll say git add. I can either type in the name of the files. So say I want to track both the files, so I'll just type in 1.txt or 2.txt. You type this, or what you can do is you can just type in git add and then a dot. Dot means track all the files which are present in this directory. So I'll hit enter, and now if I do a git status, let me just clear the screen. If I now do a git status, I can see that my files are now being tracked. Okay, so my files are now being tracked. They are staged, right? So if you think about the life cycle, you were in the working directory. Now you are in the staging area. You have staged your files. You want these files to be saved in the Git file system. They're still not saved. They're still in the staging area. The next step is saving these files in the Git file system. And for doing that, the command is git commit. Okay, so
how do you type in the git commit? You type in git commit, then you give a space -m flag, which basically means the message, and then you type in the message that basically will point to what you are basically doing in that commit. For example, in this case, since this is our first commit, we can simply type, let me just clear the screen, git commit -m. We can say this is our first commit, adding 1.txt and 2.txt. Okay, so this is what we do. We just hit enter, and now you can see that my files have been committed to git. Okay, and now if I do a git status, now, you can see it says on branch master there is nothing to commit, working tree is clean. That basically means all the files which are there in this directory right now are clean. They are all saved in the git file system, and there's nothing to worry about right now, right? So now let's do a little experiment. What I'll do is I'll add one more file. Let me just create one more file, and let us name this file as 3.txt and type in test file inside it, right? So now what happens? So if I do git status, you can see it will say that 3.txt is a file which is untracked in git. Rest all the files which are there, it is not listing that because those are already saved in git, and they are there's nothing changed to those files. Also, let us try by changing the 2.txt file, which is not listing over here, right? So what we'll do, we'll just do a little change to it. Let me just add 1 2 over here. Let us save it, and let me do a git status now. Let's see what happens. So if I do a git status now, it can see there is a modified 2.txt file, and there is an untracked file which is 3.txt. Okay, so this is something what you get. So any changes that you do to a file, it will be reflected in the status of git. Now if I want the 2.txt file to be saved, I have to stage it again, and then I'll have to commit it. Okay, that is the only way I can modify the 2.txt file. Okay, so let's come back to our PPT now, and let's go ahead and see what is our next command. So our next command is about syncing repositories. So now we have committed the files to our local system, but how do we make it available to the world, right? So for making it available to the world, the first thing that you have to do is you should have a git repository. Okay, so let me just jump on to my browser, and then I'll show you how you can create a git repository. So just give me a second. Okay, so guys, you just have to sign up on GitHub, and once you sign up, this is how your page would look like. Now what I want to do is I want to create a new repository. So on your left hand side, you will see a button called new repository. Just click on that, right? And now let's name a repository something. So let us name it as DevOps and hyphen course. Okay, so our repository name is DevOps course, and the type of this repository is public, and let us just now click on create repository. Okay, so our direct repository has now been created, and now what I have to do is I have to copy this link. This is a HTTPS link, guys, so I have to copy this link. Let us copy this link, and now let's come back to our PPT to see what exactly we have to do. Okay, so now to add files to this repository, or to push files to this particular repository, first I have to add it in my command line. Now for adding this repository in my command line, I have to type in the command git remote add origin. Okay, this is the command, git remote add origin, and then the URL to the repository. So let us do that in our terminal. So I'm here. So right now when I'll commit, basically my 1.txt and 2.txt will be saved. My modified 2.txt file and my 3.txt will not be pushed. Okay, so let us see if that happens. So now what I'll do is I'll type in git remote add origin, and then the URL of my repository. So the URL is this. Let me copy that. This is the URL, and I'll hit enter. So now my files or my origin URL has been added in my command line, right? It has been saved in this git repository, my command line that is working on my git repository. Okay, so now let's come back to our slide. So we have executed this command. Let's see what our next command is. So our next command tells us how to push files to my URL, right? So the command is git push origin master, and see guys, this is the output for your command. Now when you type in this command git push origin master, it will ask you for your username and it will ask you for your password. So let us do that. So let me come here and let me type in the command. So the command is git push origin master. Okay, I typed in this command. It is asking my username. Let me enter my username. It is asking my password. Let me enter my password. I'll hit enter. And as you can see, it is pushing the files. And now my files have been successfully pushed to my repository. Let us check that. Let us come back to our browser. Okay, and let us refresh the page. So as you can see, it just says 6 minutes ago the files were committed to the repository and now they have been pushed, right? And over here you can see the message of my commit, which was first commit adding 1.txt and 2.txt. So you get the message over here. Here are the files, so you can see the changes or you can see the content of the files as well. If you click on 1.txt, my 1.txt had the content hello world, so it's being reflected here. Similarly, if I want to see my 2.txt, I can see that it says hello from Intellipaat, right? So everything is here, everything seems to work fine. And again, what I can do is now if I do a git status, you can see that there are 2 files which have not been added. So what I'll do is let me first make or let me add first the 2.txt file, that is a modified 2.txt file, into my git repository. So what I'll do is I'll type in the command git add 2.txt. Let me hit enter. So now this file has been staged, right? So if I do a git status now, I can see that this file is now staged. Okay, but this is still untracked, so we'll deal with this later. Okay, so now I have a modified 2.txt file and all I have to do is git commit, and now I'll specify the message as modified 2.txt. okay, so this is the message that I'm passing. I'll hit enter and now my file has been changed, but these changes have now been done to my local repository, not to my remote repository. So if I come back to my browser and if I refresh, you can still see the file which was added to 2.txt. It still says hello from Intellipaat and it was committed 8 minutes ago, right? So it still is not added to my remote repository. Now to add it to my remote repository, all I have to do is git push origin master. Okay, I'll hit enter. It will ask me my username. I'll provide the username and the password. And now my files are being pushed to GitHub. It has successfully done that. And now if I do a refresh over here, you can see that it says that 2.txt was committed a minute ago, right? And you can see the message over here. It says modified 2.txt, right? And this is exactly what we did. So we have added the second file as well to our remote repository. Let's add the third repository file as well, which is the 3.txt over here. So we'll do a git add dot git commit -m adding 3.txt, and now we'll do a git push origin master. We'll give the username, we'll give the password, and now my file has been pushed. And now if I do a refresh here, I can see even 3.txt has been added with the commit message adding 3.txt. Okay, so guys, this is how you can push your files or you can sync your remote repository to your local repository. Okay, so this was the command for that. Let's move forward now and let's check whether this step I've already done. So basically you can see that I have now synced my local to my remote repository. I have as you can see in the browser. Okay, now let's go ahead and see what our next step is. So our next step is to basically show you guys how you can clone a repository. Okay, so this is when I have basically I have pushed my local repository to my repos repository. Now say you are another developer who wants to work on this code. Now how can you work on this code? All you have to do is click on clone or download and just copy this link. Okay, copy this link, go to your terminal, right, and let me create a folder, say test over here, and let me create a folder called test over here, and let me go inside the test folder. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll type in the command git clone and I'll give the URL and I'll hit enter. Now what it has done, it has successfully copied the directory over here. So if I do an ls, I can see that the directory has been copied, or my repository has been copied to my local. Okay, and the awesome thing about this is, now if I go inside DevOps course, the directory, now over here I don't have to basically add a remote origin, right? Because you have cloned the repository, so this directory automatically knows where, if I push any file, where it has to go. For example, if I create a file, say I create a file nano4.txt, I say test file for clone. Okay, I'll say that, and now what I'll do is I'll add this, I'll commit this file, adding clone file. Okay, I'll hit enter. So my file has been committed, and now I'll do a git push origin master. I'll give the username, I'll give the password, and as you can see, my file has now been pushed automatically. Okay, so if I do a refresh here, 4.txt has automatically been added, and I did not do a git remote add origin even if I am in a different directory. Okay, now let me show you what I exactly mean. If I create a folder, say I create a folder called test. Okay, test exists. Let me create a folder called hello. Okay, and if I go inside hello, and if I do a git init, say I did a git init, and now let me say create a file called hello world.txt. Let me add any arbitrary text into it. Now if I do a git add dot, and if I do a git commit, and I'll say let's adding file. Okay, so the file has been committed. Now if I do a git push origin master, it'll give me an error. See, it says origin does not appear to be a git repository. Why? Because I'm in a separate directory right now. Okay, now if I do a cd, I go inside test, which was my first directory where I created all the files. So over here, if I do a git push, if I add a file, say let me first pull everything. Okay, so because the git pull origin master. Okay, 1 second guys. Okay, so I think this is now the repository. Okay, so the repository was DevOps. So let us go into inside DevOps, and let me just create, or let me just say git pull origin master. So this was the directory where we first created our code. Okay, let me hit enter. So now it has, as you can see, it has added 4.txt to it, because earlier we added in a separate folder, right? So now it has created 4.txt inside it. It has added 4.txt inside it, and if over here you can see I have not specified what origin is. It automatically knows what origin is. Why? Because DevOps is a git initialized repository. Okay, similarly, when I said that hello is a git initialized repository, but in hello I'll have to specify what is the origin of that repository, right? But if I do a git clone, as I did in test, right, I went into test and I did a git clone of the DevOps course. When I do a clone, it automatically copies the parameter as well as to what my origin repository is. Okay, any files that I add, if I push it on origin master, it will know where exactly it has to go. Okay, so this is how git clone can be helpful to you. All right, coming back to our slides. So now we know how to clone a repository in Git. We also saw how to pull files in Git, but let me show you again. So basically what we want to show you is that say you are inside this folder DevOps course, which is the same repository as what you have. Let me just duplicate this session.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the main concept behind object-oriented programming? Your options are inheritance, encapsulation, polymorphism, abstraction. Mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ENICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, You can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Alright, so this directory, which is DevOps, is pointing to the same repository as DevOps course. Okay, now if I do an ls here, I can see that there are 4 files: 1.txt, 2.txt, 3.txt, and 4.txt. Similarly, over here I have 4 files: 1.txt, 2.txt, 3.txt, and 4.txt. What I'm going to do is let me add a file from here. So nano 5.txt, and let me say test file. Okay, I've added it. Let me say git add dot. So I've staged the file. Let me commit the file. Test. Okay, I've committed the file, and now let me push the file to my remote. So I'll enter the username, the password, and now my file has been pushed. Okay, so if I have updated my remote repository, this local repository of mine will not get automatically updated. As you can see, it will not get automatically updated. If I do an ls over here, I can see there are 5 files, and if I go here on my remote repository, if I refresh, I can also see here are 5 files. But imagine this to be one developer and this guy to be another developer. Now this developer will not have the updated files till he does a git pull. Okay, so if he wants also the updated files which have been put on my remote repository, all he has to do is he has to type in git pull origin master, hit enter, and now the files will be updated in his system. Okay, so if I do an ls now, you can see that 5.txt file has now been added to this directory as well. Okay, so for coming back to our slides, so git pull helps you in updating your repository to the latest commit which is available on your remote repository. So that is what git pull is all about. And the difference between git clone and git pull is, like I told you guys, git clone is basically used when you want to copy the whole repository at your local system. But if you want to update repository when you're working in it, if you want to update all the files which are inside it, you can use git pull. In that case, git clone will not serve the purpose. Okay, moving forward, now let's talk about branches. Now, as you can see, now we are talking about parallel development. Okay, and as we learned in our previous topics or previous sessions, that if you want to do parallel development, or if you want to assign code to multiple developers, you basically branch out, right? You create a branch in your repository and you assign that branch to the developer who would be working on the code. Okay, so let us see how you can create a branch in Git. So for creating a branch in Git, this is the command: git branch and then the name of the branch. Okay, so let us see if we can create it over here. What I can do is, let me just clear the screen. Okay, and let us say I create a branch which is something like this: git branch, and say I create the branch feature 1. Okay, so the branch has now been created. Now if I want to list all the branches which are there, I'll just have to type in git branch, and I can see there are 2 branches in my repository now. One is called the master branch and the other one is called the feature branch. Okay, now any developer who wants to work on this code can basically work on this branch, and when he feels that his work has been finished, he can basically merge this branch to master. And merging means that whatever code you have added to feature branch will also be added to the master branch. Okay, don't worry if you're not understanding as of now, you'll understand as we move along. Okay, so I have added a branch feature 1. Now if I want to delete a branch, again, all I have to do is git branch -d and then feature 1. Okay, so it says deleted branch feature 1. That's it. Okay, so now your branch has been deleted. Okay, and this is exactly what we wanted to do. Moving forward, now if you create a branch and you want to switch to that particular branch, the command is git checkout. Okay, so now let me create the branch again, git branch feature 1. So I've created a branch, and what happens when you're branching? Basically, the last commit of your master becomes the first commit of your feature branch, whatever you have created. Whatever branch you have created, the last commit of your master becomes the first branch of your branch that you have created. Okay, so for example, in my master you can see that there are 5 files. So now if I go inside, if I do a git checkout into feature 1, so basically now I have switched to the branch feature 1, and if I do an ls over here, you can see there are 5 files. Okay, now what I want to do is I'll add a file. Say I add a file 6.txt over here. Okay, and I say hello world. Okay, and what I do is I save the file, git add dot, I stage the file, and now I commit the file, added to feature branch. My file has been committed, and now if I do an ls, I can see there are 6 files now. But mind you guys, this is not on my master branch. Now if you want to see which branch you are on, just type in git branch, and you can see you are on the feature branch right now. Okay, now what I want to do, I want to check if my master branch also has these changes. So what I'll do, I'll just switch to my master branch, git checkout master. I'm on my master branch now, and if I do an ls over here, you can see that the 6.txt file does not exist here. Okay, reason being, my feature branch is isolated from my master branch. Whatever changes I'm doing on my feature branch, it will not get reflected on the master branch, whatever I do. Okay, and whatever I do on my master branch will not get reflected on my feature branch. It works vice versa. Okay guys, so this is a feature which you basically use when you want to do parallel development, so that no branch is it is interfering with each other. So now I don't care what my developer is doing on feature 1. When he says that the feature is complete, I'll ask him to show me, and when he shows me the feature and I feel it's right, what I can do is I can merge it with my master so that it becomes available to the world. Okay, all right, great. Now if I do a git status here, git status, one second, git status, it says on branch master, nothing to commit. If I check out to feature, yeah, so if I have switched to feature now all I have to do is I will type in git status, and it again says on branch feature 1, nothing to commit. Why? Because I've already committed 6.txt to it. Now what I want to do is I want to push these changes to my remote repository. So what I can do is git push origin feature 1. Why? Because now we are pushing the feature 1 branch. We are no longer pushing the branch, the master branch. We are pushing the feature 1 branch, right? And I'll hit enter. So it'll ask me the username. I'll hit that. It'll ask me the password. I'll put that, and I'll hit enter. And now you can see my files are being pushed. And now you can see that feature 1 branch has now been pushed to feature 1 branch of my remote repository. So if I go to my browser now and I refresh it, you can see the 5.txt is still not visible here. Why? Because I'm on my master branch. I'll click here. I can see that I have a feature 1 listed over here. I'll click on that, and now I can see that the 6.txt file is visible here, and with my commit message which was added to feature branch. Okay, so I can again switch to my master branch, and I can see that my master branch is clean. If I switch to my feature branch, I can see that my feature branch is having the 6.txt file. Okay, let's come back to our slides. Alright guys, so we now know how to switch to a particular branch. Now let's go to our next slide. Now we probably know all the commands through which we can probably start working on Git, right? This command is a very important command, which is git log command. Now what is git log command? Now git log command helps you to see the history of your repository. Like what all have you done on your repository. Okay, now to see the history of a repository, the command is git log. Now let us go back to our terminal and let us just clear the screen. Now if I do a git log here, I can see the history of all the commits. Okay, so I can see that I am on my head is on the feature branch right now, right? And I can see that the last commit was this, when I added 6.txt to the feature branch. Before that I had a test commit. Before that I had a clone file that I added. Before that I had some other commit, 3.txt, 2.txt, right? So similarly I get everything, I get a history of everything that I've done so far, right? And these are all the commit IDs, guys. This is what we studied earlier, right? So if I want to say revert to this commit, all I have to do is just copy this commit ID and I have to type in git revert along with this ID, and I'll be able to revert to this particular commit. But we'll do that later. We're not doing that right now. We'll do that later. But this is the history of your branch. Okay, now if I want to see the history of master, this is the history of feature 1. Okay, let me just clear the screen and let me see where I am right now. So I'm on feature 1. So if we go to git checkout and then master and then clear the screen, if I do a git log over here, you can see that the head is now on the master, and only the log of the master branch I'm able to see right now. Okay, I cannot see the log of adding the feature file. Why? Because I'm on the master branch now. So whenever you do git log, you always see the log of what branch you are on. Okay, so right now I'm on the master branch, and that's why I can see all these logs. If I am on the feature branch, I can see all the logs of the feature branch along with the logs of master branch when the branch was when basically the moment I create a branch in my repository, it gets created from the master branch, right? So say I did 3 commits before I created a new branch. Those 3 commits will also be a part of my new branch that I've created. And if I go inside that branch and if I do a git log, I would be able to see those 3 commits in the log as well. Why? Because those 3 commits are also a part of those of that particular branch. Okay, so but the moment I do any other commits on master, those logs of that commit will not come in my feature branch. Reason being, now my feature branch is separate. All right, so I hope this is clear. All right, coming back to our slides, guys. So we now know how to see the history of our our git operations. Our next command deals with git stash. Okay, so what is git stash? So whenever you're working with multiple branches, there could be a point where you don't want to basically commit the file is basically still not complete, right? But you want to switch to another branch because you want to probably fix something in some other branch where you're having a problem, right? So basically it's about multitasking. It's about putting on hold the work that you're doing right now, completing the work over there, and then coming back here again and then starting with your work, right? So let me exactly first show you why do you need the git stash command. Okay, so if I'm over here right now, let me just clear the screen. Okay, so let us let us see where we are right now. So if I do a git branch, I can see I'm on the master branch right now. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to create, or let me just switch to my feature 1 branch, and let me create a file called 7.txt. Let me name it as stash file check. Okay, so I have created a file, but this file is still not staged. It is not committed yet, right? So I am on my feature branch right now. So if I do an ls, I can see 7.txt is here. Now if I change my branch, what will happen? Let us see. So if I do a git checkout master, and now if I do an ls, you can see the 7.txt file over here. Why can you see the 7.txt file? Because this file is not being tracked right now. It is not a part of any branch, right? Because it has not been saved yet, correct? So what I can do, so let me just come back to my feature branch. What I'll do, I'll just add, or I'll just stage this file. So let's see what then happens then, right? So I'll do a git add dot, right? And now the file has been staged, but it's still not committed, right? So if I do an ls now, it has all the files. Now if I check out to my master, and if I do an ls here, I can still see this 7.txt file. Now this can become a problem, or this might cause a confusion when you're working within branches or when you're working with production code, because you don't want this file to be here when you're on the master, right? Because you don't want your code to go haywire or cause a problem because of an extra file, or probably you changed something in 5.txt. Let me give you an example. Let me check out to my feature 1, okay, and let me go to 5.txt. So this is my 5.txt, and it's there in the master as well. Let me change the contents of this file. Okay, so I've changed the contents of the file. I'll stage it, okay, and I'll do a git checkout master. Okay, I'm on my master branch now. I'll do an ls, and now if I do a cat of 5.txt, can you see these changes are also there in the master? I don't want that. I don't want that to be reflected over here, because my feature branch should be different from my master branch. Now to avoid this confusion, although this file is not saved on the master yet, right? It is just being reflected over here. Reason being, these files are not committed to your branch in your respective branch where you were working. Okay, so how can you avoid this? Now the way to avoid this is you would just check out, or you would just check out to your feature branch where actually you want this file to belong. Okay, and it tells you that these two files are there which this has been modified and this has been added. Okay, so it gives you a notification, which is good. Now what you'll do is you'll say git stash. You'll just say this and hit enter. Now what will happen? Now if I go to my master, git checkout master, okay, and if I do an ls, I can see the 7.txt file is no longer visible over here. Okay, and also if I do a cat on 5.txt, I can see this is the original file that the master should have, right? Now say I wanted to do something in my master branch. I'm done with that work. Now I want to get back to the work that I was doing in the feature branch. So what I'll do, I'll just do a git checkout feature 1. I'm back here. I'll do an ls. So right now the files will be not saved. So if I do a cat.5.txt, it will still be the test file. It will still show me the committed version of the file. I mean, if I want to restore the files that I was working on, all I have to do is git stash and then pop. This is the command to basically come back to your working state. So I'll hit enter, I'll clear the screen, and now if I do an ls, I have 7.txt, and if I do a cat on 5.txt, I can see this is the modified 5.txt. So I'm now again in my working state. If I do a git status, it will show me that my files have been staged, but then they have to be committed now. Okay, so now all I have to do is I'll say git add dot, and now I'll commit these changes, committing stashed changes, and now these changes have been committed to my feature branch, right? And now if I do an ls, if I do a git status, I can see that my branch is clean, and I can now easily just go back to my master. I don't have to stash anything anymore. And if I do an ls, it is still isolated. Reason being, everything is committed to the branch now, and there is no dangling files here and there which could confuse me with the files that I'm working in whichever branch I want. Okay, and this is why we use the git stash command, so that we don't have any confusions. The files don't get mixed up with the files of other branches, and we don't get confused. Okay, so guys, this was the git stash command. Let's see what our next command is. So our next command is git revert. Okay, so this is an awesome feature of git. So let us come back to our terminal. Okay, so what I want to go do is I'll just do a git log, and I have all these commits over here, right? So I want to go back to my first commit where I just had my 1.txt and 2.txt. Okay, I want to go back to this commit. So all I have to do is I'll just click, or I'll just copy this commit ID, right? I'll clear the screen. I'll do a git revert, and I'll just paste that commit ID, hit enter. Alright, so let's go back to our terminal. Alright, so now for doing this, let us first see where we exactly are. So we are on the feature 1 branch. Awesome. So now we want to revert the changes, right? So for reverting the changes, the first thing that you do is you see the log. So right now the logs is that the last commit that was made on which the head is right now is this commit where we added these stashed changes. See, this caused a problem in my code and I want to revert this. So I want to revert this commit. So whatever changes I'm doing in this commit will be undone, right? Now for doing that, all I have to do is I'll copy this commit ID, okay? And before just doing everything, let me just do an ls, and I can see that I have 7.txt which I added in my stash changes, right? So what I'll do is I'll just do a git revert and I'll paste the commit ID, right? So let me just take the commit ID from over here, done, paste it here, hit enter, and now you can see it will say your 7.txt will be deleted, and we modified 5.txt, remember, right? So my file which was modified 5.txt will also be reverted. So these will be the changes which will be committed once I revert from this commit. So I'm like, okay, so I want to do this, so I save it, and now if I do an ls, I can see that 7.txt has been removed, and my file also which I had modified has now been changed, and you can see the changes over here. So that 2 files have been changed, 1 insertions and 2 deletions, and this is it, right? This is what just happened. And if now I do a git log, you can basically just see that when I did git revert, it basically committed a new thing on my feature 1 branch. It committed a new file on my feature 1 branch with the message revert of committing stashed changes, right? And it says this revert commits 9A60 90. So basically it undid the changes which I did in this particular commit. Now if you still want to go back to this commit and see what changes have actually been done, what you can do is, if I want to go to this commit, all I have to do is just copy this commit ID, and now I'll type in git checkout and then the commit ID. Okay, so now I'm in the stashed commit, right? So now if I do an ls, I can see that 7.txt is present, right? Now what I want to see is what all things did we modify. I think we modified 5.txt, so let's do a cat on 5.txt. So I can see it says test file 12, and here is my 7.txt, which I do, if I do a cat, it will say stash file check. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll say git checkout feature 1, so it will again return to the latest commit on my feature 1 branch. So I'm returned now. If I do an ls, I can see that 7.txt file is not there. If I do a cat on 5.txt, I can see that it has again returned to test file. So my changes which I did over here, that is, I changed file in my commit of stash changes, that is, I changed the file content to test file 12, and I created a file called 7.txt which I had stash file check. I had reverted this commit, and reverting means undoing the changes that you did in that commit, right? And it undid the changes that I did in that commit. So I no longer have 7.txt which I created, and I no longer have the contents of 5.txt to be the same as what was there in that particular commit. Okay, but remember guys, you still have that commit in your logs, and if you want, you can go to that commit and see what all things you want to fix, right? It's right here. But the head of the feature branch has now changed to a new commit which basically has undid changes or undone changes of what was there over here. Okay, sounds great. So this was all about git revert. All right, moving forward, the next command is git diff. Now git diff basically helps us in understanding what all has changed, right? What is the difference between two files, or what is the difference between two commits, what are the difference between two files? You can all see that using the git diff command, right? For example, if I come back here and I want to see the differences between what I did over here and what I did over here when I actually committed the stash, so we can do that. Let us see how we can do that. So I'll type in git diff, okay, git diff, and then I'll type in this commit ID, which is my head right now, and this commit ID, which was which I basically reverted. So I hit enter, and it will tell me that what all did change from both these commits, right? So it says that you have modified 5.txt. So there are two versions of 5.txt, a/5.txt and b/5.txt, right? So the a file was deleted and the b file was added, and it also shows the content, which what content was changed and what content was added, right? So if I am comparing the head with my previous commit, it says basically this file was changed and this file was added, right? And if I see over here, it says that there was nothing before and then we added 7.txt. Okay, now if I do the same by reversing the order of the commits, let's see what happens. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna say this is the commit which I want to check the difference with this commit. So now you can see that it says that test file 1.2 was removed and test file was added. Similarly, 7.txt was removed and null was added. Okay, so basically this should be your newer commit and this should be your older commit, and then it will tell the difference according to that, right? Similarly, if I want to do this, so I want to first check if everything is fine. So let me do a git status. Okay, so everything is committed on my FIFA1 branch. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change something in 4.txt file. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do a git, I'll do a nano 4.txt, and let me change the file content to test file for diff. I'll save it. Okay, sorry. So alright, so let's call this file as test file for diff. I'll save it. Okay, the file is now saved. I'll do an ls. So now my 4.txt file has changed and I can see that in git status. Okay, but I want to know what exactly changed. So what I can do is I can do a git diff with my head. So head points to the committed version of my branch, and I want to check what is happening currently, right? What is the current current in my current directory? I have not committed, or I have not staged the file for changes, right? My current directory is different from what is committed on the git file system. So that is what I'm comparing right now. I'm comparing my committed my latest commit with what is there currently in my folder, that is dot. Okay, I hit enter and you can see it says that there is something which has changed in the 4.txt file. So there was test file for clone before, which now has been changed to test file for diff. And this is exactly what I wanted to check. So git diff is basically used to check the differences between two commits or two files. Okay, and this is exactly what we have checked right now. Awesome. So let us come back to our slides. So guys, this brings us an end to all the common git commands that you could be using in your day-to-day life while you're using git.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So let us begin by taking a look at full stack developer beginner interview questions. First,
What is the use of a namespace in web development? A namespace is a single global object that contains methods, properties, and other objects. It adds ease of use via modularity, thereby providing users with the ability to reuse the code and avoid naming conflicts. Second question, what are the latest trends in full stack development? Candidates interested in full stack development should be aware of the following trends according to industry experts. Increased use of frameworks and libraries such as React.js and Vue.js, as well as progressive apps, real-time web apps, and mobile web development. JavaScript enhancements are beneficial to programmers. Finally, the development of a more compatible extension. Third question, is it possible to reduce the load time of a web application? Using image optimization, keep JavaScript and CSS in external files, reducing redirects, load CSS and JavaScript files asynchronously can reduce the load time of a web page. Let's move to the fourth question. What is the use of CORS? CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. It is a mechanism that allows multiple resources to be requested at the same time from a domain other than the current request domain. Fifth question, explain pair programming. Pair programming is the practice of having two programmers share a single workstation. Formally, the code is written by one programmer, known as the driver, at the keyboard. The other programmer is the navigator, who looks over each line of code, spell checks it, and proofreads it. In addition, programmers will switch roles every few minutes and vice versa. Sixth question, what is long polling? Long polling is a web development pattern that is used to improve data push from the server to the client. The client requests information from the server using a long polling pattern. Instead of sending an empty resource, if the server does not have any information about the client, the server holds the request and waits for some information to become available. Let's move on to the seventh question. How is GraphQL different from REST? The primary distinction between REST and GraphQL is that GraphQL does not work with dedicated resources. Instead, everything is viewed as a graph which is connected and can be queried to meet the needs of the app. Eighth question, what is a RESTful API? REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It is a compositional style used to create web services. It accesses and uses the information via HTTP solicitations. We can create, update, read, and delete data. A site's API is the code that allows two programming projects to communicate with one another. It enables us to write mentioning administrations from a running framework or another application. Ninth question, how is multi-threading used? The primary goal of multi-threading is to provide multiple threads of execution concurrently in order to maximize CPU utilization. It enables multiple threads to exist within the context of a process, allowing them to execute independently while sharing process resources. 10th question, explain inversion of control. It is a design control used to invert different kinds of controls in object-oriented design to achieve loose coupling. Controls refer to any additional responsibilities a class has in addition to its primary responsibility. Control over the flow of an application as well as control over the flow of an object creation or dependent object creation and binding are examples of this. So now let us look at full stack developer intermediate interview questions. First, what do you mean by data attributes? Data attributes are used to store application or page specific data. They enable us to store additional data on standard semantic HTML elements. The saved data can be used to enhance the user experience on the JavaScript page. A data attribute is made up of two parts. There must be at least one character after the prefix data and no uppercase letters, and a string value can be used as an attribute. So let us move on to the second question. Explain the distinction between blue-green deployment and rolling deployment. Blue-green deployment strategy. This deployment strategy creates two distinct infrastructure environments, blue and green. A blue environment contains older code, whereas a green environment contains most of the up-to-date code. At any given time, there is only one live production environment. Whereas in rolling deployment methodology, This deployment strategy completely replaces old versions of an application with new versions by completely replacing the infrastructure on which they run. The third question: how do you protect against screen scraping? A simple and effective technique is to use JavaScript to set a cookie value that is checked by the web server. Captchas are also an effective method of preventing scraping. If an IP sends too many requests, captchas can be presented to the end user to validate human interaction. Fourth question: which technologies and languages would you need to develop a project from scratch? So this is a hypothetical question designed to help you understand how the hiring manager will evaluate your readiness to start the job. It is a simple method for distinguishing between a good full stack developer and a novice. Therefore, it is important that you choose your answer accordingly. Fifth question: explain mean stack. Mean, MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node is a well-known set of software development tools for breaking down language barriers. A mean stack is built on MongoDB and a NoSQL data storage text. The Express and Angular HTTP servers are used to build the JavaScript frontend. The stack's top tier is Node, which is used for the server-side programming. Next question: explain event loop in Node.js. Asynchronous programming is possible in JavaScript thanks to the event loop. Every operation in JS occurs on a single thread, but we can create the illusion of multi-threading by using smart data structures. Any async work is handled by a queue and listener in the event loop. When an async function or an input-output function needs to be executed, the main thread relays it to another thread, allowing the V8, that is the JavaScript engine, to continue processing or running its code. There are various phases in the event loop, such as pending callbacks, closing callbacks, timers, idle or preparing, polling, and checking with different FIFO queues, which is first in first out queues. Next question: what is a connection leak in Java and how can we fix it?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. Which component of Java is responsible for executing Java bytecode? Your options are Java Runtime Environment, Java Virtual Machine, Java Development Kit, Java Archive. Mention your answer in the comment section below.
So a connection leak in Java is defined as a situation in which the developer forgets to close the JDBC connection. When using a connection pool, the most common type of connection leak is encountered in Java development. We can resolve it by disconnecting the connection and paying close attention to the error handling code. Next question: what is dependency injection? Dependency injection is a design pattern used to execute IOC. Object injection and object connection are handled by the container rather than the object itself. There are three types of classes involved. First, client class. It depends on the service class. Next, service class. It provides service to the client class. Finally, injector class. It injects service class objects into the client class. Ninth question: what are the two phases committed in the database? Explain. So the two-phase commit, 2PC, is a feature of transaction processing systems that allows databases to revert to their pre-transaction state in the event of an error condition. The two-phase commit strategy is intended to ensure that either all or none of the databases are updated. As a result, the databases remain in the sync. 10th question: what is closure? Give an example. So closures are made whenever a variable that is defined external to the current extension is reached from within some inward degree. It grants you access to an external function's degree through an internal capacity. Closures are created in JavaScript whenever a capacity is created. To use a conclusion, simply characterize and uncover a function within another function. Now we take a look at full stack developer advanced interview questions. First, what is the difference between event bubbling and capturing in JavaScript? In JavaScript, event flow refers to the propagation of events within the DOM, that is the document object model. The event flow specifies the order or sequence in which an event is received by a specific web page. As a result, Event flow in JS is determined by the following factors. First, event bubbling. An event is captured and handled by the innermost element first and then propagates to the outermost element. And in event capturing, the event is captured and handled by the outermost element first and then propagates to the innermost element. The second question, what do you mean by temporal dead zone in ES6? So the variable declarations were only possible before ES6 using var keyword. We now have let and const in ES6. Let and const declarations are both block scoped, which means they can be only accessed within the quotation marks that surrounds them. Var, on the other hand, does not have this restriction. Unlike var, which can be accessed before its declaration, the let and const variables cannot be accessed until they are initialized with a value. The time elapsed between the declaration of let or const variables and their initialization is referred to as the temporal dead zone. Let's move on to the third question. Do you know how to prevent a bot from scraping your publicly accessible API? It is technically impossible to completely prevent data scraping as long as the data within the API is accessible to the public. However, bot activity can be reduced by throttling or rare limiting. Rare limiting can prevent a specific device from making an unlimited number of requests within a specified time frame. A 429 too many attempts HTTP error is thrown if too many requests are made beyond the defined limit. Fourth question, what is callback hell and how to fix it? Many full stack developer interview questions are all about explaining certain technical terms. Callback hell is a JavaScript phenomenon in which the developer attempts to implement multiple asynchronous operations concurrently. The nesting of callback functions to produce difficult to read, error-prone, and difficult to manage code. We can efficiently resolve it by employing the following methods. First, dividing large functions into smaller ones. Then, use promises. And finally, use either async or wait. Next question, what are the types of design patterns? A design pattern, in general, is a repeatable solution to common problems in software design. These patterns demonstrate the interactions and relationships that exist between classes and objects. Design patterns are classified into three types. First, creational. These are about the creation of objects or the instantiation of classes. These patterns are further subdivided into object creational patterns and class creational patterns. Next, structural. These are concerned with organizing various classes and objects in order to form large functionality and provide new functionality. Finally, behavioral. These are concerned with identifying common communication patterns amongst objects. Sixth question, what are the advantages of using a content delivery network in jQuery? CDNs are widely used in jQuery because they provide numerous benefits to the users. The server's load is significantly reduced as a result of CDNs. They result in significant bandwidth savings. jQuery frameworks load faster due to optimizations. And finally, CDNs have caching capabilities which contributes to faster load times. Next question, what are the types of CDNs supported in jQuery? So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. First one, Microsoft. It is used to load from jQuery Ajax CDN. Then Google. It is used to load jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Eighth question, give an example of a project you have worked on and the technologies involved. How did you make these choices? So this allows you to understand the full stack web developer's methodology as well as his sharpness and precision in selecting the right toolset. When discussing why you chose a specific toolset, you should be as specific as possible and go into detail. Demonstrate your ability to develop both the front end and back end of a web application. Ninth question, what do you think of AMD versus CommonJS? So both are methods for implementing a module system which was not native to JavaScript until ES 2015. AMD, that is asynchronous module definition, is obviously asynchronous, whereas CommonJS is synchronous. CommonJS is geared towards backend development, whereas AMD, with its support for asynchronous module loading, is geared towards browsers. Most people would find AMD syntax quite boring, whereas CommonJS is more akin to how you would write import statements in other languages. Most of the time, AMD is unnecessary because if you served all your JavaScript in a single concatenated bundle file, you wouldn't get the async loading properties. Furthermore, CommonJS syntax is more similar to the node style of module writing, and there is less context switching overhead when switching between client-side and server-side JavaScript development. The last question: what was your best implementation or debugging in the past? The hiring manager will gain an understanding of the type of complexity of previous projects you have completed by asking this question. You should describe the difficulties you encountered and the steps you took to overcome them. You can also discuss the lessons you learned from the situation.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.